Hey, Xer.
Yeah, done. So many switch up on the names depending on who they around. I stand on your Uwa and your Usha and there is no rebound. Why you keep going to the circus if you sick of the clowns? And I don't need no validation, come to grips with it now. Followers and likes on IG, they mean nothing to me. Only making it to heaven, being deemed worthy. I don't break bread with devils, won't compromise for no bag. I ain't biting my tongue or switching up like a You don't like what I say, you can kindly unfollow. If you ain't preaching repentance, you not preaching the gospel. And I'm bold as a line, about as real as they come. I'm going harder every album, many fear what I become. And the love is truly fake, but the hatred is real. And I'm way too controversial, but it's part of my zeal. I don't water down the word, I speak from the heart what I feel. You so used to the fakeness that you hate that I'm real. Yeah, bang, bang. I'm just a young black king in a white man's world. Pagan pig pastors lying, slicing and dicing the word. And now the heathens all mad, I'm calling out the white man's lies. To know Messiah was a Negro hurts the white man's pride. And that hatred within is truly burning inside. Hatred of your Uwas, people get his mercy denied. And that you call Jesus had you bursting with pride. And your Usha HaMashiach we stand firmly beside. And there ain't nothing worse than that heathen denial. And they hate your Uwas, people but claim belief in the Bible. And they lies all exposed and our freedom is frightful. And your Uwa will judge the heathen, what he says is final. Obadiah, Nehemiah, read it all in the Bible. And your Uwa waking us up, he gon' lead the disciples. And there's no turning back on this hill, I will die. When we cry out to your Uwa, he will hear us on high. Yeah.
Hey, Xer.
Hey, Xer.
I am trying to live righteous in a world run by Satan. Yahuwah Arua is the days of the ancients. And Yahusha coming soon cause his people need saving. Yahuwah will come through the most high mercy amazing. Nah, I am not a Christian, I don't follow religion. The truth is really hidden in those heathen depictions. Revelations 1:14, Jesus don't fit the description. Revelations 2:9, always playing the victim. Woo! All esteem to Yahuwah in the highest. I stand on the Bible, people say that I'm biased. They really just lawless, unrepentant and pious. Don't you be ignorant of the devil's devices. And Yahusha is the way, yeah, the truth and the life. Belief in Mashiach will reduce all your strife. I deduce he was bruised for an abundance of life. We shall not walk in darkness, we the children of light. Yeah. Returning to Yahuwah, yeah, we keeping his commandments. 400 years of these curses done enough damage. If you serve Yahusha, serve in spirit and in truth, yeah. Yahuwah gave me strength, you could hear it in the booth, yeah. Cleanse like hyssop, no bishop got the juice, yeah. Say they have my neck, but now we hanging from the noose, yeah. Mashiach coming back, don't you get caught lacking. Ain't no backtracking, it will make me a has-been. Blessings over curses, I'm refined by the fire. You're truly on your own if you deny the Messiah. I came about the storm like a stick out of mud. You really must be crip if you denying the blood. Woo! Yod hey to the ooh hey. Ay Yahuwah is his name, all the demons I slay. Yahuwah ha'alua kakabula alam. Baruch Hashamalak kanya usha amam.
Yo, hey to the ooh hey, yeah. Yo, hey to the ooh hey. Look. Yo, hey to the ooh hey. Yo, hey to the ooh hey.
All esteem to the highest, Yahuwah, and the King Yahusha. Abari rap, Yada Yahuwah, get with it.
Hey, Hector.
I oftentimes think about the hardships we endure here on earth. I know all about it. The financial struggles, the spiritual warfare, the constant wrestling with our flesh. But Yahuwah has promised us a great reward if we endure to the end. Stay strong on this walk, for his word cannot return void. For his kingdom is the place of no more. No more crying, no more pain. For it is he who has prepared a place for the righteous of eternal shalom, a place of joy everlasting. May this song encourage you in your times of struggle.
Hey, Xer.
I'm poor in this world, but I'm rich in faith. Material things in this world, no, they can't take its place. And all I know is struggle, yeah, I came out the mud. I'm redeemed by Yahusha, I believe in his blood. My finances lacking and economy collapsing. Everywhere I turn, demons constantly attacking. Stand 10 toes down, so remarkably with passion. Signs of the times, prophecy rapidly unraveling. Refuse to be lawless, so I'm keeping his commandments. Sometimes I feel alone, this life is difficult to manage. So many people caught in the Christian delusion, and these pastors lying to you when they sell you illusions. Would love to get married, have a wife and have children, but I don't want to see the innocence robbed by the system. And there's always lack of funds and there's constant oppression. This will all be done away one day up in heaven. Heaven must be worth it. Heaven must be worth it. His kingdom is preserved for all those who deserve it. This wicked world will pass. Stay encouraged and endure it. When Yahusha coming back, we will all be made perfect. Heaven will be worth it. Heaven will be worth it. His kingdom is reserved for all those who deserve it. This wicked world will pass. Stay encouraged and endure it. When Yahusha coming back, we will all be made perfect. Heaven must be worth it. Heaven must be worth it. His kingdom is preserved for all those who deserve it. This wicked world will pass. Stay encouraged and endure it. When Yahusha coming back, we will all be made perfect. Heaven will be worth it. Heaven will be worth it. His kingdom is reserved for all those who deserve it. This wicked world will pass. Stay encouraged and endure it. When Yahusha coming back, we will all be made perfect. When you're burdened and you're weary, yeah, Yahuwah gives rest. That's Matthew 11:28, straight from the text. And I know you sick of crying and you so sick of trying. There's a crown of life waiting for you at the mountain of Zion. Keep on praying, keep on fasting, be encouraged, beloved. There's inheritance promised to the heirs of the covenant. Don't let your faith depart or be reduced by a lie. Made a promise to Yahuwah, in this truth I will die. Know your families abandon you, cause mine did too. This narrow path ain't easy, one day you might get through. Endure to the end, I can't stress this enough. And no pre-trib rapture times will get tough. I can do all things through Yahusha, faith over fear. And without faith you can't please, y'all, this must be made clear. Keep believing, keep on fighting, put on the armor of Alua. Heaven will be worth it, keep trusting Yahuwah. Yeah, heaven must be worth it. Heaven must be worth it. His kingdom is preserved for all those who deserve it. This wicked world will pass. Stay encouraged and endure it. When Yahusha coming back, we will all be made perfect. Heaven will be worth it. Heaven will be worth it. His kingdom is reserved for all those who deserve it. This wicked world will pass. Stay encouraged and endure it. When Yahusha coming back, we will all be made perfect. Heaven must be worth it. Heaven must be worth it. His kingdom is preserved for all those who deserve it. This wicked world will pass. Stay encouraged and endure it. When Yahusha coming back, we will all be made perfect. Heaven will be worth it. Heaven will be worth it. His kingdom is reserved for all those who deserve it. This wicked world will pass. Stay encouraged and endure it. When Yahusha coming back, we will all be made perfect. One day, we will all realize everything you've been going through, the struggles you endured, the lack of money, property, the reality of poverty, the hardships in your job, your marriage, your relationships. It will all be worth it. Always remember the words of Yahuwah, of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. For I know the thoughts that I think towards you, says Yahuwah, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an unexpected end. Then shall you call upon me, and shall go and pray unto me, and I will hearken unto you. And you shall seek me, and find me, when you shall search me with all your heart. Yaram Yahu, or Jeremiah 29:11-13. Heaven will be worth it. All esteem to Yahuwah. I didn't just make this song for you. I made it for myself. Because sometimes I need the encouragement. Shalom.
Hey, Yexer.
Ready to go, hit the like button for show. Yeah, you already know. Dun 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 dun.
Shabbat Shalom. I hope you guys are doing well. Shabbat Shalom. All praises to the Most High. Yahuwah. Shout out to everybody that's here. I decided to start a little bit early. I had the stream set for like an hour from now. So, we'll just, not everybody's here because everybody was expecting me to start at like 1:30. But sometimes when I do these kind of streams, bro, I be having everything ready way ahead of time. But sometimes I just be all like, I'm already ready to go. But then I'll just wait until the time I say I'm going to do it. But sometimes I might end up doing it earlier, especially when it's like, just me showing you some ancient stuff and things like that. So I was like, I don't really want to wait till 1. I'm going to just get it started now because then we have more time to hang out for Shabbat. So, yeah, all praises to the Most High. A few things I want to say before we get started. So I just uploaded this new documentary on Rumble, and it's called Haiti Betrayed. Now, y'all know that I did a stream the other day, and there's actually a few things I want to say about that. You guys know that I did a stream not too long ago about FBA and just their coonery. You feel what I'm saying? Now, let me say this also. In these last days, bro, a lot of things I'm going to be saying and a lot of things I'm going to be bringing out ain't going to always be pretty. Okay, they're not. That's a fact. Especially me exposing and showing y'all some of how some of our people are going to be the 2/3 cut off. So if I say a word like nigga, if I say a word like ass or something like that, and it's too much for you,
you know, I mean, I understand if you just need to leave the stream because it makes you uncomfortable, but please don't try to like get involved with what I'm doing. Please don't, okay? Because I'm the man. So I have to handle the trolls. I have to handle the, you know, naysayers. I have to handle the spiritual warfare. Women, do not get involved with what a man is doing. That includes me. I understand some of you women are my moderators, no disrespect to you, but when it comes to me dealing with these other folks and these Europeans and these Negroes, I don't want a woman to get involved in a man's business, okay? Sometimes a woman just needs to be quiet and let the man handle it. Now, if it was a woman running the thing, then yeah, I mean, I think a man should jump in and defend her and all that. But this is not one of them type of situations. And y'all got to understand that the way I'm built, I don't need anybody to step in and speak up for me. Okay? So no disrespect, but I need y'all to kind of step back a little bit and let me as a man handle these situations. Not saying to you moderators that somebody is being disrespectful, you can't kick them out. But if they're addressing me directly, let me deal with them. If they're arguing with you and they're being disrespectful to the chat, okay, let's set that precedent. If they're being disrespectful in the chat to someone in the chat, then, you know, you do what you feel like you need to do. But if they're addressing me, let me deal with them. I will deal with them. I will decide if I'm going to boot them, if I'm going to, you know what I'm saying, allow them to sit here so I can see how emotional they are because they can't handle the truth or whatever the case is. All right. But if they're addressing me, you know what I'm saying? I don't want you to say anything to them. Let me deal with them. All right. All right. Now, this Haiti betrayed documentary is in some history I think people need to understand about Haiti. Okay. I done already told y'all that these are our people. And the problem with some of y'all Negroes, as I said before, is that y'all don't do any research. Okay. These are Negroes. Haitians are Negroes. They're Israelites. And I put up this documentary just so people can understand how bad they have it out there and how these Europeans have come there and colonized that land. And then they turn around and talk about they're poor and all this other stuff. But what people fail to realize is the governments of the British, the US, and many of these other Europeans came there and dismantled their whole democracy to create the situations that they're in right now. It was the white man that did it. But that's what I'm saying. Y'all don't do the research to understand why they're in the situation that they're in. And of course, they're Israelites. So, I mean, of course, they're going to deal with colonization and things of that nature. I'm going to put the link in the video right now so you guys can you can watch it on your own time. And I'll also put it on the community post just in case you guys want to watch it later or something like that. So I'm putting it in the chat right now. It's on Rumble. And I'll also have it on the community post when I go through it later. Okay. All right. So that's pretty much it, y'all. Let me do y'all's Pilar real quick, and then we'll jump into this. It's another episode of Proving Your Bari Identity. At this point, like I said, it's not really about proving anything to Gentiles. This is more about proving stuff to your people. Let's do y'all's Pilar real quick. Abinu Bashamayim Yakadashamka. Malakuska Bua Ya Rauka. Alaratzkan Bashamayim. Natan Lanu Hayum At Lakamba Hasarak. Usala Lanu Lakatenu. Lanu Salakatam Lakatekam. Gara Lanu Aparat Lanu Lata'a. Aba O Yasha Lanu Marasha. La Malakuska Shalat Haka Uhakabar. Bahasham Akashamut Yahuwah Uyahusha Aman. Our Father in heaven, separated is your name, your kingdom come, your will be done on earth so it is in heaven. Give or distribute this day, and forgive us our crimes as we forgive those who commit crimes against us. Lead us not astray. Rescue us from evil doing. For your kingdom reigns, the power and esteem, in the name above all names, Yahuwah and Yahusha. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and jump into this. Marsha, hey, what's up, sis? Good to see you. So we're gonna go ahead and jump into this. We got a lot to get into. We're gonna go ahead and jump. So the first thing I'm gonna start out with is some old videos, bro, talking about Ethiopia and how some of the remnants of King Solomon's temple were found there. Let me show y'all this video, this first video. Actually, let's see here. All right, we're gonna start actually with, yeah, let's start with this one first. Here we go. Rewind it. Well, looks like the video is not playing. That's weird. Okay, let me try something else.
Final stage of the Assyrian Empire, stretching throughout Iraq, Syria.
What weird? For some reason, these videos are not playing. Kind of strange. Let me try one more. If I have another problem, we're gonna just move on because we still got a lot to show you. But let me try this other one. Give me a second. Let's try this Sudan video. Okay. These videos are not playing, and I'm not sure why. But we're gonna keep it moving. I don't want to waste any time. All right, so the first video I'm going to show you guys is this raccoon here, Jesse Lee Peterson. And he's interviewing an Israelite couple.
And so, Yanni, you're married to Malak.
Yes.
Malak.
Yes.
And were you a Christian prior to meeting
Yes,
him?
I was raised actually in a Baptist church growing up.
Really? And so you became a Israelite,
Absolutely.
Hebrew Israelite. And what's the difference in being a Christian and being an Israelite, Hebrew Israelite?
Well, the difference is being a Christian, those are all man-made religions. So like my husband Malak was saying, that a Hebrew Israelite, it's our culture, our heritage, our nationality. It's who we are as a people.
Meaning that you are a Jew?
Yes.
You a Jew?
I'm a Jew.
Are you the original Jew?
According to the Bible and the scriptures, yes, we are the original Jews. Yes, we are.
And so,
see, it's like, oh, are you a Jew? Are you a Jew? Are you a Jew? That's what she said. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why is it so hard for you to believe? Because this man has disassociated himself from his blackness so much as a black man. I mean, I literally hear him talking about Trump as the great white hope. I mean, if that ain't another level, if that ain't like some elite level bootlicking, I don't know what is. Anyway.
Did your life change as a result of becoming a Jew rather than a Christian?
Yes, it did.
In what
Because
way?
in regard,
Why do we have to be Christians? I don't understand. Why do we have to follow the white man's religion? Why? I mean, the white man is a proven liar. The white man is a proven colonizer, treaty breaker. I mean, why do we have to do what they do? And I'm going to get into that a little bit. We got to talk a little bit about the European because there are some things about them that is genetic as far as their barbaric animalistic behavior. And I'm going to prove that in a minute, but just stick around. We're going to get into that today.
regards to when I say everything, I change everything from my diet, the things that I ate before when I was going to church. Although we read out of the same Bible, we weren't following those laws that are written in that Bible. The Bible, the Most High God gives us specific foods we are to eat. I was eating everything under the sun. When I say lobster, crab, shrimp, those are all abominations.
You don't
Those
eat
are,
that anymore?
no,
Can I have your portion?
you don't want it either. You don't need it. You don't need it.
Fish and stuff.
Yeah, but all those are
you can eat fish. You just
you
have
can
to
eat
have
fish, yeah.
scales on it.
Everything that's in the water
I
has to
see.
have scales and fins.
Right, okay.
Will have to have scales.
And
and
so
fins.
how long you been married?
We've been married for 6 years.
Is he the head of you?
Yes.
He's the head. So you're the head of your wife.
That's correct.
And what does that mean to be the head of your wife?
Be the head of my wife means being a strong leader in my household.
You hear that, Israelite men? This is who has called you to be. You letting your woman dominate you? You letting her push you around? You submitting to her and living under her household, and you ain't got your own place and she ain't living with you? This is exactly why the order be jacked up. It's exactly why things don't be working out in the marriage. When everybody's in a respectable role, the black man is righteous, the black man is leading the black woman will naturally submit. But when some of y'all Negroes want to allow a black woman to, disrespect you and talk down on you, and that's exactly why you know, you ain't got the power in the household. But if you show yourself to be a strong black man, I mean, she gonna respect you as a strong black man. But sometimes y'all Negroes pick the wrong type of black woman. I'm just saying. I ain't saying all black women is bad. I'm talking about a certain type of black woman that's still sucked into this system and still want to run things in the household. A black woman that don't know how to cook, to me, that's a red flag. I'm just saying.
Being a provider, being a nurturer of the Bible, and spiritually, mentally, and physically through the power of the Most High.
Facts. All praises. Okay. Now, I didn't watch the whole interview. Beastmer says the scripture that Esau has a perpetual hatred for Yah's chosen people. And I'm going to talk about that, Ak, because there's some things I need to bring out. Ak Actual Israel says, Shabbat Shalom, Ak Yexer Malkaya. Hey, Shabbat Shalom, Aki. Good to see you. All praises. Okay. Okay, let's keep it going. But yeah, man, that's how it should be, bro. You know, she respects him as the man. You feel what I'm saying? That's how it's supposed to be. But somehow America has told us different. All right, this is another sister speaking about the truth. Oh, hold on. Y'all said y'all couldn't hear sound. Hold on. I got it. I got it. I'm on it. I don't know why it always does that, bro. It's so weird. Okay. Let me make sure the sound's on. Sound is on. Okay. There we go.
I don't care if my TikTok gets taken down over this. I gained 70,000 followers for a reason. I came here to spread truth to y'all. And knowing the truth is swallowing a big red pill, let me tell you. Here's the first red pill to swallow. The Israelites, the children of God, are indeed black. If you can't swallow that, scroll, baby. Job 30:30, verse 30 says, my skin is black upon me and my bones are burned with heat. There's many verses in the Bible just like this saying that, comparing us to gold, comparing us to bronze, comparing us to brass, even explains the hair texture being bushy. But Deuteronomy says we are a cursed people. The Most High said we were supposed to go into slavery again. All of this is written. Most High said that they were going to sell us into strange lands and sell us to our enemies as bondmen and bondwomen. Right there, it says it in the verse. Deuteronomy 28:48 also says they're going to put yokes of iron upon our necks. And last but not least, curses everyone that hangeth on a tree. Wake up.
Curseth he who hangs on a tree. Was not Mashiach hung from a tree? Yes, he was. Okay. Now, this video is from Thoughts Camera Action. Some of y'all know who he is. He kind of went crazy, and now he's coming out saying the Bible's not true and all this goofy stuff. You know, I don't know. He used to do some good teachings before he went crazy. But let's watch this. It's just a combination of clips talking about us being the true Hebrew Israelites. Let's look at this.
His wheels as burning fire.
I believe he's in the sheep business down in Midian Paris. Over in Egypt.
This is Green Pastures, which is a movie that portrays Yasharal is black, the Most High is black, and the angels is black.
He killed a man that was abusing our people in the brickworks. You know, old King Pharaoh has got all our people in bondage.
Bro, he don't even call his channel, he don't even call it BrainTube anymore. He called it something completely different than that. He keeps rebranding himself. He's just, I don't know. I think he got mad, bro, because I think he found out he's not Yasharal because he's mixed. And I think his dad is the one that's a heathen. So then that means you're not one of us. Because I mean, you know, he used to do some good teachings, bro, but he fallen all the way away from the truth, including Yerushalayim or whatever he calls himself, brother Yerushalayim, or he calls himself Drawback Jacob sometimes. Both of them Negroes have fallen all the way off, but I feel like a lot of them was never really with y'all to begin with. The Bible says if they were really of us, they would have stayed with us, but they didn't. Some of them is agents for real. Facts. But y'all never got to worry about that with me, man. I'm in this to the day I die. I fear the Most High too much to be leading people astray. I'm just saying.
I hear of it.
And this is the Most High, by the way, in the movie. This is how he's depicted.
Who do you think put them there?
But keep in mind, according to the book of Revelation, John saw Jesus and described him as having hair like wool and feet the color of burned brass. Yeah, he's a brother. It's going to be very awkward for the rapture folk when Jesus comes back and winds up being a homeless liberal black guy who speaks zero English. Now, I know this is very depressing, all you rapture Christians, but cheer up. The rapture may be a racket, but it's not the end.
There is a hurricane in Nebraska.
Burning bush. Why black hair is different. Hair like wool. See, that's more straight, stringy hair. And I want to talk, and like I said, I'm about to show y'all something about Europeans because I think it's important that you guys understand that there's something in their DNA that is different from us. And it's not just so much that the melanin, it's not so much the hair texture, it's not so much the nature, it's deeper than that. Okay. And I'm gonna get to that in a minute, but yeah.
Look at that hair.
All right, we've already looked at this before, that clip. Let's keep it going. I think this is Amistad. And by the way, since I'm showing some so-called copyright clips, just so y'all know, I'm on Rumble. In case I get kicked off of this thing, y'all know what it is. We on Rumble. I'll just be pausing it here and there so I can give commentary, so it's educational content and they won't kick me off. Did he say Yahuwah? Hold up, gang. Did he say Yahuwah? Family, did that Negro Yahudi just say Yahuwah? Hold on, let me rewind it, gang. He said Yahuwah, gang. He said it. In his Igbo tongue, he said Yahuwah. Let me go back.
The prophet.
Hold on. Yayan Yahuwah. Bro, he said Yahuwah. All praises to the Most High. Oh, by the way, let me show y'all this too. Since we're talking about the name Yahuwah. So this boxer, Austin Trout, I posted about this on Facebook. He came out and he spoke the name of Yahuwah on live television. Let me show y'all this. I posted about it on Instagram, posted on TikTok. I posted it everywhere because I was so excited to see it. But family, our people are waking up. Hold on a minute. Okay, I'm going to show y'all this video real quick from Austin Trout. He's a boxer, okay? And he came out and he done spoke the Most High's name in front of everybody on national television. I'm going to be real with y'all, man. Some people that say Yahweh, I feel like you're losing credibility more and more by the day. But, nothing against you. I'm just saying. It just seems like there's more evidence coming out. His name is actually Yahuwah and not Yahweh. Okay, so look, let me show y'all this. This is Austin Trout. Let me share my screen.
First and foremost, I gotta give all praises to Yahuwah Yair, Elohim, Baruch Hashem, Yahuwah. Second off, I want to thank Yahuwah for this opportunity.
Okay, so I'm gonna rewind it again for you.
You heard the judges' scores initially. First and foremost, I gotta give all praises to Yahuwah Yair, Elohim, Baruch Hashem, Yahuwah. Second off, I want to thank our hand for this opportunity.
Now, he does believe in Yahuwah. Now, let me show y'all something. So if I go to Austin Trout, right, on Google, just look him up, you're going to notice he does believe in the Most High. This is not a one-off, okay? He knows who he is. Well, I can say he at least knows who Yahuwah is, but I'm assuming that you can't really connect Yahuwah, you know what I'm saying, without being a Negro and knowing that that is your Alua, that is your father. So let me go here to Google real quick. I want to pull this up because I want to show y'all he knows some things. Now, what I'm shocked about is that they did not cut off, you know what I'm saying, that camera as soon as he said Yahuwah. But all praises he did. Look at this. Let me show y'all this, bro. Take a look at his outfit. You're going to notice something. You see that Yod, Hey, Ua, Hey? You see that? He knows who Yahuwah is. Let me get a better picture. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. This boxer knows what it is. He knows who his father is. All praises to the Most High. I'm telling you, man, the dry bones are awakening right now, and it's beautiful to see. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. Let me switch over my screen. Hold on, y'all. Switch over to this tab. Uh-oh. My computer's starting to freeze up again. Oh, Father. Uh-oh. Hold on, y'all. My computer acted funny again. Okay. Let me switch over to this tab. Uh-oh. Oh, snaps. Hold on, gang. Stand by. This thing's acting funny again. Uh-oh. This is weird. All right, I'm back. Yeah, it happens. Okay, so let me go back. I'm going to just jump right back into it. No biggie. Yeah. Sorry, I had to mute my phone. Okay, so let me show y'all this. Look at this image here of him. Look at this. Let me scroll in. If you look at his belt, what do you see? Yod Hey, Ua Hey. Yahuwah's name on his, well, I guess it wouldn't be considered a belt. It would be considered his, I guess, his boxing shorts or whatever. But look at that. Yod Hey, Ua Hey. Right there in your face. This dude believes in Yahuwah. And that's why he called out his name on live television. There's another outfit he wore that also has that on there. Let me see if I can find the other one. It was like he had like some blue shorts with Yahuwah's name on it. So he is very, very outspoken about his commitment to the Most High, which I think is fire. Like, look right here. Here's another one. Look at that. Yod Hey Ua Hey. Yod Hey Ua Hey. I mean, granted, it's the modern Hebrew. Let me switch over the screen. Right here, look at this. Yod Hey Ua Hey. So it's the modern Hebrew, but nonetheless, it's still there. All praises to the Most High, man. Yasharal is waking up. We calling on the name of the Father. So this is fire, man. I mean, you see he got 2 outfits with that name. Now, I decided to go over to Ox Instagram to see, you know what I'm saying, if he got more stuff about Yahuwah. Let's go over to it. And let's see what his Instagram looking like. And yeah, this dude is a believer in the Most High. Now, I haven't heard him mention Yahusha yet. But I know he does believe in Yahuwah. So let me see. Austin Trout. We're going to go to his Instagram real quick. All right, it's him right here, y'all. Switch over screen. This is his Instagram. And right here, it says Yahuwah. Family, he loves the Most High. He does. And this is where I got the where you can get the video from. And then you can see right here, I said, all praises to the Most High Yahuwah. And he actually liked the post. And then he said, somebody said, Yahuwah be praised and it will be televised, right? So, I mean, he does walk in the truth, y'all. He does. And he's not ashamed to say the name of the Most High. So I rock with him. I mean, even Kyrie Irving did not say the name of Yahuwah. He said Yahweh, which is a pagan deity. Kanye West says Christ. That's pagan. This is the only celebrity I've known that has come out and said Yahuwah. Yahuwah. So that's a big difference. New Orleans, Yahuwah's daughter. Hey, sis, good to see you. Tasha's in the building. Hey, shalom. Shabbat shalom, sis. So all praises to the Most High, man. I'm just happy to see it. I already played the video, so I'm not gonna play it again because you know sound and all that. All right. So anyway, let's keep it moving, y'all. All right. So let's go back to this. All right, I already showed y'all that video. All right, let's finish this thoughts, camera, action thing. This video he did. Go here. All right. Let's fast forward. I didn't know homeboy. I did not know he could sing, bro. That's fire. I'm trying to go back to the scene where they said Yahuwah, because that's what led me to show y'all the boxer guy, Austin Trout. Let me see. This is another scene from Green Pastures. Like I said, this is the Most High right here, and these are some of the Malachim or the angels, and also the Israelites are also depicted as black, as well as the Egyptians. I think this is the most biblically accurate movie we've ever seen. Even more so, you know what I'm saying, than a lot of some of the movies you see with black characters. All right, I'm going to skip past all of this. They got Morgan Freeman depicted as the Most High. Hair like wool. Skin like brass burnt in the furnace. What you think that they was telling you even in this Bruce Almighty movie? Yeah, they had, you know what I'm saying, Jim Carrey playing a regular man that the Most High had given power, who they call God, had given him power, right? But where did that power come from? The Most High, right? Or who they depict as God, right? But yet they got God depicted as a black man. Subliminally, they've been telling you who you are for a very long time, and who your father is for a very long time. Of course, they didn't tell you who Yahuwah is and how to understand who he is and all of that, but they were at least telling you that you are children of the Most High. Oh, wait, hold on, y'all. I'm not sharing my screen. Hold on, y'all. I don't know what's going on with this streamer today. This thing is acting weird. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, I don't know what's going on right now. Like, this thing is acting so strange, bro. Let me see. Okay, there we go. For a second, it wasn't even showing up at all. Let me go back. Sorry, y'all. It's a little messy, but we gonna make it work. So this is Bruce Almighty, okay? And as you know in the movie, they have Morgan Freeman. They have Morgan Freeman depicted as the Most High, which is actually more accurate than the white image of who you call God. And then the Green Pastures movie, they have a dark-skinned, version of the Most High with hair like wool, a grayish, whitish beard. I mean, like I said, they've been telling us the truth for a minute. We just wasn't able to connect the dots. We just thought it's just a black version of the Most High, but it's actually an accurate biblical version of the Most High.
Must be a killer Christmas party. Don't get drunk, though. One of you might need a ride home.
You always were funny, Bruce. Just like your father. He didn't mind rolling up his sleeves either, son. People underestimate the benefit of good old manual labor. It's freedom in it. Some of the happiest people in the world go home smelling to high heavens at the end of the day.
All right, what is this? How do you know my father, and how do you get my pager number?
Oh, I know quite a lot about you, Bruce. Just about everything there is to know.
Just about everything there is to know. I know quite a lot about you. See, Bruce hasn't come into the understanding. He is talking to the Most High, or I can't say he's the Most High because he's just a character, but who they call God. Let's just say it like that. Who they call God. That's what we'll go with.
Chizon, also known as Revelation chapter.
Has intruded, not always in very positive, ethical ways, intruded for the sole purpose, very often, of preparing the way, a kind of avant-garde for the real stormtroopers of commerce, imperialism, colonialism, exploitation, disdain, racial disdain, etc., etc. And the history of Christianity in our society, as you know, that's not been of the best, even till today.
Don't think we know that for certain. But they were Hebrews, were they not? That's right. As was Jesus. Jesus was also a Hebrew. Why don't you just ask your question?
He's all like, well, we don't know what he was, but God is. But we know for a fact that God is white and Jesus is white.
The Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals in Australia rescued a sheep on Tuesday after he had been abandoned from his herd and human contact.
By face value. But Yahya Abdul Matin II, American Muslim. Then when you look at the president, the former ex-president of Gambia, his name was Yahya Jammeh. Then when you look at the actor who played Saja Bartman, her name is Yamima or Yaima Torres. Then when you go to Guinea, then the name Yah.
Kumbaya. Kumbaya. Come by here. Now, actually, kum or kam means rise. So rise by here. Rise by Yahuwah is actually what this would really mean. This is more just what people think it means. Because kum or quam, right? If you say kum or you say kam, like kam yashara, it means rise up. So when they were saying kumbaya, they were saying rise up by here, Yahuwah. That's what it really means. But, English translations and so on and so forth. But that's actually what that meant.
Has been about in the names and places and traditions of the people.
Red heifer cow, by the way. I got people still trying to argue with me saying that Esau was white. That nigga wasn't white. He was red. He was melanated. Okay. He was not born Caucasian. That just doesn't make any sense. Yes, it says 2 nations are in thy womb. That means the Israelites and that means the Edomites. But they still come from the seed of Abraham. So they are still Negroes. Okay. Everybody, even Negroes that say that they're not in camps, are still saying that Esau was born a Caucasian white man. And that just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Why would he be born of the fallen angel seed? I'm just trying to understand. That doesn't make any sense. Not saying he isn't the Caucasian now, right? Because we know he went to Europe. We know he mixed with Amalek or he is Amalek. And we also know that he went to Rome and all of that. We know he's the white man now, right? But he didn't come out as the Caucasian. That's the confusion that people are falling into when it comes to Esau.
Oh, pig. Uh-oh, you must be one of them guinea men don't like pig meat, that it? Well, you could have told me, couldn't you? No, I guess you couldn't have told me. Oh, it don't make sense. Believe me, Jesus don't like ribs or fedback.
Yeah, that's what they did to the slaves, man. I mean, you think that it was an accident that they gave them pork of all things? They knew what they was doing and they knew who they enslaved. That's what y'all gotta understand. It's like they try to act like, you know, the historians, when we talk about slavery, they try to act like we didn't know who we was. They try to act like we didn't realize they were giving us pork for a reason. Us getting us to eat pork was a form of spiritual buck breaking. Okay. Not just so much buck breaking and just dehumanize you and make you eat one of the most filthiest animals on the earth, but it was a spiritual form of buck breaking you and making you turn your back on the Most High. They knew what they was doing by giving you pork in the first place. You feel what I'm saying? Them feeding Negroes pork proves they knew who you were, because I already showed y'all in Maccabees they did the same thing. They did the exact same thing. The Macedonians.
Well, the pig contains certain disease.
Matter of fact, let me show y'all this real quick. I put this up on my tab, and I want to show you guys this. I think it has a strong message. It says, lack of knowledge can make you a slave, but biblical knowledge makes you unfit to be a slave ever again. So knowledge can keep you from being, you know, or lack of knowledge can make you a slave because you'll believe whatever someone tells you, so on and so forth. I mean, look at the hive mindset all around you, right? But biblical knowledge can make you unfit to be a slave. Why do I say that? I say that because, number one, knowing who you are, knowledge of self is the greatest weapon against you. That's why they stripped you of everything about you that made you a Bari, made you Hebrew, made you realize you are the Most High's chosen, right? That's one reason why. Number two is because you will not make the same mistakes that our ancestors made that got us enslaved in the first place. Okay? So biblical knowledge about who you are and whose you are can help you from ever becoming a slave again. You don't make the mistakes of our ancestors, but you also know who you are in Yahuwah Yahusha, and they cannot take that away from you. They can deny all they want, right? They're going to deny all they want. But at the end of the day, knowing who you are is what liberates you. And it helps you to follow the ways of the Most High, the ways of Yahusha, and come back into covenant with the Most High. All right? All right, let's get back to this.
These causing organisms.
Right. Right, you're exactly right. Now, that's the physical aspect. There's also the mental or psychological aspects, and there's the spiritual reasons why we're not supposed to eat the pig. Look at the characteristics of a pig. He's sloppy. He's greedy. Greedy like a pig, isn't that what they say? They also say you are what you eat. So what we put into our mouths affects our minds and our heart. We don't want to take on these characteristics of sloppiness, of uncleanliness, of selfishness. Now, from a spiritual aspect or a spiritual standpoint, the Bible and the Quran teaches us that it is divinely forbidden for us to eat of any pig. In various chapters in the Bible and the Quran, it talks about this. So from a physical standpoint, from a mental or a psychological standpoint, from a spiritual standpoint, we don't want anything to do with this.
The book of facts. All right. This is another. Oh, this is an old movie about showing the ancient children of Jacob as black. And I feel like they have Esau in this movie. I don't remember what the movie's called, but it shows Esau as like a light-skinned Negro or a reddish Negro. It's more anxious. It's more of an accurate depiction than people saying, you know, he was born Caucasian or whatever. But this is when they went to war with the children of Shechem because one of them had violated their baby sister Dinah. And I think this is the scene for that.
Ne Levi Dromuso, ne Dan Dromuso, ne Neftali Dromuso, ne Asher Dromuso, ne Issachar Dromuso,
Asher, Issachar,
ne Zabulon Dromuso,
Zebulon, and yeah, depicts them as Negroes. You feel what I'm saying? All right, let's see. What's this?
That the mines aren't a legend.
That's a comfort. Devarim, chapter 28.
Let the high praise of God be on the mouths of the saints and a two-edged sword in their hand to execute vengeance on the demonic nations and punishments on those peoples, to bind their kings with chains and their nobles with fetters of iron, to execute on them this written judgment. This honor have all his saints. Praise the Lord.
Does anybody know what movie that is? The one I just showed, this one. Let me know in the chat what movie this is because I've been meaning to watch it, but I can't. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to see if it was like on Amazon Prime. If not, I'll just literally rent it on YouTube or something like that. But I need to know the name of this movie because I do want to watch it. If you know, let me know in the chat. I know y'all know because it's very popular, especially amongst our people waking up and putting the pieces together. Rise of a Nation. No, Birth of a Nation. Birth of a Nation. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kiara. I'm about to type it in because I definitely need to watch this. Birth of a Nation. And that's Nat Turner. Yeah, Nat Turner. Let me just write this down so I can make sure I do watch it. Nat Turner. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, sis.
Let the high praise of God be on the mouths of the saints and a two-edged sword in their hand to execute vengeance on the demonic nations.
The former slaves owned by the Chickasaw Nation.
What? You hear that? I told you. These Chickasaw, heathen Native Americans were owning you. All right? So don't you sit there and let no person claiming I'm indigenous and we Israelites. No, you the oppressor. See, the oppressor isn't just the European. It's also the heathen Native Americans. They also owned us. They owned plantations. And eventually, I promise you, I will get to that. I will expose it. I will break it all down for you.
Owned by the Chickasaw Nation. Owned by the Chickasaw Nation. Your ancestors were enslaved by Native Americans.
And all these, and some of our people hugged up with them in the camps, all loving all on these Native Americans that enslaved them.
The biggest killers of black folk for a long period of time were Indians. If you raided a town or a village, guess who was the first person you run into in the fields? It was a black person. Because the slave codes of 1705 says a black person could not arm himself, he couldn't carry a weapon, he couldn't carry a tool, he could not raise his hand to defend himself, he could not strike back. So Indians said, hey, we got a good guy to raid. And the whites knew that. When they put the blacks out in the field, they used blacks for burglar alarms. So every time there was an Indian raid, they the ones who went down first. That's why all the 5 civilized tribes in America then became slaveholders. Not only were they slaveholders, they were slave traders. They paid the Indians $20 for every runaway slave they chased down and brought him back. And that's why also when the Civil War came, all the 5 civilized tribes in America fought with the side of the South.
Oh, you hear that? You hear that? These Native Americans were siding with the South, the Confederacy. They sided with them. Well, they wanted to keep us as slaves because, you know, the Native Americans were benefiting from it. Facts.
To prefer slavery because they didn't want to lose their money and wealth either. I still have blacks running around saying, well, I'm half Indian.
Oh.
Nobody wants to be black.
Nobody wants to be Yasharal. That's a fact.
A meeting of the 5 civilized tribes and found most tribes have kicked the blacks out.
That was
what? And these are the same FBA Negroes talking about we Native Americans, we indigenous to this land and all of this other stuff. If that's the case and we the same people And y'all might be like, what are the $5 Indians? Okay, so that means that there was original indigenous Americans that made it with the colonizer. And some of them probably got colonized. I ain't gonna deny that, right? But you have to explain to me, if we are the same people, if we are the same exact folk, why is it that they never lost their heritage, never lost their traditions, never lost what tribe they were from, never lost their customary practices? Because they ain't Israelites.
Was one of the things that the Creek people wanted to do was to get it back to where that the Muskogee Creek Indians would have full control.
The chief says there were no major
Son of Jacob, I believe that those Native Americans, indigenous Native Americans, I believe they were Hamites. I don't believe they were Negro at all.
complaints, but when the Cherokees did the same thing, 92-year-old Roger Nero filed a lawsuit.
And they just rejected this.
Chief Wilma Mankiller says she sympathizes that it was not her decision, but
my job now is to uphold the Constitution.
In the federal lawsuit and appeal, the Cherokees won. But among the Seminoles, the historically close relations between black and red have not changed.
We have 12 Indian bands and the 2 freedmen bands.
All right, we're going to keep this going. Chickasaw freedmen, Negroes, Chickasaw freedmen, Negroes enslaved by Indians. Okay? Indians. We're going to keep this moving, though, because there's more to get into.
The land, we have everything we need, except of the key to our hearts that is still missing.
Because it's really unimportant.
The Israelites and other free African Americans, workers, farmers, craftspeople, and Apatomater river boatmen, some labored alongside whites for equal wages. And this is, I believe this is, you know what, I'm not sure exactly. I know it's in the South somewhere where you can find the sign, and it talks about the Israelites. Let's see what else we got.
Oh, the promised land. The promised land. Promised land. Cleveland. No, Jasper. Baltimore.
Don't y'all play dominoes in Africa?
In the Gambia, we play Trivial Pursuit. You West Indians forget that you are direct descendants. Without us, you would not exist.
What's the other one? What's wrong? This other chorus. I had kind of a tough time.
Oh, yeah, I showed you guys this before.
With myself, Richard. I'm not sure you'd take to it.
Oh, sure I would. What's the subject?
Hebrew.
See? I mean, they put these little trinkets in these little shows and stuff.
I mean, know that in Ghana you have the Ashanti. I wonder if that's what inspired Ashanti.
Now, you can't tell me that this do not look like your cousin. Somewhere in y'all family, you got the Negro cousin with the dreads. That's always wearing a dang white beater. Every time y'all go to a family get-together, this Negro got his dreads and his white beater. You know what I'm saying?
You see me? But look at the rain, bro. Man need to head back ASAP, Rocky, you know? Look at all this rain.
So-called Negro culture in America.
The most tragic destruction of African culture was the destruction of the African culture brought to these shores, brought to America's shores. Now, the first thing they did was to forbid the drum, forbid all African ceremonies.
Yahuwah's Jewel said Israel Hills in Virginia. Okay, thank you so much for the clarification. I knew it was somewhere in the South, and it would make sense. It would be Virginia. I mean, that's where the ships first landed, which was Jamestown at the time, in 1619. But yeah, I knew it was somewhere south. I just couldn't think precisely to where it was. But thank you for the clarification.
Forbid African ornaments, literally.
That free less slaves in Carthage. Then you shall go to your living God as a dead man.
Wait, hold on. They depict Messiah as black? Hold on. Let me go back, because I missed that.
as they arrive, mother, brother, sister.
Let me see.
The gods, if you people aren't stubborn.
I will not.
Take her away. One less.
A break for the same pay. It's a terrific system, that is.
Listen, just do us a favour. Just get her off me back, all right? You can take the rest of the afternoon off as far as I'm concerned.
They've had their lunch, ain't they? I'll be back in an hour.
Oi!
What?
Do you want to know something?
What?
You got too much of this.
Yeah?
Yeah. Especially for a coon. I don't like monkeys who get too clever in my garage.
Devarim, Book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 46. And they shall be upon thee for a sign, and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever.
Just offer a pinch of incense. By the gods, if you people aren't stubborn.
I will not.
Take her away. One less slave. No, a baby makes two. I take it the husband will want the...
Oh, hold up. This supposed to be Joseph? Because she said that your baby will come back as a dead man. So this is Joseph and that's Mary. And you see, they are depicted as black. See, this is the type of movies we need to be seeing, man. I'm just saying our children need to be seeing it. And, shout out to people out there that make, do like the little animated series with the true Yahudim depictions, the true Israelite depictions and things like that. But even back then, bro, look at that. This Joseph right here, gang. All praises to the Most High.
The same fate. It is the living God that we serve. Make that 3 less slaves in Carthage. Then you shall go to your living God as a dead man.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Wow.
Is this him? The one who killed the peasant girl?
Yeah. Make sure he's confined with no other person.
You can count on me.
This man is about to die.
Unapologetic Real said that's TCA. He used to do great studies but fell off. Yeah, I know. Like we were just talking about that when we first started the stream about how he just went totally bonkers. But I used to watch him and his videos used to be really good.
Die. In a few moments, he'll be led to a public square bound to a stake and burned to death as a heretic. The year is 1755. The place, Lisbon, Portugal. Thousands bear witness. They've been told this man is Satan's servant.
Wow. And this is what, look, like you see the Christian cross, you see the white Jesus, okay? This is what they did to us when it came back to during the Roman Inquisition. Now, obviously, it still took place in other places. But when you read about the Portuguese Jews, the black Jews that were in Portugal and Spain, they did something called auto de fe, which is called an act of faith. And what it was is burning the Yahudim alive that did not convert to Christianity. This is what I'm saying. I think that the Gentiles misunderstand that our relationship with, the white Jesus and Christianity was not something that we chose. It was forced on us by death. So we have a different relationship with the white Jesus than you do. And, it wasn't forced on y'all. Y'all forced it on us, if anything. So when I see these Gentiles trying to Christianize me, I'm like, man, you know what? You just like your ancestors for real.
Your arrest is all part of this lie.
And I know some people are late because I had it set. Shalom to everybody. Shabbat shalom to everybody that's coming in. I had set this stream a little later on at like 1:30 or something. But sometimes I'm just gonna go early. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not really gonna announce it unless I do it in Discord. But yeah. So if y'all missed some of it, just make sure to catch the playback. But we're gonna be here for a while, so don't worry. There's more. We've honestly I've only shown a few things. We've just been watching this video and just skipping through different parts of it. But I still got way more to show you. So you haven't really missed too much. How long we been live anyway? Let me check. We've been on live, dang, an hour? Holy moly. Shout out to Yahuwah 89. Shabbat Shalom, fam. Good to see you. All praises. Let me see. I'm shouting out other people that's here that I haven't shouted out yet. Tiffany's here. Shabbat Shalom, sis. Robin's here. Shabbat Shalom. Queen Raya's here. Shabbat Shalom. Akila. Shabbat Shalom. Let's see. Raya is here. Shabbat Shalom. Yeah, there she is. Raya. Shabbat Shalom. Akinya. Shabbat Shalom. I think I got everybody. Okay, cool. All right, let's keep going. Still got a lot more to get through.
And about obedience.
Indeed, gentlemen, she's in fine condition. She made the entire trip above decks like a fine lady. You'll find no marks. She's young, she's supple, she's strong. Posture, boy, posture. Use her to wash, to weave, to plow, to sow, what you will. Good investment, gentlemen. Put her to it, and she'll raise you a fine litter of pickaninnies.
Bro. I ain't gonna lie. I had to stop watching some of these slave movies. Because sometimes, bro, it be making me want to uprise against these people. And I'm gonna show y'all something in a minute. We still got a lot more to get to, but yeah, I'm probably gonna have to pick this video apart and use some more of it. What the heck? What is this? Ew, what is this? What the hell is this? Oh, wait, he's talking about not mixing with them nations? Okay, I think we need to play that.
Even that they all married wives after their own kindred, and were blessed in their children, and their seed shall inherit the land.
Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shall I take unto thy son. Right. And, this scripture, though, I think you got to be careful about, because this is talking about the Canaanite tribes. But that doesn't mean you should still be mixing with these people. Okay? Because think about it. I want y'all to really, really think about this. Okay? When Yahuwah said that you will be brought into a nation whose tongue you don't understand, and you shall betroth a woman who is the black woman, and another man shall lay with her. That's a curse. That is a curse, that these men would take our black women and lay their seed in them. Okay? That is a curse that, that would happen. So I don't understand why y'all are choosing to lay with the calling. I have a hard time wrapping my mind around the fact that people would choose to do this. You feel what I'm saying? And a lot of them are only doing it because they're trying to survive. Okay? Because they realize without the black man, black woman, they can't survive. They need that melanin. So if Yahuwah said it was a curse that these people would lay their seed up in the woman, violate the black woman, then why would you choose to marry them? I'm just saying. Make it make sense. Well, they're in Yahusha. That don't mean a dang thing, bro. Tell them to go find a Gentile. If they a Gentile, Gentiles need to marry Gentiles. Yahudim need to marry Israelites. Israelites, Yahudim. That's just what it is, bro. That's the way the Most High wanted it to be. He wanted a Bari children being born. That's why he got to cleanse our blood, because of slavery. And, because of these people mixing their nasty seed with us. You feel what I'm saying? And now y'all going to choose to continue to have babies with these people? That's crazy, guys. That's crazy. I'm just saying, man. All right, let's keep it going.
Notice, if you will, the half-caste child. And there are ever-increasing numbers of them. Now, what is to happen to them? Are we to allow the creation of an unwanted third race? Should the coloreds be encouraged to go back to the black? Or
Debaria says because they don't know who they are. I mean, that's partially true, but sometimes it's not. Trust me, you got Negroes out here still messing with them folk. All right? Still marrying them folk, still having babies with them folk, knowing that they Israelites. You know what I'm saying? And they be the first ones to you know what I'm saying, say that we wrong for saying Esau's the white man, because they don't want to accept that that's what them people are.
Or should they be advanced to white status and be absorbed in the white population?
That the Jews are priests to nations, and it's easier to be a priest to nations when there's multiple nations to intermediary between. and that could come in any factor. But generally, like as a believing Jew, we believe we have some role as a priest to nation, and that historically might have came out in intermediary as commerce, as middlemen of business, banking, real estate. But the essential function of being an intermediary between nations is obviously easier to fill among many nations, and also just the safety factor that when it's just one larger host population, it's easy for them to, God forbid, turn against us. But if there's a whole bunch of different populations together, they have to find unity amongst each other to be able to turn against us. So, I mean, to me, that just seemed pretty straight logic. Vince, I was surprised that Vince was surprised.
We're in serious trouble. If we don't see the threat, we are in serious trouble. Down at the Black Caucus, they were giving all the statistics. 66% of Black children being born in single-family households. That's not to demean that household. White supremacy is saying, I'm taking away the conditions for enhancing Black masculinity. I'm taking away the conditions through which you might produce soldiers to carry on activity on your side of the chessboard.
We have prison, death. What else to make us unavailable to Black women? Yes, homosexual.
See, I'm just taking you through this history, y'all. I'm just we're taking you through these things because I need y'all Black men to understand all these agendas that they've done to separate you from the Black woman. Once you understand history, bro, once you understand how they've done this and the many ways in which they've done this, just like the many ways in which they unalive you, the many ways in which they get you to hate yourself, it's the same thing when it comes to separating you from from your own people and not wanting to marry them and all these things. Okay? So once you understand all these things and you understand that their hand has been in damn near everything.
Sexuality, as you said earlier, 1 of every 9 men in this country are homosexual. Where else? Yes.
Hospitalized, institutionalized.
Okay, so institutionalization, and there's not only in terms of hospitals, but also mental institutions, and of course, when they get released, many times being homeless. There's still one other large popular area. Thimby?
They marry white women.
Okay, interracial marriages.
Yes.
Welcome back to Tokyo, LA. We're here.
I've shown y'all this video before, but this white woman says, oh, I want a Black man because I need melanin and my children need melanin in their skin so they can survive. I'm gonna let them say it out their own mouths just in case y'all didn't get the message loud and clear.
With
Emily B.
Emily B. Where are you from, Emily?
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. That's awesome. So for you, Black guys or white guys?
Black guys.
Can you elaborate as to why specifically Black guys?
Yes, Black guys are melanated, and I want my children to survive. And I know that the only way for them to survive in the future is for them to have melanin in their skin. So that's the way for me to, make my legacy continue.
Okay, I like that answer. That's actually a really unique answer. We were here yesterday. We didn't encounter that answer yet.
Question 1. What is your race/ethnicity?
Okay, I am Black American.
I'm Native American, full-blood Cherokee Indian. Question.
He enslaved your people! Oh, sorry.
2. Was this your first time dating outside of your race?
For me, no.
What? Oh, man. I'm not. I can't. Oh, my. I guess the Black man just ain't good enough for you, sis.
As for me, no as well.
Mm-hmm.
Question 3. What is the most challenging thing about dating interracially?
I would say just dealing with people that don't agree with interracial dating.
Oh, okay. People that don't agree with it. It's not your experiences as a Black woman and a system that's working directly against you and everybody that looks like you that panders to people like him. That's not the hardest part. And him not understanding your struggle as a Negro, as a Black woman here in this crusty country. It's people disagreeing with it. It's people being pro keeping our people in high numbers, following the commandments of the Most High, loving our people as the Most High says to do. It's because we disagree with it. That's the hardest part about dating him. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Crazy gang. Hey, family, please hit the like button if you are enjoying the show.
You may get some uncomfortable looks, comments, and judgments. My husband spoils me. He's sweet. He's kind. I can be myself. We can.
Well, wait, so you make it seem as if the Black man will not spoil you, as if the Black man will not treat you well, as if the Black man will not protect you. Because as soon as the Civil War goes down, I'm telling you, all of y'all in these interracial marriages, interracial relationships, all of that, when the Civil War goes down, which it is, it will. Oh, trust me, it's on the playbook. Or out of chaos. When it goes down, don't expect these people to be fighting by your side. Okay, when their family starts putting pressure on them, like I told you not to mix with them people, I told you not to be with them Black bastards. When they say that, right? And then because the family putting the pressure on them, they're gonna run off to go join with their family, and they're gonna leave you behind to fight your own battles. And I guarantee you, if you with a white woman or you with a white man, there's parts of their family that already hate you, and they're waiting for the perfect opportunity to go after you. I'm just saying, why would you choose that? Why? I mean, I'm trying to get y'all to use y'all brains here. Ah, boy.
And just laugh at each other.
That's the Clandis Owens. Clandis Owens.
My wife is wonderful. She's special.
I call her Clandis. Look at that. Look at that. You see that? Oh my gosh.
She's sweet. She takes good care of me.
She just seems like the Clandis type. You know, very prissy, kind of bourgeois, you know, those bourgeois Negroes. And she ain't one of them type of bourgeois Negroes. They might be bourgeois Negroes, but they still believe in Black families. But she a different type of bourgeois.
What more could I ask for?
Now I want to pause. Well, like today, see, a lot of people today, a lot of mixed kids growing up today, think it was always fashionable to have little mixed race babies. Contrary to popular belief, it was not. And in the 80s, if you were a white woman or man, but particularly woman, because that's what most of the mixing was, and you decided to have a baby with those folks, you
look at that. Beauty and the Beast. You got a white woman, and they call him the Black man the Beast. I just want y'all to see this. From the publisher of Mandingo. That's another racial term, by the way.
You had to accept that the only people that were going to chat to you to a certain degree.
How sleeps the beast, and then you got a white woman lusting after a Black man, and that's usually how it went. And most of the time, if I'm being honest with you guys, the Negro didn't even want them in slavery. They would force themselves on the Negro, and if the Negro refused, then she would scream, "Oh, he raped, he raped, he raped." The man Negro, the girl white, the payoff lynch. And this was oftentimes that she just didn't like the Negro. She didn't even have to try to lust after him. She could just say he did this. And then the lynching. Okay? And this is still happening today. Let's just keep that in mind, family.
If you lived in it out, we're going to be Black people. And it's a weird thing about our community that sometimes I think we're too accepting. If I'm honest with you, there's like almost it creates a situation where if a white person enters a room and they don't receive red carpet, that becomes persecution. Black people ain't always nice to each other, so we don't always have to be nice to you.
Frank says, I think the beast is the woman. For her to be on that kind of time, I would have to agree with you. All right. Akeem Yah says, facts always say a ton of us were raped during. Yeah, we were the ones that was being assaulted by them women. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times they would do things to us that we didn't want. And we had to play along with it, or, you know, she was going to tell her husband, her slave master husband, you did this to me. So a lot of times Black men were abused because of the power dynamic the white woman had over the Black man. So a lot of times they just submitted to it, even though they didn't actually desire her in any kind of way. But that's not talked about very often.
Determines personal behavior.
Umar Johnson, look at that. Back then he had the low cut. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have the whole Afrocentric hairstyle. He just had the low cut back then. But he was speaking that truth back then even.
If you value
the African liberation struggle, there's nothing a white woman could do that'll make you fall for her because your priorities are in order. We don't want to take responsibility for our own behavior. And then we get a whole army full of biracial African children. But when your mother is white, it's hard to be unapologetically African. When your mother is white, it's hard to be African family first. When your mother is white, it's hard to say all white people are racist. Because you love one.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. That's going to hurt some people. That's going to hurt, but it's the truth. Listen, if your mom is white, you are taught to love the white woman, okay? If you are a black woman, or your dad is black but you got a white mom, you were taught to love the white woman. So then you have to automatically attach to not all white people are racist, or you have to attach the idea that there can be good white people. And I'm not saying there isn't, but off top you already have that bias. You feel what I'm saying? So when the black man who was raised by Negro parents or in Negro circles and never had that experience with the white woman, it's different for them because they didn't have that experience that you had, and you were taught by your Negro father or your Negro mother, whichever it is, right, to automatically have from birth to have an affinity for them. So then the children grow up confused because they might think of this as their mother or their father who's white, but then they go out into the real world and see the people that look like your mother or your father that's white don't treat you the way that they do. And then there's even people who are biracial that they say that their white mother or their white dad is racist. So just keep that in mind. I want y'all to think about all of this. Put all this into perspective. Put every bit of it in perspective.
And this is why black men gotta stop making babies with non-African women, because you're creating a whole population of babies who look like us but are loyal to them.
So literally, I'm a Cherokee, I'm a Blackfoot, I'm a Red-tailed Indian. That's what's in my blood. So literally, I'm a Cherokee, I'm a Blackfoot, I'm a Red-tailed Indian. That's what's in my blood. And the other is mixed with European.
We gotta belittle his name, y'all. Say one of his family members white. No. Say he married to a white woman. Like, that's gonna bring down my credibility somehow. Even if and look,
his wife is mixed race, Jewish, multi-ethnic, Negro, white, and Indian. What the heck?
I'm talking about even if that was true, how would that bring my credibility down?
Woo! Loyal to them.
That the condo was in a bad neighborhood. Relax.
The condo is in a rather poor majority black neighborhood.
Wait, hold on. That was Dane Calloway? Yahudi Blue, sis. That was Dane Calloway? Hold on, let me go back. That was Dane Calloway, gang? Sis, was that Dane Calloway? I'm trying to make sure. I didn't know that was him. Let me go back.
But are loyal to them.
That the condo was in a bad.
Let me find it.
No.
That is Dane Calloway. Oh, snaps. This is the Negro that y'all are listening to that's telling you a damn Native American while also admitting he got white and Indian. Okay, so when he talking about Native Americans, he talking about the mixed breed Native Americans, because he be trying to say, well, they're black, but you claim that you are not even full black. You're not even full Negro. You'll say you're Native American or Indigenous American before you say you're Negro. So I need y'all to understand that when you're following this clown right here, notice he don't say nothing about Yasharal. Notice he don't make no ties to the Bible. He is trying to get you to denounce your Abari heritage, your Hebrew heritage. Okay? And I want y'all to think about that in seriousness. Because there are so many people right now claiming to be Negroes so they could take your birthright. People who ain't even black, by the way. But you're going to willingly give it up because you want to be another nation? That's crazy, gang. All the blessings and promises that's written about you, and you want to give it up for this Negro right here who can't even connect it to the Bible, and he ain't even married to a black woman? Come on, y'all. Yahudi Blue says he has 500,000 followers. He laughed at me when I said that we Yasharal. Oh, this destroys your credibility for me, gang. Akila says, I have no idea who he is. Says he's like a dude that's been teaching that we're Native Americans and we're indigenous to this land. I've never fallen for his stuff because I know who I am and Yahusha. I know the Bible, but a lot of Negroes have been watching him and believing that the Native Americans are Negroes and this is our true land and we've always been here. That there was no slave ships. We weren't brought from Africa, and that's why you see so many Negroes talking about they're indigenous, they're FBA, they're all of this. So you've got agents, bro. You've got agents that are, leading people down these paths.
Say he married to a white woman. Like, that's going to bring down my credibility.
You married to a white woman, gang. It brings down your credibility. It brings down your credibility all the way for me. I mean, I don't even watch you, so it's like you ain't got no credibility in my eyes. But it does. Because how? Nigga, why? Like
somehow, even if and look, I'm talking about even if that was true, how would that bring my credibility down?
A whole population of babies who look like
Semitism because it's wrong, it's unjust, and it's evil.
A whole population of babies who look like us but are loyal to them.
But once again, like I said,
that's him again right here. That's Dan Calloway.
There's nothing wrong with working with Jews.
What? Now, keep in mind, he calls the fake Khazarians Jews, and he says there's nothing wrong with working with them. This is what I'm talking about. When you don't tie the truth of who we are to the Bible, you don't realize that them people is our enemies, and you say it's nothing wrong with working with them. Homie, what? Maybe because these indigenous Native Americans you connect yourself to have no problem with the white Jews. But the Israelites, we got big problems with Amalek. And so many Negroes look past goofy stuff like this that comes out this man's mouth.
Because it's not all of them that stand against certain things that we would like to get done. So I wouldn't turn my nose up to that, because you can't put everything on everybody. It's not certain. Okay, for example, my agenda might not be your agenda. You see what I'm saying? So you can't say just because my agenda is my agenda that all of the people that follow me agree with my agenda.
A whole population shall have sexual rights to her on the night of her wedding.
I think it's all of it.
How do you sleep at night taking money from widows and orphans? How do you sleep at night taking money from people who cannot afford food and bread because Jesus will bless them? For the past 15 years, they've been giving their offerings to you and their lives have not changed. What is the problem? Because you don't have faith. You don't have faith. When I'm fundis, do you have faith in collecting money from us? So we need to understand and deconstruct the whole picture and ideology of this white Messiah. And as long as we worship a white Messiah, my submission to you is that we are not worshiping the truth of the text.
Yes.
This is an academic exercise we're doing here.
That's what I'm saying, man. When we talk about Yahushua HaMashiach and we say, well, the white Jesus is a lie, it's not so much about color. I mean, color does play a role in it because they whitewashed him. It's about worshiping a false deity, okay? The Most High don't want us worshiping other deities. And if you a Gentile and you claim to be in the truth, you worshiping a white Messiah, you see white Jesus, you see Zeus, you see Hercules, you see all these deities. See, you gotta understand it's the same deity, it's the same devil, just with different names and different cultures. But nonetheless, when you see that white man with the beard, okay, that is Zeus. That is another deity. You're worshiping another god, so to speak. So you can't know the Most High. You can't know the Most High if you worshiping Zeus. You're worshiping another deity, bro. That's the truth of the matter. Amiya Yakiada says, what video is this? These are just a compilation of videos from Thoughts Camera Action back when he had the channel. All these videos are gone, but this I found on Facebook.
If you want to be true to the text, please, I bought a can of Coke. Can I drink the Coke? can I drink the Coke? Don't tell me just drink as long as you are drinking. I said I want Coke.
Men that have hyper.
Look at this. That's a lot of these Negro Christians nowadays, man. They don't want to let the white Jesus go. I'm just saying, I don't understand how, knowing the Messiah was a Negro and he's coming back to liberate us and set us free and restore us back as one nation, and he gonna fight for the Negroes. I don't understand why you want to hold on to someone who's not gonna fight for you. Okay, the white Jesus is only fighting for the Caucasian. Okay, the white Jesus is teaching you lawlessness. The white Jesus tells Christians that they replaced you. Why are you holding on to this? All this time y'all put trust in all these other black men, you know what I'm saying, that were not able to liberate you. But yet Yahuwah sent a black man to liberate you. And y'all don't want him. Y'all want the white man to liberate you. That's crazy, cuz. That is really crazy to me.
Protective provider instinct are not men that are kissing up to a white Jesus. And that's why we have to do that cross analysis.
Right.
We start talking about the men that we should procreate with. That's something I talk about in the book.
You know, they say, if you want to hide something from a nigga,
put it in a book.
Place it in a book.
Facts.
You see, our culture and identity are real things our real enemies took in this war waged on black lives. I mean, if only America's hatred was past tense. If only our enemies weren't still kneeling on our necks. If only these wrongs could be made right, brothers and sisters. Obeying our God is the only thing that will save us from our plight, my people. It is 2020. When will we recognize that our answer ain't white?
Well, that's truth. All truth.
We are living at a time in which white people are.
Okay, now I want y'all to understand what this man is about to say. The reason why these Europeans and these Europeans go so hard for Donald Trump is really because they're scared. Okay, they are afraid that they are going extinct. They know they're going extinct. They see the writing on the wall, and they're holding on to this little bit of power that they have, hoping he will bail them out, okay, and make things easier for them. But we know what's written about Edom. Now let's watch this.
Monk Skeezes. He's a Garveyite. Yes? And when he came last Christmas, he told me all about black folks in history. Well, go on. Well, he said that black folks were once the most powerful people on earth. So I asked him about Christ, if maybe he was black. What did he say? Well, he said no one knew for sure. But then all of a sudden, I knew. Knew what, Aaron? That he had to be a black man. Why? Why did he have to be black? 'Cause everyone's saying he was so kind of not ever seen any white people be. So when I painted this picture, I couldn't help but paint Christ black, because that's what makes sense to me.
Thank you, Aaron. You may return to your seat.
Wow, powerful.
Real problem.
I would use that soundbite in the song. I would definitely use that soundbite in the song, for real, especially on this new album, Kwame Yasharal. Facts.
What is this, James? 2 decades, there will be 7 billion human beings on this planet. Most of them brown, yellow, or black. All of them hungry. All of them determined to love. They'll swarm out of their breeding grounds into Europe and North America. Hence Vietnam. An all-out effort there will give us control of South Asia for decades to come. And with proper planning, we can reduce the population to 550 million by the end of the century. I know. I've seen the data.
Sound rather like gods.
Sound like Georgia Guidestones, anybody? Maintain humanity under 500 million? Yeah.
Reading the Doomsday Book, don't we?
That's Esau right there. And remember I told y'all about the movie about Jacob, and it depicts the Israelites as black. Well, this is Esau. And this is like the biblical, I think this is closer to a biblical depiction than people say he's the Caucasian, but this is him right here.
Congo majai ma pensoro Congo bena abi kominga jojuru do yere kana katanyere firi.
Yeah, Kiera, I gotta find what the title of the movie is. I don't remember what it's called. I think it's here on YouTube. I gotta find it.
Sufela makono nin su kora be Dominique.
Yakuba.
Dogoni mandi. Bideli. Congo be nyini ngam faka. Ke faka. Oh, sake. Ne sara ne tina ke lu denche folo yo. Ni bode fe. Ota. Mmago fuere to koraina. Iga sonna ji dodia. E dale ka fode.
Rubbish. Yahoo.
But if you're talking about historical fact, what do you believe?
Well, look, you know the term, oh, Jesus? Well, that's what he is. He's Irish.
He love me? Nigga, what? Well, I mean, maybe Jesus is.
Judgment came upon them. Don't be arrogant to think that you, Gentiles, strangers, aliens, white evangelicals, are above my judgment. That's part of that arrogance that I'm telling you about, that white evangelicals believe they are above discipline or judgment or being held accountable by God for the injustices of our hearts, actions, and the nation.
Help me connect the dots. So remind me of what the two things are that they believe that sort of separates them.
And this is Christian apologist. What does he call himself? Vocab Malone. He loves to make videos attempting to disprove that Negroes are the true Israelites. You know, these Christians, you know how these Christians like to disprove who we are, and they do such a bad job at it when you got Negroes like me doing 4-hour, 5-hour teachings on this, proving it. But, you know, they always look past the evidence.
It almost sounds like they just identify as Jews.
Yeah.
Or like the true Jewish people.
They, by and large, discount DNA evidence. Unless it's convenient to their position, they think it's friendly towards it, they usually discount it. So if I ever mention
it
DNA
sounds
evidence,
just like confirmation bias, just on the face of it.
Yeah, sometimes they'll say things like this. Well, most of the big testing companies are owned by Jews, and they're trying to hide the truth from us because they're ethnic and religious imposters.
That's interesting, because I thought the ancestry companies were actually owned by the Mormons.
Mormons own a lot of them. They're incorrect. The companies are not all owned by Jews. It's not even accurate.
Okay.
But and sometimes they'll say, well, it's still a new science, and they're figuring out things and all that.
Long-haired, bearded Jesus. There's no such person.
Or it's retcon.
All right, we're going to keep it going, y'all.
To move to Israel?
Yes.
That I died 20 years ago.
All right, we're going to move on. We're going to move on, bro. We spent a lot of time on that video. I ain't going to even lie because there's so much information in it. Okay, this one is funny. So Amalek right here got read by this Yahudi black woman. Let me make sure the sound's on before I play it. Hold on, y'all. Okay, all right, cool. Okay, so let me switch over to this tab. Sound is on. All praises. All right, let's watch this black woman get this old heathen together right here. Turn the sound on. Here we go.
Talk about how we're God's chosen people. We have to look the world straight in the eye.
Okay, look us straight in the eye. Shame your father and tell the truth. You came over on slave ship? No. When did y'all lose y'all heritage and memory? Nope. Did anybody ever separate you and sell your children? No. Did your ancestors stick their hand in their bosom and turned? Wait a minute. You already... Let me see. Y'all own everything. Control the banks. Y'all oppressed right now, though? I'm still trying to remember. When did y'all lose y'all memory? Because y'all know who y'all are. Know where you came from. But it says that the children of Israel wouldn't know who they are. and they would wake up in the land of their
Captivity. Right.
But you know who you are. Own the banks and everything. Control. Nah. You tell the world who you not by telling them who you are. Rev 2939.
Max, all praises. She was like, did any of y'all people put your hand in your bosom and turn? Wait a minute. You're already white. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, fam, let's keep it going. All right. Now I want to talk about the colonizers. Oops. Oh, snaps. I did not mean to do that. Let me go back. Okay. So this woman is talking about these people and their inhibition to just colonize everything. And I'm going to explain to you why. There's something in their DNA. And I'm not just talking about the Nephilim and all that. There's something else. And it does prove they're not the original humans. Okay. But we'll get to that after we watch a little bit of this. Let me unmute this, make sure the sound's on before I play it. All right, here we go.
Now, I am seeing way too many videos of people going over to other people's countries and trying to colonize, meaning get away from us. This is our land. And I'm just in complete awe, just completely disregard for the community, for the locals, for their economy and everything. And I've seen in Mexico, St. Lucia, Jamaica, we know the whole South Africa. And I'm proud of the ones that have stood up. Jamaica, stand up. But I'm proud of the ones, South Africa, stand up. But I'm proud of the ones that have actually stood up and said, oh, no, you ain't doing that here. This is not your country. And you're not going to come over here and colonize because for whatever reason, they just can't help themselves. And
I'm going to explain that in a second why they have that in their blood. It's something genetic.
St. Lucia really did a big one. And the biggest piece of that puzzle that people aren't recognizing is that the law enforcement is on the side of the people. I know we're not used to seeing that here in America. That's like, whoa, what? Yes, they're actually on the side of the people. So they didn't have law enforcement trying to go to war with the locals over colonizers and the land that they own, when in reality, if they wanted to, all them people and the law enforcement could bust up in their house and be like, get out. And they won't have a choice but to leave because it's their country. But let me tell y'all something. That type of behavior, you're shooting yourself in the foot. The perception of Western society is flipping, like on its head. And people are really getting tired of it. They're being tired of being taken advantage of, being on the bottom, being oppressed, so on and so forth. They're tired of the system altogether and poverty. And it's really all because of one group of people. So two groups of people. And so what's happening is we see what's going on in America. We see the downturn in our economy, in our society, in our perception. Everything is on the downturn. What's going to happen is when people really start to get up and leave America, which they're already doing, but when people really start to flee because there is no more surviving here, these other countries, which is already happening, by the way, they're going to look at what y'all did to America, what y'all did to the people that were indigenous there, the real Native Americans, the ones that look more like me, and the African Americans, the ones, the true Jews, the true Hebrews that were brought through Africa to America. When they start to see what y'all did, they're going to look at you and be like, no, you can't come here. You can't come here. We see what happens when you guys invade. We see no. And they're going to say, no Americans. It's already happening, by the way. That's why now they're making you apply for visas before you come to their country instead of just using your passport like it used to be. But they're going to say no Americans. And now I'm like, but we didn't even do that. We didn't even do nothing. I'm like thinking like, I hope they don't mean this kind of American. Like, we didn't do it. It wasn't us. So either.
All right, now let me show y'all something. Now, I think it's important that you guys understand. A lot of people, I hear a lot of people say that Europeans don't have melanin. You have two types of melanin mainly. You got other types of melanin too, but I'm going to give you a little bit of a lesson on melanin because this plays a role in it, okay? So every Yahudi that is in here has eumelanin, EUMELANIN, okay? And this is what gives you your darker brown complexion, caramel brown complexion. It is black people's melanin, eumelanin. Now, Europeans have what's called pheomelanin, okay? And it says pheomelanins impart a range of yellowish to reddish colors. This is where you get pale skin from, okay? Red hair people, okay? Ginger haired people, people like her. Now, let me show you something. So I went to ChatGPT. Oh, man, it's not here no more. Okay, hold on, y'all. Let me bring it back up. Give me a second. If you look, if I go to ChatGPT, right, and I type in let me type this in real quick. I want to show you something because this ties to melanin. So let me show you this first thing. Look at this. It says pheomelanin is a type of pigment that contributes to lighter hair colors such as red, blonde, as well as lighter skin tones. People of Caucasian descent, particularly those with red or blonde hair, often have higher levels of pheomelanin. This pigment is more commonly found in individuals with certain genetic backgrounds, including those from Northern and Western Europe, the Caucasus. However, it's important to note that pigmentation can vary widely among individuals regardless of their ethnic background. So you can see that this is common in Caucasian people. Now, what's interesting about this, though, is pheomelanin is also found in animals. Why do you think they're so barbaric? Why do you think they have animalistic nature? Because they have the melanin that's found in animals. Let me show you. Let me just ask ChatGPT to give me 100 examples of animals with pheomelanin. So the original man, woman, and child, they had eumelanin, okay? The Negroes, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it would make sense that their melanin would not be what we have because they were not the original creation. They were not created by the Most High, okay? They were created by the fallen because of the genetic mutation. This genetic mutation caused pheomelanin. And these are animals here that have this pheomelanin stuff, okay? Let me just read some of them to you. You got the red fox, the golden retriever, the cheetah, the red panda, the Bengal cat, the phoenix fox, scarlet macaw, flame-colored tanager, red-tailed hawk, American robin, Eurasian red squirrel, red deer. So that red or that white or that pheomelanin is actually found in animals. Huh. Interesting. And they want me to believe that they're the original people of this earth? They are not a creation of Yahuwah. I'm sorry, they're not. They have the same type of melanin that only Yahuwah put in animals. Huh. How about that? Oh, look at that. The capuchin monkey, the red kangaroo, the spotted hyena, red-bellied woodpecker, Atlantic salmon, even some fish. Yes. Red-breasted woodpecker, red-throated loon. Yeah, you got all these different types of animals that also have the pheomelanin that the Caucasians have. Yeah. Very, very interesting. So, you know, it's just certain, you know, when Yahuwah reveals certain things, certain truths will come out, certain things will, you know, be brought to the forefront. And again, to everyone who is Gentile, who is European, you know, it's nothing against you. It's just certain truths are going to come out throughout all this. And I believe Yahuwah is allowing these things to come out to test the heart of the Gentile that says that they accept the truth. No. I'm not saying that the animals are not a creation of Yahuwah. I'm saying that the Caucasian is not. Because when you read the scriptures, the Bible says Yahuwah made man in his image. So if Yahuwah is Negro or black, or would be considered black, if Yahusha's black, if Adam and Eve were black, only Negroes or melanated people were made in his image. Caucasian people were not. Caucasian people came to be from the fallen angels. The fallen angels mixed flesh with spirit, and it created a genetic mutation that caused people to have pale skin. That's not the same, though, as like somebody that has that's albino, right? Because an albino would still be a Negro. They just have lack of pigmentation in their skin, but they're still Negroes. Right? Because you can have two dark-skinned parents that have dark-skinned sons and then one son that's completely albino, Africans. You can see it all the time. So yeah, the Caucasian is not a creation of the Most High. I'm saying that pheomelanin was originally meant for animals. That's what I'm saying. Pheomelanin was originally meant for animals. But the fact that Caucasians have that proves that they're not the original people of this earth. All right, let's keep it going. This is a little bit of information about the Arab slave trade. Make sure it sounds on.
Okay. Of almost 1400 years has been astounding. That is, until now. The greatest tragedy about this particular subject is that most of the descendants of African slavery, the black people in the Americas, around the world, as well as among the African blacks, are totally ignorant of the actual facts. Before we lose the concentration of our listeners, I would like to make the following statement and then prove it. That the worst, most inhumane and most diabolical institution of the black African slave trade was initiated.
And I don't think a lot of people understand, but like look at this Arab. Look how dark-skinned he is. This speaks to the level of the covering up about the true Ishmaelites, right? The descendants of Abraham. Because Ishmael, I want y'all to understand that if you remember the story of Joseph, who was Joseph first sold to? This is a biblical question. Let me see if y'all can answer this question, because most people get it wrong. Who did Joseph first get sold to by his brothers? Let me see if y'all know the truth about this. I'm gonna wait to see what y'all say. Who did Joseph's brothers first sell him to? Think about the question before you answer, because I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all gonna get it wrong. Okay, I see some correct answers here. The Ishmaelites. Some people think it's the Egyptians. It couldn't have been Benjamin, because Benjamin had not been born yet, and he was the baby brother of Joseph and Jacob's sons. But it was the Ishmaelites. It was Ishmael. So a lot of people forget the fact that Ishmael was a son of Abraham. He was Abraham's first son before Isaac. So the original Ishmaelites were also a dark-skinned people. But if you look at Psalms 83, it literally says that the Ishmaelites would sell you, or that they would take crafty counsel against you. Let me go there real quick. Psalms 83. The Ishmaelites are listed amongst the nations that would take crafty counsel against you so that your name could be remembered no more. Let's go to Psalms 83 real quick. Because I want you to understand that what took place with the Arab slave trade is a fulfillment of this. Okay, let's look at this. And see how your enemies growl, how their foes okay, you know what? Hold on. Let me go to I hate the NIV version. We'll just go with KJV, I guess. Actually, let's do Amplified. Okay. All right. For behold your enemies, this is Psalms or Tahalim 83. For behold your enemies are in tumult, and those who hate you have raised their heads in hatred of you. They concoct crafty schemes against your people and conspire together against your hidden and precious ones. Yasharal. They have said, come and let us wipe them out as a nation. Let the name of Yasharal be remembered no more. For they have conspired together with one mind against you, and they make a covenant. The tents of Edom and the Ishmaelites of Moab and the Hagarites, Gabal, Ammon, Amalek, Philistine, and the inhabitants of Tyre. But you see, Ishmaelites is right here, okay? So we understand that the Ishmaelites would also take crafty counsel against you. And this is where you get the Arab slave trade. So let's watch this video real quick. So I want to show scripture to support this.
Refined, perpetrated, and implemented by the Mohammedan Arabs, and later aided and abetted by the black converts to Mohammedan Islam. In fact, the very word slavery has its root in the name Slav, based upon the Slavic peoples of Europe who were subjugated by other Europeans. It is not common knowledge that the Arabic word abd is...
Hey, look, let me say this real quick, y'all. No disrespect to you guys. If a person is not here and doesn't show up and is in the Discord, just leave it at that. Okay? Don't bring up their name. Don't mention them. All right? All right.
Is synonymous with the meaning of slave. For example, Abdullah means literally the slave of Allah, and that in the language of the Arabs, all black peoples are called abid, plural, for slaves. While much has been written concerning the transatlantic slave trade, surprisingly little attention has been paid to the Islamic slave trade across the Sahara, the Red Sea, and the Indian Ocean. While the European involvement in the African transatlantic slave trade to the Americas lasted for just over 3 centuries, the Arab involvement in the African slave trade has lasted 14 centuries. The birth of Mohammedan Islam and its conquests brought about the birth of institutionalized, systematized, and religiously sanctioned slave trade on a massive and global scale. In fact, the Quran allows the taking of slaves as booty or reward for wars of aggression.
Oh, you hear that? The Quran allows you to take slaves for usury and things of that nature
Against any and all unbelievers. Incredible and heinous abuses.
So what happened to the real Ishmaelites, and who are the light-skinned people currently calling themselves descendants of Ishmael? So the real Ishmaelites are still in Palestine. Many of them have been hidden from the media, covered up, hidden from the world to know about them. Many of them got colonized when the Khazars came into that land. But there are many still there. You know, they consider themselves Afro. If you look up Afro-Palestinians, those people would be some of them are descendants of Ishmael. Some of them are actually Hebrews, or not Hebrews, but Israelites. A lot of the pale-faced ones you see today are really an example of Turkic Mongols. They are Turkic people that came and colonized Palestine. So it's like I said, there's a cover-up. Just like there's a cover-up of there being Afro-Puerto Ricans and Afro-Cubans and things of that nature, it's the same thing. If you go and you look up indigenous dark-skinned Palestinians, you will find the Ishmaelites. You will find evidence of those people existing. But yeah.
Have occurred throughout the history of Mohammedan Islam. By the Middle Ages, the Arabic word abid was in general used to denote a black slave. Ibn Khaldun, 1332 to 1406, the preeminent Islamic medieval historian and social thinker, wrote, "The Negro nations are, as a rule, submissive to slavery because they have attributes that are quite similar to dumb animals." It should also be noted that black slaves were castrated based on the assumption that the blacks had an ungovernable sexual appetite. When the Fatimid Caliphate came to power in Egypt, they slaughtered all the tens of thousands of black military slaves and raised an entirely new slave army. Some of these slaves were conscripted into the army at age 10. From Persia to Egypt to Morocco, slave armies from 30,000 to up to 250,000 became commonplace. The Islamic slave trade took place across the Sahara Desert, from the coast of the Red Sea, and from East Africa across the Indian Ocean. The Trans-Sahara trade was conducted along 6 major slave routes. A comparison of the Islamic slave trade to the American slave trade reveals some extremely interesting contrasts. While 2 out of every 3 slaves shipped across the Atlantic were men, the proportions were reversed in the Islamic slave trade. 2 women for every man were enslaved by the market. All
right, we're gonna keep it moving. Okay, let's see. Now sometimes we talk about the ancient Egyptians, because like I said, once you can admit they're black, then you gotta admit Yasharal is. So this is just a video of this white guy talking about the ancient Egyptians.
You know that the Egyptians could not distinguish Joseph from their own people. Let's take that into context. Egypt is a state, a country in Africa. So African people, they would be looking like them. They could not distinguish Joseph from the Egyptian. That means that he was as dark as the Egyptians and had the Egyptian African-like features. Again, Joseph's brothers, when they came to him, if the Jews were pale skinned like the Israelites that we see in Israel now, Joseph's brothers would have been able to distinguish him from the other Egyptians. However, when they came to buy grain from him in the great famine in Genesis 40:44, they could not distinguish Joseph from the native Egyptians. Ponder on that. Did you?
Pretty self-explanatory, right? Now, I don't know if this is the full video of this white guy. Okay, so this is this pastor talking about us being the Israelites and stuff, but you have to chew up the meat and spit out the bones, because he tells a lot of half-truths too, talking about, well, some of them were black. No, every dang one of us was black, but, you know, chew up the meat and spit out the bones.
How many would agree that I am not black? Can I get a witness? Somebody, amen. Praise God. Pretty white to me. Can I get an amen up in here? Yeah. Praise God. Sure. And the first thing I found out is this. I found out that they do not know their history. That's one of the things that I know. And so you have to tell them their history. So today I'm going to attempt to do that. Note number 1 is this. When we talk about the cultures, I always take them back to, of course, Israel first. Israel is the first thing I take them back to. And from Israel, I make the journey of the dividing of the 2 kingdoms in 721 BCE, when the northern and southern kingdoms of Israel split. The southern kingdom, of course, made up of half the tribe of Levi, Benjamin, and Judah, making up what is called the house of Judah. And just hang in there. They went, of course, up into Babylon for a short period and then returned to the land of Israel. Those are the sovereign Israelis that live in the physical land of Israel. The second one was called the Lost 10 Tribes, the northern kingdom, otherwise known as the house of Israel, or the largest numerical tribe called Ephraim. We've taught on it several times here. Those were scattered to the nations. Part of those, of course, went into Africa. Now, Israel wasn't originally called Israel. It was called Greater Africa. So these are the points that I begin to lay out. I begin to associate with the...
Tiffany says, yeah, and this pastor is hell-bent on including himself. That's what I'm talking about. It's like, that's what irritates me, bro. Like, I posted about this yesterday. I was like, I get really irritated because people keep on sending me John Truth's videos, and y'all who've been here from the beginning, y'all know what it is, why I don't like him. It's not because he's white, but it's because he's like his people. He's a colonizer. I told people, stop sending me videos of this dude, because what he's telling me is nothing I don't already know. Or what he's talking about, us Israelites been saying this stuff for years. Y'all called us racist. Y'all said that we are, you know, the synagogue of Satan. You said that we're the Revelation 2939s. Y'all said all this stuff about us, right? But the reason why he has a name for himself is because when it comes from a white man, everybody listens. Everybody listens. But we've been telling you his name is Yahuwah. We've been proving you his son's name is Yahusha. But this is why I don't believe they should be teaching our books. No, I don't believe heathens should be teaching the scriptures at all. Because if you're going to teach the scriptures, you got to teach what's coming to your people. If you're going to teach the scriptures, you got to teach that you're going to be serving us. Y'all don't like talking about that. Y'all talk about that's racist. No, it's not. It's in the book. So if you're going to cherry pick the scriptures because you can't handle what it says, that you are Esau and that you come from a nation the Most High said he hate, you shouldn't be teaching the scriptures because y'all are scared to talk about certain things. Now, that's not all of y'all, right? We ain't painting a general statement here, but I think with the Gentiles, there's certain things they can't understand or know because it wasn't meant for them to teach it to begin with. Now, Israelites, we as a people are called to teach the Gentiles. We're not called for them to teach us. It's not that way. You know why it's not that way? Look at all these years we didn't know who he was. We let the Gentiles teach us, and look how much we've been lied to. The Gentiles were not called to teach. I'm sorry, you weren't. You were called to submit to the authority of Yahusha and Yahuwah by the hand of his people, Yasharal. And, you know, it goes both ways. I believe we should be treating the Gentiles with respect who are hungry for the truth, right? They want to cleave. We should accept them. But we're called to teach them. And yes, we're called to be a light to the nation, so we shouldn't be mean to them. But they need to also be respectful to the natural branches because Yahuwah said, boast not against them. So it goes both ways, truly. You feel what I'm saying? But I just realized that, you know, it's always going to be that way until Yahuwah establishes the reign of Jacob. And I believe in the wilderness, Yahuwah will start making things clear to these Gentiles. It's not what you think it is. They are in charge. I did choose them. It's going to be so crazy that Yahuwah literally got to tell you to your face, you're not chosen. He got to tell you to your face that you need to submit to his people. Even though it's in the word, even though it says that. John Truth is going around telling everybody they chosen, going around laying his heathen hands on other people and baptizing them or immersing them in the name of Yahuwah Yahusha. That's what we are supposed to be doing, not them. And no, I don't care if his platform's big and all that. I don't care about that. Because at the end of the day, Esau is still in power. And I can tell he don't even know what he's talking about half the time. And a lot of the things he say came from me. So I just think the Gentiles need to get in line with this and understand that there is an order to this. There is a way that this should be done. And then, you know, they look at the scriptures where it says, well, Yahushua said that we should make priests of all nations. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that. Maybe certain translations you're looking at, it says that, but that's not what Yahushua said. He was talking to, let me go to that scripture real quick. That's why I say sometimes when you're not looking at the older text, they change a lot of things to kind of put things into perspective here. Give me a second. Let me pull up that scripture. There's only one priestly nation. So when Yahuwah said you are a royal priesthood, a peculiar people, a people that I have set apart unto myself, that is not talking about no Gentile. Okay? That is talking about the Israelites, the Negroes, the royal priesthood. Gentiles are not the royal priesthood. And my question is, why do you salvation should be enough? Why is salvation not enough for you? Why is it that you have to be chosen too? This is colonizer stuff. It's just Caucasian pride is what it is. So let's look at this scripture in fullness. And let's look at what this says. Now, if you look at some of these verses, right? This is one he used when he was laying hands on people and baptizing them or immersing them. Now, if you look at the New International Version, it says, therefore, go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Ruach HaKodesh. Who is he talking about, though? He's talking about the Talmudim, right? Now, if you go here to the KJV version, look what it says. Go ye therefore and teach all nations, immersing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Ruach HaKodesh. Okay, so you have to be careful because certain translations help give strength to Christian doctrine that the Christians, the Gentiles, the heathens have replaced us. That is a lie. Yahushua was not talking to heathens. He was talking to the Talmudim, or what you call the disciples. He said we're supposed to teach them. And at first, he told us not to go to the heathens. He said, don't go to the Gentiles. You go to our people first. But yes, we are called to teach all nations, okay? But when you got the lion pen of the scribes and these pagan, porky pig, catfish, lobster tail, butter dipping pastors telling you, oh, well, you know, we're all disciples. We're all the children of God. We're all children of God. Bless white Jesus. These are the type of things that can happen. These are the type of this type of stuff that happens when it comes to this. Now, let's look at the other scriptures Yahuwah gave us about us, the kingdom of priests. Exodus 19:6. And you shall be unto me a kingdom of priests and a Kadash nation. These are the words which you speak unto the children of Yasharah. So this is in the Exodus. Yahuwah said from the very beginning, talking to his beloved people, you are the kingdom of priests. You are the Kadash nation. And he said this specifically to who? The children of Yasharah. So I don't know where the heck Yahushua will come and say any different than that. Let's look at some more scriptures. Isaiah 61:6. But you shall be called the priests of Yahuwah. They shall speak to you as ministers of our Aluah, and you shall eat the wealth of the nations, and in their glory shall you boast. Remember how we talked about how we're going to get the wealth of the other nations? This is not talking about Gentiles. 1 Peter 2:9. But you are a chosen race, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a people for his own possession. Whose possession? Yahuwah. Whose possession? Come on, say it with me. Yahuwah's possession. He's not talking about Gentiles, family. Why do you think he had Peter write it? Kapha, or who you call Peter, was also a Yasharali. Yahuwah's possession. Okay, that you may proclaim you, okay, you have the oracles of the Most High, okay, that you may proclaim the excellencies of him who called you out of darkness into his marvelous light. So it is you who is given the oracles of the Most High, not the heathens, not the Gentiles. And I'm going to be honest with you, had it not been for our ancestors, there would not even be nothing such as Christianity. You know what I'm saying? Because Christianity is really just paganism mixed with the ways of Yahuwah, right? But in actuality, the Hebrews are the ones who brought this truth about. And the Romans hijacked it, colonized it, just like everything else. So let's look at this scripture here. 1 Peter 4:11, and if any man speak, let him speak as the oracles of the Most High. If any man minister, let him do it as the ability which Aluah giveth, that Aluah in all things may be esteemed through Yahushua HaMashiach, to whom be praise and dominion forever and ever. Amen. We were given the oracles of the Most High. We understand these great mysteries. We understand many of the things. And if I'm being honest with you, I did a post about this. Nobody understands the importance of the Torah more than the Negro. You know why I say that? Because we suffer for not keeping Torah. The Gentiles didn't get under these curses for breaking Torah. The Torah wasn't given to them. It was given to Jacob. So if anybody knows the truth of why you should keep the laws and commandments better, it's the people who are descendants of the people that got cursed for breaking the Torah, for violating the Torah, for turning from the Torah. Nobody can tell you the punishment and the curses and the consequences of breaking Torah better than the Negro. The Gentile can't tell you that. So how under the dome can you tell me that these people could sit here and teach you how to be righteous and how to walk according to the Most High? We suffered for our people who did not keep his commandments and keep his Torah and broke the covenant. How can a Gentile explain that? No, they can't teach the scripts. I'm sorry, it's the truth. And some of y'all Negroes that sharing his videos, y'all irritate me. Y'all act like there's not Negroes out here that are doing good work. People know this. But some of y'all are just ignoring it. You know what I'm saying? And you're promoting him and you're helping him go viral when he don't even acknowledge who you are. He said who you are don't matter. Yes, he did say that. He did say that on one of his videos. He said the Black Messiah is a psyop for Russia, Putin and Trump or something like that. Right, exactly. Unapologetically real, exactly. These fakes got the biggest gay pride parade in their fake land and haven't been judged for it. They are not us. Facts. Okay, this right here will get you kicked out. We believe in the Hamashiach. We believe in Hamashiach. So if you reject Hamashiach, I will kick you out. Because we are believers in the blood of the Lamb over here. So if you're saying anything different and you're talking about Yahuwah, and by the way, Yahuwah is Yahusha in the flesh. So if you can accept that you say Yahuwah's the savior, yeah, it says that in the scriptures, but guess what? He came in the flesh too. So if you want to tell us to reject Hamashiach and say he's an idol, I will kick you out and ban you and you won't be allowed to come back in here. So just watch what you say. This is your first and last warning. K. Renee says it's crazy because a lot of Gentiles that teach the truth don't admit to who the true people are. That's my other problem with this man. It's not so much the fact that he stole a lot of my videos and started posting them as his own. Matter of fact, the videos that got him viral are directly from my channel verbatim. But it's also that they don't acknowledge who you need to cleave to. They don't, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, if people decide to listen to them, that's on them. But at the end of the day, they're not going to be the ones bringing you out this land. That's going to be us, because Yahuwah is going to bring us out. Okay, good. See ya. This is what they don't understand. The deliverance from these lands is only for us, Yasharal. That's who it's promised to. So when you read in Jeremiah, when you read in Ezekiel about Isaiah and all these other prophetic books where he's going to bring us out the land, out of these lands of our captivity, that was for us. But if they cleave, they can leave with us. But it's only really for us. Everything Yahuwah's doing is about us, not them. But if they cleave, they can be a part of the deliverance of his people. So sooner or later, man, their survival for the tribulation is really going to be dependent upon if they can accept the truth and stop putting themselves as above everything, because that's really what's going to mess them up. As Zosa, we are a mixture of Israel and so-called Caucasian or Coasian Bushmen. I think the Coasian people, aren't they the Oriental-looking African people? All right, family, we're gonna keep this going. I just wanted to bring that up real quick. Okay, so we got more that I want to show you guys here. Give me a second. Okay, we're gonna get to that one a little bit later on. Okay, let's keep it going, y'all, because we got more to show. I just wanted to bring that up real quick.
Culture and reach into the culture itself, because its history is very deep. While in that course in West Africa, we talk about the history of that, and we talk about Dahomey and Benin, West Africa, and the three things that they attempted to do upon the black men, and that is in the black women, and that is they walked around the tree. How many remember the Detroit Tribal Revival? And they put three potential, they were never cursed people, but potential curses on those people, and that is of sexual immorality.
Oh, he put curses on our people? him and his, well, maybe not him, maybe not him. I won't say that. They put curses on Negroes. So you had the curses the Most High put on us, but then you had the curses of the Gentiles. So the Gentiles cursed us. And this is why Yahuwah said they took it too far. I was angry at my people, but y'all done afflicted them too much. Y'all done did too much. That's why he said, I'm sore displeased for the heathen. For yet while I was angry, they took it too far.
Financial instability and utter poverty, and that they would forget their roots and where they came from. And that's what I'm going to be, my whole teaching today is on the third one there that I want to take a look at. Again, they attempted to put a voodoo or obia curse on them of sexual immorality. Number two, financial instability and utter poverty.
Okay. This is a curse the Most High has put on us, sir. You have not mentioned that. Now, let me show y'all. This brings something to mind real quick. Let me see if I can find this video, because I do believe there's some truth to what he's saying about the Gentiles putting curses on us. But let me show y'all what I'm talking about. How do I mute this up? Okay. Let me just, I had to mute that for a second. So let me pull this up because I want to show y'all something. This Arab woman said that these Jewish people are putting curses on the black man. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find a video. I just find it interesting he's confessing to this, but yet there's a video of this other lady saying that who's a Gentile. Let me see. Black man. Let me see if I can find it. It went viral on YouTube, on TikTok not too long ago. I'm just trying to find it. All right, I'm gonna continue to play this video where I look for it, y'all. So I'm gonna just keep playing this, and I'm gonna look for it on TikTok.
And number three, that they would forget their roots and where they came from. All right, let's go into culture. So how are we going to reach this specific culture? Watch what happens. Now, we're going to pull up and we're going to talk about history. And we have to go back into their history to explain where they came from. And number two, in America, because we live in a democracy/republic, many of you start out in the very beginning like, I don't really care. Well, by the time it's done, trust me, their life has changed. Amen. Let's go in right now. Let's follow the narrator right now. This comes out of, part of it comes out of a narration in Torah 201. You saw some of this with the history of the African people in the Bible. And what are we doing now? What are we doing right now? We're going in to identify culture.
Africa then and now. In ancient biblical times, Africa was known by many names. Number one, Akibulan, mother of all mankind, Garden of Eden. Number two, Kemet. 3, Libya. 4, Artiga. 5, Corfu. 6, Egypt. 7, Ethiopia. 8, Sudan. 9, Olympia. 10, Hesperia. 11, Oceania. North Africa and Northeast Africa, now presently the Middle East, was linked by a strip of land called the Sinai Peninsula. The completion of the Suez Canal on November 17, 1869, severed the physical link that connected North Africa and Northeast Africa. The final separation came in World War II when the war correspondents coined the term Middle East to describe the area that now encompasses Israel, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Yemen.
Okay, y'all, I'm still trying to find this video, bro. I'm really trying to find it, but I cannot find it. Let me see. Let me go to videos. I'm gonna find it, y'all. Give me a second. I know I have it here. It's just, I just thought about that, where that Arab woman says that. Arab woman says Jewish curses on black people. Yeah, I can't find that video, man. I never have a video when I want to use it at the right dang time, cuz. Damn. Oh, I can't find it. But basically, this Arab was telling black people to be careful because these Jewish people are putting curses on black men, essentially. And that's why the music has such a power over us. That's why, you know, so many of these other things affect us and we stay in sin because there are curses being prayed over us. Let's see. Maybe Palestinian woman. I'll look it up that way. Curses on the black man. I'm sorry. I'm obsessed. I gotta find it, bro. I've gotta find it. I know I have it on here somewhere. Probably definitely have to do some digging, but let me see. Jewish curses. Because them Jewish people, bro, they if you guys saw my Amalek video, we talked about how a lot of this Yiddish stuff they be speaking is really just curses and spells that they're chanting out loud. Yeah, I can't find it. Damn. Son of a gun. All right, y'all, we're gonna keep it moving. I thought I could find it, but I really can't. I really can't find it. You can't be cousin, bro, trying to teach this truth, choose a side. What the heck are you talking about? What are you talking about, bro? I don't know what you're talking about. Sister Deborah taught a lesson on the same thing just a few days ago about them putting curses on us. Yeah, they've been doing it for a while. Is it true that the English language is cursing us? I believe it is to a certain extent. I believe a lot of the words that we say, I mean, I don't believe, I know, right? Like a lot of the words that we say are curses, which is why I've been trying to tell people to avoid saying things like grand rising and stuff like that. That stuff is ancient Kemet stuff. All right, this is a video from the 1940s, and this is some black men rapping in the 19. It's like this is essentially where they say rapping came from. Take a look. Let me make sure it sounds on. Yep. Okay, here we go.
Well, after the foundation was laid, then Noah began to hew and build. The ringing of the hammer that judgment, the hewing of the salt that sin repent. 100 years he hammered and sawed, building the ark by the grace of God.
Do I know how the Ashkenazi people shapeshift? They're not human.
When the ark was done, God's voice was heard. He said, now Noah, let me tell you what to do. Calling the animals 2 by 2. So we call them in the ark. 2 by 2, we call the birds, the ox with the kangaroo.
Hey!
And Japheth, the ham and Shem. Then God began to flood the land. He raised his hands to heaven on high. Shook the stars and moon from the sky. Shook the mountains, he troubled the sea. Hit the wind to his chariot wheel. He stepped on land, stood on the shore, and declared that time there wouldn't be no more. Oh, Noah, oh, Noah, oh, Noah, God's gonna ride on the winning side.
Bro, how can you not love black people? I'm just saying. How can you not love Negroes, bro? As talented as we are as a people. All right, y'all. The next thing, okay. So I'm going to show you guys a little bit of a movie that I have. Actually, first, let me show y'all this. So this is this white woman. Shout out to her. She's talking about what some of her people did to our people that they don't like to talk about. So I'm going to just rewind this a little bit. And a black woman interviewing her. But she admits some of the things that they did to us in slavery.
The year 2000. I'm classified as a non-white person, and I'm here at the Race Relations Institute because I'm interested in understanding about the system of racism, white supremacy, with the intent ultimately of ending the system of racism, white supremacy. If you would please state your name and tell us why you're here.
My name's Farrell Winfrey. I live in Roane County in East Tennessee. I'm here because I recognize the white supremacy system of racism. I recognize that, and with the acknowledgement that it exists, then there falls on me a responsibility to try to do something to stop that, to cause that discrepancy in privilege and in justice. And when it becomes your responsibility, then you have to try to do something. And I'm here to learn. I came because of the names of the people.
Hold on. He said, Richard says, it's all love. My little one was like, is he a Crip? I said, what? Little one said, he said, cuz, does that mean he's a Crip? Bro, that's not a cuss word, but sometimes I say cuz, but that's just how we talk where I grew up at. And I don't know, it's just a word. But no, I'm not a Crip. But that's not cussing though. I don't know how the heck you would confuse that for that. But yeah, that's how we talk in Cali. You know what I'm saying? That's how we grew up. You feel what I'm saying? So it's just, I guess maybe it's a part of that LA side of me that kind of comes out certain times. But no, I'm not a Crip if you're asking. Just because somebody says cuz doesn't mean they're a Crip. Like, for example, you know, even when I think of like B'nai Israel, he refers to his cousin, who's his bloodline cousin, Pastor Kelly. He'd be like, yeah, cuz. But they don't mean it in a gangster way. Like, it's just a word. I feel like just because somebody says a word doesn't necessarily mean that they're a gang member. But I mean, you got little ones watching, so maybe they didn't understand. But I say cuz all the time. Y'all hear me say it all the time, bro. So maybe you're new, but yeah. I'm not a Crip though.
That I saw that were going to be here.
I used to be around them though. I ain't gonna lie, but I'm not one.
And I knew I could learn from them. I'm white. Now, when I say that, my people a long time ago came up with these little check marks that we have to check which we are white. And in reality, it's white or non-white. You know, they break that down into a lot of, we break that down into a lot of different groups. But the fact that I do not know in my ancestry of any one being in my ancestry, the line.
There's another video, I think it's like a shorter video, but she talks about like how they, I might have to find a particular clip. It's a 48-minute video, bro, and I really don't want to sit through all this. So I'm gonna move on. The next thing I'm gonna show you guys. Oh my. Let me go over here to TikTok because there was another video I wanted to show you guys here. And this is an interview that this woman did where she was saying, when was America ever great? And this European woman was struggling trying to answer the question. Let's go there real quick. Watch a little bit of that. I guess it's like a small piece of a bigger video, but yeah, let's check it out. Oh, I'll show y'all that later. Okay.
To that, because that's your slogan, make America great again. When was America great for you?
Okay, that is American great is our freedom.
Freedom, your freedom, or all of our freedom?
Everybody's freedom.
Everybody's freedom. So yes. When was America great for all of us?
Wait, hold on, fam. Hold on, gang. Hold on 1 second. You said I'm from LA too. Thanks for the clarification, King. We Israelites F gang banging. Okay, so you accused me of cussing because I said cuz, but you just said F gang banging. I mean, yeah, I agree with you. I don't think gang banging is prosperous for our people. But what example are you saying by using the F word? I'm just saying, don't you think that's a little hypocritical? Anyway, nothing against you, but I just want you to understand that just didn't make you look too good.
And our forefathers.
Forefathers, the ones that own people?
No.
Which ones?
You have to look at the history. You got to look at the history.
I am. I'm asking you, which for? George Washington owned 300 people and went after a few of them for running away. They signed a constitution that made Black people, enslaved Black people, 3/5 of a human being. I don't think it was great then. If you're asking me, a Black woman.
Right, but you have to understand
what
our history to get where we are today. What's happening is our media.
No, Jackie, because again, if you can't walk me through the greatness of America and how you want to restore it to a place where it was great before, your whole argument falls apart.
Mm-hmm.
So walk me through when America was great.
Okay, so America has been great forever. Now the problem is the people.
For who though? No, I can't wait, because you need to answer the question. And again, you call up, and I'm glad, Mississippi. I love the state. You're a Trump supporter, which I want to get into the reasons behind that, but it's all around this freedom thing and this greatness thing, and we need to settle on what that looks like for you and for me, and then for all of us, because if it's not going to be great for all of us, then it's not great for any of us, Jackie.
Well, my question is, why don't you think it's great? Because I've grown up, and
Okay.
My
Don't
mother was a
no.
single parent.
No. You answer my question first, please.
Okay. So
Can
you're asking me when it was great. It's been great. It has been great.
It has been great.
for a lot-
So slavery was great. Trail of Tears was great. The Chinese Exclusion Act, great. The Japanese internment, great. That was great. Jim Crow was great. Back of the bus, colors only water fountains. Let me see. Brown versus Board of Ed. Oh, the throwing of tomatoes at little girls, the bombing of a church with little girls in it. That was great. The hanging of hundreds and thousands of Black people, burning down towns in the 1920s, the draft riots in New York because of people having to fight for freedom. Freedom is liberty is everything, right? Liberty is everything. That was a great America to you?
Okay.
Okay.
Why does she always do that?
Okay. Was it great or not?
It's people that make it bad.
People make it bad. Yes,
People that make
racist
it
people,
bad, that's
horrible
why you
people,
think that way.
genocidal people make it bad. You're absolutely right.
She's just like, okay.
It's all about people. People that
No, I want an answer to that, because that's your slogan. Make America great again.
Okay. She does that all the time, bro. Every time she asks for a deeper explanation, she's like, okay. As if she's got to prep her mind to be able to come up with some type of bullcrap answer. I think that's such just, ugh. And I gotta, one of these days, family, I'm gonna try to find this full thing, because I think it's like from like a documentary or something of that nature, or some kind of like radio show or something. So I'm gonna try to find the original thing, and maybe I'll post it with you guys. Okay, this is funny. I thought this was funny. Something to make you laugh.
Ask me to order out.
This is called How Black People Laugh.
Finding all the bottles, of course, she asked me to order out.
We be doing the most, bro. Hilarious. Okay, all right, let's get back to some more historical stuff. So these artifacts in Ethiopia, artifacts from Solomon's temple found in Ethiopia. Okay, and like I said, this is why I'm leaning more and more towards Ethiopia, bro. I'm leaning more and more towards Ethiopia, because why were Solomon's artifacts found there? The Ark of the Covenant. The Ethiopians, the tribe of Dan, have it. Okay, The Ark of the Covenant is mentioned all throughout David's time, Solomon's time. What are they hiding?
From Solomon's temple. Every year I come here, they bring out a little bit more, and so maybe today we'll get to see another little bit of their treasury. This is called a gomer. Gomer. And it's made out of bronze. And it does fit with the description of an artifact from the Bible and even the temple. They claim it's from Solomon's temple. This gomer was placed on
Bob tells me they placed the gomer on a stand and used it to collect the blood from a slaughtered animal. But what's
Very, very interesting. And y'all know that the flag of Ethiopia is a lion with a scepter. Okay? The lion of Yehuda, Judah. Yeah.
What's remarkable about this?
And in Solomon's temple, if Jerusalem was in Ethiopia, and that's where Jerusalem is, why would it be shocking that they would have a lion on their flag representing the tribe of Yehuda? Yeah, it makes some sense now, don't it?
Is that the Israelites stopped practicing animal sacrifice almost 2,000 years ago.
It's hard to know. It's a tangible. Where would they have
Temple of
gotten
Solomon,
this?
the Jewish people.
Of course, this is quite old. You can see.
But that's just the beginning. This is a treasure trove of religious relics, and each one seems to take us closer to the true story of the Ark.
Moses is holding the 2 tablets of the 10 Commandments on this. They're pulling all kinds of stuff.
The monk is now bringing out a couple of pretty interesting objects. They call them meat forks. People were a lot smaller in ancient times, but this is very old, and I think it could possibly have some kind of connection with priestly garments and the sacrifices of the animals by the Levitical priests.
Well, the only, from what I know of ancient Judaism, the only person who wore the breastplate was the high priest. But he would have had a plate on the front of this that had the stones of the 12 tribes of Israel.
The high priest who wore this was considered the sole guardian of the Ark.
That would be the Levites or the Luyim. But these individuals in Ethiopia, I don't believe that they are of the Kahanim or the priesthood, the high priests. So they would not have those breastplates. That is only for the Luyim to wear those. And that's why a lot of times you look at these Ethiopians, you don't see them with that breastplate, but that was for the high priest. So when you think of the Limbas, you think of, some of the Haitians and all them, they're all, would be remnant to the tribe of Levi. So they were, the ones that would be wearing those.
Was he the man buried in the rocks on the island? Was he the one said to have brought the Ark here?
So if this is here, I mean, all the other stuff says a lot, but if this is here, then it almost requires that the high priest was here. That's compelling.
These items were used in Jewish ceremonies. So did Judaism survive here after the Levite priests were gone?
What did he say?
Did their religion take hold in Ethiopia?
It's Old Testament.
Really?
This whole area was Jewish, and they call themselves from Solomon.
Now, let me show y'all. Let's take it to the scriptures. So we're going to go to the book of Acts because I want to show y'all something here since we're talking about the Ethiopians. Let's go to Acts 8, and we're going to read about this Ethiopian man because Abari Rahuyim says it's all coming together. Well, let me show you why, Ak, because look at this. Actually, hold on. This is I hate this version of the KJV because it always uses like these like weird new words. Like, let's just do standard. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's go to the book of Acts, and we're going to go to Acts chapter 8. And we're going to read about this Ethiopian man because it does tell you a lot when you read it. Let me zoom out. Okay. All right, so we're going to start off at verse 30. We'll start off here, verse 28, I guess, or verse 27. And he, Philip, arose and went, and behold, a man of Ethiopia, a eunuch of great authority under Candace, queen of the Ethiopians, who had the charge of all her treasure, and had come to Jerusalem or Jerusalem to worship. Okay, so this Ethiopian man was there to meet with Philip, and he was there to worship the Most High, right? A eunuch. Let's keep reading. Was returning and sitting in his chariot reading Isaiah Hanabi or Yashayahu Hanabi. So this Ethiopian man, somehow, some way, he had the scroll of Isaiah, Yashayahu. He was reading it right there in the chariot. This eunuch. Let's keep reading. Then the Ruach said unto Philip, go near and join yourself to him in this chariot. Philip ran thither to him and heard him reading the prophet Isaiah and said, do you understand what you read? And he said, how can I, except some man should guide me? And he desired Philip that he should come and sit with him. And the place of the scripture which he read was this: he was led as a sheep to the slaughter, and like a lamb dumb before his smearer, so he opened not his mouth. So this eunuch, this Ethiopian eunuch, is reading about Yahusha HaMashiach in the scroll of Isaiah. Okay, you see how it all connects. Out of all the books he was reading about HaMashiach. He was coming there to find out more about HaMashiach. I mean, Mad Hatter, you have to understand, these are heathens. Like, some of y'all are just a little bit too, like, you know what I'm saying, extreme with these words and stuff like that. When you hear heathens calling us Jewish, you got to understand, this book was never about them. They're not going to call us Yahudim. They barely understand Hebrew themselves, right? Their heathen tongues can't even pronounce African Shemitic languages. So why don't you just, like, stop being so dead set on certain terms they use? We know what the dang words are. How can they? They're not Yahuwah's people. So stop arguing about foolish stuff. It's just retarded. Let's keep reading. So this Ethiopian eunuch he had the scroll of Isaiah, and he was reading about HaMashiach. Okay. In his humiliation, his judgment is taken away. Who shall declare his generation, for his life is taken from the earth? And the eunuch answered Philip and said, I pray you, of whom speaketh the prophet of this? Of himself or some other man? Then Philip opened his mouth and began at the scripture and preached unto him Yahusha. And as they went on their way, they became unto a certain water, and the eunuch said, see, here is water, which do hinder me to be immersed. And Philip said, if you believe with all your heart and all your might. And he answered and said, I believe that Yahushua HaMashiach is Ha-Ban Shah Alua. Yahushua HaMashiach is the son of Alua. And he commanded the chariot to stand still, and they both went down into the water, both Philip and the eunuch, and he immersed him. And when they were come out of the water, the Ruach of Yahuwah caught away Philip, that the eunuch saw him no more, and he went on his way rejoicing. But Philip was found at Azotus, and passing through, he preached in all the cities till he came to Caesarea. Okay? So it's being said that this eunuch, this Ethiopian eunuch, not only did he have the scroll of Isaiah in his possession, right, which gives more credence to these people who are calling themselves Ethiopian Jews, but it also proves that maybe this man went back to Cush, Ethiopia, and told the people who were not Yahudim about Yahusha. And that's why many of them still have the scrolls to this day, got the most ancient, full, complete version of the Bible to this day. There's definitely something to it, y'all. There's definitely something to it. Didn't Daud take a Cushite woman from the land of Cush? He did. It means Jerusalem is not far from the land of Cush. Right, right. And the Queen of Sheba, if you remember, family, Abari, remember the Queen of Sheba came to Solomon. You remember that? Bathsheba. Yeah, Bathsheba. That is Solomon's mother. Okay. So he's half Cushite. He's half Ethiopian. Okay. So it would make sense that his temple would be in Ethiopia around Ethiopians. But remember, the Queen of Sheba had also came to Solomon. Okay. And we know that Sheba translates to the Sabians, the modern day Sudanese people. Sudan is in East Africa. So it would make sense if it is Ethiopia. And I'm leaning more and more towards it. Now, I believe that Kenya is Mount Kenya is Mount Zion. So I do believe Kenya is a portion of the land given to our people. But the more and more I look into this, the more and more I lean more towards Ethiopia. Like I said, I'm not going to say for sure it is, but there is some dang good, compelling evidence. Yes, please hit the like button, fam. All right, we're going to keep this going. We got some more historical stuff we're going to look at here. All right, this next one is Israelites in ancient Congo.
A system of universal geography, or a description of all the parts of the world. This book is by two French travelers. They were French travelers who traveled around Africa during the time of the slave trade. While traveling through the kingdom of Loango, which is present-day Congo, they wrote,
"The kingdom of Loango contains black Jews scattered throughout the country.
Black
They are occupied
Jews.
and trained and keep the Sabbath so strictly that they do not even converse on that day."
As the sun rose over the lush green fields of Wanyendo, the villagers went about their daily tasks, tending to their crops and caring for their families. But their peaceful existence was soon interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. A runner burst into the village.
I mean, that's why I say, fam, because I know some people think it's East Africa, some people think it's South Africa, Northeast Africa. I just know it's in the continent. But what I will tell you is that the one thing I will say that y'all need to consider is that, like, well, for example, when Yahuwah gave borders to the land of Shem and like the borders of Egypt, it would not be the same as what the colonizers have told you. Okay. So the borders are not exactly the same. And you got to also remember that at one point, all of Africa was called Ethiopia. So you got to factor that in too. But like I said, that's why I'm just not going to say anything definitive, because we won't know. There's no way to know. And the reason why we don't know is because Yahuwah ain't really revealed it yet. There's some information coming out, but until we're back in the land, I'm not going to tell you what it is. I just know it's in the continent, and I'm going to just leave it at that.
Panting and out of breath, men with guns and knives are coming, he shouted. These men were led by a white officer by the name of Oscar Mikox. Panic and fear swept through the village as the people scrambled to gather their belongings and flee. They camped outside the village, and the following day, they stormed into Wanyendo, dragging the villagers out of their homes and beating them mercilessly. Men and women were separated and tied together with cords around their necks like animals being led to slaughter.
Okay, now they were also brought into the slave trade, people of the Congo, and they would also be Israelites as well. I mean, you had Igbos, but you had, other Israelites that was brought into the slave trade too.
One man, Oleka, refused to move any further and was beaten until he lay lifeless on the ground. Many more met the same fate. The women watched in horror as their babies were taken away from them and left to die. After marching for 10 days, they brought the natives to the Lower Laba River, placed them in canoes, and transported them to the white man's town at Yangwe. Once there, they were forced to work as slaves for the rest of their lives. The Congo Free State was a dark and tragic period in history, marked by exploitation, conquest, and one of the worst mass killings of recent times. At the heart of it all was King Leopold Louis Philippe Maria Victor.
And I think you should do your research on King Leopold. I mean, he was ruthless. Ruthless.
Popularly known as King Leopold II, the King of the Belgians, a ruthless and cunning ruler who claimed the massive territory in Central Africa as his own personal colony. Despite his reputation as a philanthropic monarch throughout Europe, Leopold's true motives were driven by greed and a complete lack of empathy for the suffering of the Congolese people. He never even set foot in the land he oppressed for more than 2 decades, remaining aloof and detached like a bomber pilot high above the clouds, oblivious to the destruction he wrecked below. This is a story of exploration, exploitation, and of conquest. It is a cautionary tale of the dangers of unchecked power and the consequences of greed.
Oldest black church built by slaves contains Hebrew writing on the pews. So the black slaves built this. All right. Maybe they wrote messages on these pews for a people who had not been completely
First African
mentally colonized.
Baptist Church of Savannah is the oldest black church in North America. Built by slaves in 1775, it contains Hebrew writings on pews.
Church, the oldest black church in North America. The building built by slaves. The gentleman that laid the first brick laid the last. The balcony hold pews that actually were built by slaves. They have the oldest information in this building. That information is written in cursive Hebrew writing. That information is written in cursive Hebrew writing.
That information is written in cursive Hebrew writing.
There are many items in here that now stands as proof of the Underground Railroad. In the ceiling of the church is a code that this building is used as a safe place, and that code is 9-patch. 9-patch is a quilt symbol that was used during the Underground Railroad to identify safe places. So that 9-patch was placed of the first.
All right, so that's pretty crazy. Let's see what else we got here. I got some more stuff to show you, some more archaeological stuff. Let's see. All right, Egyptians depicted in Roman art. Okay, so even the Romans depicted the Egyptians as black.
Believe myself at first. So I checked and I double checked. And there was still a lot of doubt in my heavily colonized mind about this stuff. That was until I took a trip to this place. This is the British Museum at Great Russell Street, London, where I...
So here we have a warrior with two black African attendants. He is Memnon, mythical king of Ethiopia, who was later killed in the Trojan War. A painted inscription identifies one of the attendants as Amasis, the name of the then reigning Egyptian pharaoh. Let's have a look at Memnon, who is the mythical king attended by two warriors, one of which is Amasis, an Egyptian pharaoh. Let's have a look. There we have Memnon in the middle, mind the glare, and you've got his two attendants, one of which is Amasis. You can see at the top there it says Amasis. Now, what would you say that man looks like? Would you say it's fair to say that that pharaoh depicted by the ancient Greeks, Amasis, would it be fair to say he was black, or he looks black? You got the tight curls at the top, you got the flat broad nose and the thick lips there.
This is St. Mark's Basilica, finished in its current state about 1,000 years ago during the Byzantine Roman era. Inside the church are artistic depictions of different groups and nations of people. Here in the interior is the Byzantine depiction of the Arab peoples. People who, without hesitation, many would say look something like the popular image of modern Egyptians today. The next image I'm about to show you is in the same building, and it's of Egyptians. Here it is. So in just over 1,000 years from Christ, and little under 1,000 years from us today, the Romans were conceiving of Egyptians as this.
There's your proof the Israelites are black, even though they're Egyptians, because that will tell you everything you need to know. Like, there's no doubting it if you can believe that, bro. I'm just saying. All right, let's see. What else I got here? All right, I got some more stuff here I'm going to show you. I had another video about King Solomon's more stuff about King Solomon. I'm gonna see if I can find it. I think I'll show you guys this video real quick though. So I see this video making its rounds. I agree with some of what he's saying, but a lot of it I don't agree with. Let me show y'all.
Shalom, TikTok. How the hell are you? You know, I was just sitting here talking.
Whoops.
Shalom, TikTok. How the hell are you? You know, I was just sitting here talking to Dad. You see, I call Yahuwah, the Hebrew father, Dad, you know, because he adopted me. I'm a Gentile from, you know, Esau, and he adopted me in, so I just call him Dad, you know, and me and him was sitting here talking, and, you know, I know that the dark-skinned Hebrews are the true Jews, you know, the true Israelites, the true chosen ones. I know that the dark-skinned people are the chosen ones. And I sitting here talking to Dad, and I said, boy, you say that they're going to come and worship their feet and know that you love them. And I sitting there thinking, he said, you know, I did spare you from that. And I, you know, I'm like, well, what do you mean, you know, spared me from that? He said, if you'd have been a lawless Christian, he said, that would have been you too. Those that say they're Jews and are not, are from the synagogue of Satan. So all you Christians that think you're the chosen ones, or think that those white folk over there in that V-shaped country over in the Middle East, see, the V is the mark of the beast. So all the...
Okay, wait a minute. So is he saying that he don't think that the Most High is going to command him to basically serve us? He's saying, oh, if you're a lawless Christian, I'm going to make the lawless Christians do that. Okay, let's fact check that with the Bible, because what he's saying is way off. First of all, the Bible says that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of the Most High. Give me a one if you agree. So if you think it's going to be lawless Christians there, that's definitely wrong. 1 Corinthians 6, 9 through 11. Let's look at this. Know ye not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of Elohim? Be not deceived, neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate, nor abusers of themselves with mankind, nor thieves, nor covetous, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor extortioners shall inherit the kingdom of Elohim. And such were some of you, but you were washed, but you were sanctified, but you were justified in the name of Yahushua Mashiach and by the Ruach of our Elohim. Okay, so it says the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of the Most High. Yahushua said he's going to turn away all those who do not follow the law and the Torah of Moses, right? Depart from me, workers of lawlessness. So the lawlessness, how can lawless Christians be worshiping our feet or even being servants to us if they don't even make it to the kingdom to begin with? Servitude is for the Gentiles who are called by Yahuwah's name, who do keep his laws, who do keep his commandments, and accept his son. So if he thinks he's going to be in the kingdom and be treated as equal to us 100%, that's not going to happen. He will have to serve. That's clear. The scriptures are very, very clear about that. And if you saying that the Most High told you differently, you ain't talking to the Most High, bro. Because the Most High told us that the Gentile would be our inheritance in the kingdom. So I feel like you sound like these Christians. Oh, we're all one in Christ. We're all one in Christ. So I decided to fact check that, but let's keep going. Because so far, what he's saying is not the full truth. But let's keep going.
All the ones over there that think they're the chosen one, well, my dad, Yahuwah, the dark-skinned creator, that is the one that's going to make the Christians come and worship the true dark-skinned, indigenous, black men and women's feet.
And by the way, bro, you telling us that you telling us who we are does not see. This is what I'm realizing with Gentiles. They think by confessing we are who we are when we already know who we are. Them confessing we're the people of the book kind of absolves them of what's already written, right? Like, I don't have an issue with them speaking about that. But at the same time, I don't want you to think because you're confessing that we're the true Hebrews doesn't mean that we fully trust you. I need to get around you. I need to see what you think. I need to see what your doctrine is. And then when I hear him saying that the Most High told him he ain't going to have to basically serve us, that goes against scripture. So I realized that your heart ain't really fully in this all the way. Or maybe you needed to get some Israelites to teach you what the word really says. But telling me who I am is not really going to do anything for me because I know who I am. What you should be doing is telling your people to repent. I mean, and I get it. You wanted to make a public apology. That's totally fine. But telling us who we are is not going to change what the scriptures say is going to happen. And I think the Gentiles have to understand that.
So he told me, he said, I spared you from that because you acknowledged it and, you know, and respect it, then I'm not going to make you do it. What? So for following his laws and obeying him, I love my dark-skinned brothers and sisters, man. These are some of the most wonderful people on the planet. You know, there's probably truthfully more of them than they are of us when it gets right. Look what's been done to them. You know, while I'm thinking about it, I want to apologize for my ancestors, what they did to you guys, the horrific things that were done to you, man. I've done some deep studies, and I mean, just couldn't be any worse. It couldn't be any worse. You know what, you know, the babies, you know, alligator bait, all those things. I mean, I want to apologize for my ancestors, you know, and just horrific things. I want to publicly apologize for what my ancestors did to Yahuwah's chosen people. But anyway, I wanted to get on here and let y'all know that, and you know, what I was saying is I love my dark-skinned brothers and sisters, but I sure didn't want to every time I see you get down and kiss your dusty shoes. So okay. I am glad
that is condescending, whether he realizes it or not. And if it's in the word, why do you think you don't have to do it? Why do you think that the Most High would tell you, I'm not going to make you do what the word says, right? This position of authority that we're gaining is because we have been the underdog for so long. We have been trodden upon by the Gentiles. And the Father says, until the time of the Gentiles is fulfilled, Esau is the end of the world. The Gentiles have trodden over our necks all this time. He's still got white privilege to his advantage. It's just that Yahuwah is going to flip all of that over, and we're going to be in charge of everything. There's no getting away from that, sir. You may not want to do that, then I guess you don't want to be in the kingdom, because you're going to have to do more than just kiss our feet. You're going to have to serve us. Now, again, I say it's not servitude that's like evil servitude or nothing. I mean, I'm not going to force you to do anything wicked or anything like that. But you're going to just have to understand that there's certain things you're not getting away from. You think there's going to be lawless Christians in the kingdom? What? You're crazy if you think that.
Yahuwah spared me from that, but man, I so much look forward to eating dinners with you guys, and man, I make probably the best salsa in the world. So I look forward to making that salsa for my dark-skinned Hebrew brothers and sisters. And soon we will be on Yahuwah's mountain all together. So in protection, in shalom, because we chose to obey the Creator. Everything is upside down and backwards. The world always thought the white man was the chosen ones, when really it was the dark-skinned man and the dark-skinned Messiah, not the long-haired, feminine-looking, in an upside-down world.
All right, I've heard enough. I have actually heard enough. You know, like I said, bro, if somebody is really genuinely sorry, I accept it. But just understand that it's not up to us to forgive you. It's Yahuwah, right? And you know, there will be some Hebrews who won't. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be honest. Some of the Hebrews don't really want to care to hear what the Gentiles have to say. If you are sorry for what your ancestors have done, I expect you to cleave. I expect you to treat us respectfully. I expect you to call out racism just as much as we do. And I also expect you to do your part, try to fight for our liberation. If you are unspoken on Black issues and have nothing to say whatsoever, I don't know. How can you be following the Most High, but then, don't have anything to say about what his people are still enduring in this crusty country? So this kind of made me mad the other day, but this is why there has to be a rule of us over the Gentiles, because TikTok is very racist. Y'all may not know that because y'all may not be on TikTok. TikTok is very racist. And they, if I say something about Amalek, I'll get banned immediately and shadow banned and all these things. But yet they have face filters where you can do this kind of stuff. This is totally okay. Look at this. This is okay. Okay? Them doing blackface with the Negroid lips and laughing about it. So this is okay on TikTok. This is okay. But we literally have to censor ourselves when we talk about white people. We got to put YT people. They can say black, blackity black all they want. They can do these little face filters, basically blackface, and that's totally fine. This is totally fine. So why do the Gentiles think that because they've had this privilege to do this, they're not going to serve if they make it into the kingdom? And of course, you got the Caucasians that laugh at it. A lot of people are like, wow, really? Wow. But there's some Caucasians laughing at this. They think it's funny. I saw a lot of Caucasian people laughing at this. Look at this. Sarah Evonik. That sounds like a European name. Laughing emojis. Look at this Negro right here. He a coon. He laughing. Clown. White woman. Laughing emojis. You can't really see them, but these are laughing face emojis. See that? Trisha Marie. Smiley face. Laughing. Thomas Walsh. Call me Tom. That's obviously a white man. Look at this Asian woman right here. Laughing faces. White woman. Or does she look like she Asian? Laughing faces. White woman. Laughing faces. So, I mean, can y'all understand why I have a problem with Caucasians? Because not all of y'all are the same. And I know this. This is why I accept you if you were in the truth with us. But for the people that you descend from, a lot of them are just wicked, bro. Look at this white man right here, Andre. Laughing faces. White woman. Laughing faces. You see? Bum. Laughing face. And I don't know what this person is, but by the fact you laughing, I'm sure you white. This Asian woman, laughing faces. So I just want you to understand that this app is racist, and it's run by the Chinese, which are a bunch of racists themselves. So I'm not shocked that you got Chinese people doing the blackface and them creating this filter. Also, keep in mind that a lot of these Gentiles are saying when Trump is elected, we hope he brings slavery back. Take a look at this.
Some of y'all are going to mess around and seriously end up getting hurt. I think you might want to chill. I can promise you'll be 6 feet deep before any of us become your slave or anyone else's for that matter.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
You wrote, "You're wrong. This culture is moving away from white culture fast." That's not entirely untrue, hence the MAGA movement. The reason Trump is as popular as he is because white folks are terrified of the rapidly changing demographics in this country. They see the writing on the wall, and they are so afraid that they attach themselves to this strong white man who will do everything he can to preserve white supremacy culture. So yes, there is absolutely a resistance to white supremacy culture that is growing and growing in this country. But make no mistake, white supremacy culture is part of the foundation of this country. And the fear that white Americans have of losing that foundation is the source of the turmoil that we have in this country right now. You wrote, "You're wrong. This culture is moving away."
Well, that's facts. All right, let's keep it moving. Let me show y'all this video.
And have light skin girls. They have light skin girls in Northern Uganda. We don't. Our heat cannot manage light skin. You see, that's why even we don't cook our food. The next people in Uganda who are light skin. They don't pay. Being light skin, what do you earn? That's why all the light skin people are rich. I think they pay them. Maybe by the way. You see, all of them are rich. And now for us, we are the one that are rich. What of the ones that change their color? But
they're like, we don't have light skin here. Facts. All right. So I have some other stuff I'm gonna show y'all, but I think we'll leave that there. Let me open up to this next thing because I got some more ancient historical stuff I want to show you guys about us. Somebody sent me something on Instagram. Okay. Let's see. I got a lot of stuff here I want to show you guys. Okay. I actually have a bunch of videos that I downloaded. Let me load up some of these videos, y'all. Give me a second. I got a few videos here that I had prepared, and I got kicked off the stream, so I had to like basically reload them again. So give me a second to pull these up here. A few little videos and stuff. Oh man, I gotta plug in my hard drive. Hold on, gang. Okay. All right, I'm gonna pull up these videos here on the stream, and we'll go from there. Just give me a second to load them up. I had them all ready to go, but the stream got shut down, so I'm gonna show you.
Monks claimed that they possessed more than just the Ark of the Covenant. With the Ark came other implements for worship from Solomon's temple. The monks agreed to show these items and remove them from the temple treasury. This crown was said to be worn by the chief musician, one of 3 musicians who traveled in procession with the Ark.
These monks entered the temple treasury and they brought out these hammered silver trumpets, very long trumpets and very...
Remember how we talked about the silver trumpets? In the Bible, it talks about silver trumpets. You got the shofar, but you got the silver trumpets. Remember that was something that's mentioned in the scriptures. Huh. Well, they got those silver trumpets. We talked about that last week.
Very ancient trumpets.
Actually, this week.
And we see that in Scripture that it says in Numbers 10, verse 1, the Lord said to Moses, make 2 trumpets of hammered silver and use them for calling the community together and for having the camp set out.
These discoveries seem remarkable. But were these trumpets really relics from Old Testament times? Could they be identified as trumpets from Solomon's temple in ancient Israel? An important clue sits nearly 3,000 miles away in Rome, an arch dedicated to the Roman Emperor Titus. In this parade of victory, trumpets are seen, and they are clearly from ancient Israel.
When Titus sacked Jerusalem, he brought these trumpets back and paraded them through the streets of Rome. And a contemporary, an eyewitness that actually saw the trumpets, chiseled these trumpets on the archway in Rome at the Ark of Titus. And these trumpets seem to match perfectly with the trumpets that were brought from the treasury at St. Mary's of Zion.
Wowzers. That's what I'm saying. There's too much evidence, sis. People be trying to deny, bro, but they just don't want to see it. And I find that interesting because that's confirmation. And you see the ancient depictions of these trumpets. All right, let me show y'all this. This is talking about the Ark of the Covenant. Let's pull that up real quick. Black Jews.
The fabled Ark of the Covenant was last mentioned in the Bible in conjunction with the reign of King Solomon 2,500 years ago. Then it vanished from history. Over the centuries, many legends and stories about its whereabouts arose. Some traditions say that the Ark was taken to Arabia, Egypt, or Ethiopia. Others connect this to a southern African tribe called the Lemba.
Essentially, the story is this, the Lemba story is this. We brought this object from the north, from Arabia, from Senna, and we brought it to Africa. The people who brought it were connected with the clan of the Buba. The clan of the Buba have got the same ancestor as Jewish priests. So it really did look as if there was some plausible connection with the Old Testament story. It wasn't simply a question of this ignorant black tribe having absorbed stories that were fed them by the missionaries. It looked like it was something very much more authentic.
The traditions further say the Lemba brought the Ark with them to southern Africa, but at some stage lost custody of it to another group closely related to the vendor. This group became its custodians and still has it hidden in a cave somewhere in the Soutpansberg Mountains. Some researchers like Tudor Parfit believe that in the 1940s, the oldest remaining copy of it was found in the cave by a white missionary and taken to Zimbabwe, where Parfit eventually discovered it. Richard Wade believes that since it was only a replica, the real Mgomalungundu, the real Ark of the Covenant, is still in a cave in South Africa.
So there is a possibility, you know, when you come here to the middle of Africa and you suddenly find the DNA that belongs somewhere else, say in the middle of the Middle East, you've got to really start listening to their stories. And if their stories say, yes, we've brought with us some remarkable object and we can prove it, then you should take note. Yes, so archaeology, astronomy and interdisciplinary studies, a little DNA and so on, you eventually find, yes, this is not something that is just totally a miss of the truth.
So this is why the Khazars have so much of a problem with the truth, because there's too much that can disprove them. This Bible has nothing to do with Europeans. This person says, going just by the title, I just have to say that if you're foolish enough to believe the color of your skin makes you closer to God, then you're very foolish and racist. Well, actually, since we're made in his image, we are way more closer to him than you are, because y'all people are so pale, you can't even stand out in the sun. As a matter of fact, in the Bible, he cursed people with white skin. Let's look at that real quick. Just for the, you know, the pale face to see that we are his chosen and you're not. You know, because you all love to talk about your white supremacy, but did you know that white skin made you unclean? Did you know that pale skin was something he gave upon people to curse them? There's nothing good about being European, okay? I mean, if you want to look at it that way, I'm just telling you. But I'll prove it. I will prove it. Stick around. You might learn something. So let's look at these scriptures here, because these scriptures are very, very, very telling. You're probably not going to stick around because you ain't going to be able to handle the truth. But just in case you do, I'll show you. Shemuth, Exodus 4:6-7, and Yahuwah said to him, Moses, put your hand in your bosom. And he put his hand in his bosom, and when he took it out, his hand became leprous like snow. He said, put your hand in your bosom again. He put his hand in his bosom and drew it out of his bosom, and see, it was restored to his other flesh. So wait a minute, his hand became like snow? So if he was already white, then how did his hand turn white? Let's look at this. Bamadabar, Numbers 12:1-10. Miriam and Aaron spoke against Masha because of the Cushite woman he had taken, for he had taken a Cushite wife. Then they said, as Yahuwah spoken only through Moses, Has he not only spoken through us? And Yahuwah heard it. And the man Moses was very humble, and were all the men who were on the face of the earth. And suddenly Yahuwah said to Moses, Aaron and Miriam, are you there? Come into the tent of meeting. The three came out, and Yahuwah came in the column of the cloud and stood in the door of the tent and called Aaron and Miriam. They both went forward. And he said, hear my words. If your prophet is of Yahuwah, I make myself known to him. So why were you not afraid to speak against my servant Moses? And the displeasure of Yahuwah turned against him, and he left. And the cloud turned away from the tent, and look, Miriam was leprous as white snow. And Aaron tore toward Miriam, and she became a leper. So, white man, please explain to me how this black woman got turned white if she was already white. And why did Yahuwah turn her white when he was angry with her? This is what you Caucasians ain't talking about. It says the displeasure of Yahuwah burned against him, and he left, and he turned her white as snow. So I thought white is right, but clearly it's a curse. 2 Kings 5:27. So let the leprosy of Naaman cling to you and your descendants forever. And he went from him as leprous as snow. White skin is not nothing to brag about. It's not a flex. It's actually a genetic disposition. The original people of this earth were black. Okay? Y'all are the mutants. Y'all are the genetically recessive bestial animals with the pheomelanin that have the same melanin as animals. That's why y'all so barbaric. Think about it. Yeah, they ran off real quick. Anyway, let's keep going. Well, actually, I think I just wanted to show that. All right. I'm always going to come with the truth, bro. Even if I have to show it 1,000,000 times, because the word don't lie. But all these people really do is prove they don't really believe in the word. They only believe in the word when it's convenient. They only believe in the word when they can use it to oppress people. But when you bring it out that it's not really about them, it ain't got nothing to do with them, then they want to kind of like, you know what I'm saying, try to correct people and tell us what we need to know about the word. I don't need you to explain that, sir. I really don't. All right. Let's keep it going. So I think where we're at now, I'm just going to show you guys a few more things here that I have. Give me 1 second. All right. So I want to show you guys a video that's on YouTube. It's a YouTube movie. And I guess, shoot, we got a little time. We got quite a bit of time. Because I started early. I kind of forgot that I did this a little earlier than I normally do. So I have other videos I can show. So we're going to watch a few more of those, and then we're going to jump into this YouTube video I have. So let me go to this next thing. Okay, I already showed y'all that video. Okay, let me load up this next one. Give me 1 second. All right, this is ancient proofs that the Israelites were black. I'll show y'all this one.
Notice that they have what looks like afros under their headwear. While this evidence is intriguing, it's not even the best evidence of Shem having Negro descendants. The Elamite archers. The Bible makes several references to the fact that the Elamite army were noted for their archers. The following images prove that the biblical claims are true. And Elam bare the quiver with chariots of men and horsemen, and Ker uncovered the shield. Isaiah 22:6. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, behold, I will break the bow of Elam and chief of their might. Jeremiah 49:35.
In the Bible, it's worth noting that the Elamites were famous for their skill in archery.
Now, keep in mind that the sons of Elam were also Shemites, black Shemites. Okay, so just understand that, you know, all of the Shemites were of a melanin complexion. You know what I'm saying? So this is talking about the Elamites right now. I like this music.
The verse in Jeremiah indicates that the bow was the primary weapon that gave the Elamites their military advantage. A bow combined with a chariot was the equivalent of a modern-day tank in ancient times. Here's the concrete proof of that the Elamites were indeed black because they painted themselves as black people. But as we say, don't take our word for it. Look this information up for yourself and see if we are telling the truth.
The bronze head of an Akkadian ruler discovered in Nineveh in 1931. Canaanites, as depicted by the Egyptians. Ancient Phoenicians. Other Shemitic people in ancient times were the Hebrews, as depicted by the Assyrians.
Look at that hair. Afrocentric. Look at them lips. Nose. Face. Ancient Israelites depicted by the ancient Egyptians. Look at that.
Another Shemitic people from the line
The Arabs, the Ishmaelites. Remember I told you about them? Facts.
of Shem are the Arabs. The original Arabs are from the line of Shem.
Cornrows, braids, dreadlocks. Ancient Arabs, Ishmaelites.
So you see, folks, there are many Shemitic people throughout the world. And that is why black people say that we are not anti-Semitic, we are not anti-Shemitic. For we are indeed from the line of Shem.
Big facts, baby. All praises to the Most High, man. There is so much that the Most High is revealing right now, y'all. Wow. Okay. Let me show y'all this next video. This is from Sudan. And you guys know that I told you that Sudan is where ancient Babylon originally was. Check out these pyramids.
There's one of the most intensive concentrations of pyramids anywhere in the world across any culture and civilization. In Sudan, in fact, there are more pyramids than in Egypt. And this is a thing that people don't think of very often.
Kush and Egypt have a long, interwoven history, one that is just beginning to be more fully understood. From its prime position on the Nile, the Kush Empire controlled trade routes from the south up to Egypt, transporting ivory, leopard skins, precious stones, and gold.
They had the connections with Inner Africa that could bring these exotic products all the way to Egypt and to the wider Mediterranean world.
They were the go-betweens, and they became very, very rich and powerful off being in that position.
In 1815, Giuseppe Ferlini, an Italian soldier, destroyed and looted Africa's pyramids. Ferlini was appointed Surgeon Major in the Egyptian army and asked permission to conduct excavations in Sudan. He heard stories from the workers that the pyramids contained about 40 heaps of gold. He swore to himself to either return home penniless or return back with these treasures. Quickly, he started to raid and demolish different pyramids using explosives. At Wad Ban Naka, for all, he was responsible for the support of his expedition.
All right. We don't need all that extra stuff. All right, so we got that. But ancient Sudan, where those pyramids are, that was ancient Babylon. And if you guys saw my video, the Bible mostly takes place in Africa. We discussed that. All right, let me show y'all this next thing. It's another video. I'm not sure what video this is.
Black Madonnas in the form of paintings and statues are venerated in countries like Spain.
So is it possible that the Sudanese are descendants of the ancient Egyptians? I 100% believe that to be true. I do believe that they are of the Nubian kingdom, the Nubians. The Nubians would not be considered what we would talk about as Black Shemitic people. They would be more of the Hamitic race of people. So you have like the So I think when I think about the ancient Egyptians, there are two groups that come to mind more predominantly when I'm trying to identify who could be descendants of the ancient Egyptians. It is the Sudanese people and it's the Somalians. Those two groups look so much like the ancient Egyptians when you really look at them. They are definitely descendants of the ancient Egyptians for sure.
France, Italy, Switzerland, and Russia. Most of the images are concentrated in Europe.
So you see the Black Madonnas. All right, let me see. I'll show y'all this next thing here. Let's see, make sure I shared all the videos. All right, let's go to this one.
Empire, from 912 to 612 BCE, was the final stage of the Assyrian Empire, stretching throughout Iraq, Syria, Egypt, Lebanon, and into parts of Iran and Saudi Arabia.
Look at that. Yes, the ancient Assyrians were also black.
Serpil II, who reigned from 884 to 859 BCE, was the third king of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. His father was Tukulti-Ninurta II, whose military campaigns throughout the region provided his son with a sizable empire and the resources to equip a formidable army.
Oh, yeah. I used to watch PBS back in the day. You know, the more you know. That's what they always used to say. So, yeah. Now, I totally caught the references. Okay, so we looked at that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and jump over here to YouTube, and we're going to watch some of this movie. Let me pull it up here. And by the way, I suggest you guys check out the Haitian documentary I did. It's on my Rumble channel. I think it's important our people understand their struggle for real. All right, here we go. Let me share my screen.
Great. Now let's speak to somebody that was there at that time. Somebody that actually had dealings with the Egyptian and spoke to them and seen them face to face, that can describe what they look like and their physical characteristics. Somebody that was there that recorded.
I thought that was a Neanderthal for a second.
In their records what they seen, not based off what years of what people said when they just wrote things in a book to get people to believe because they had an agenda in which they was trying to bring forth, but somebody that had dealings with them. Now let's see what he wrote for us to be able to discover. The ancient Greek historian Herodotus, who visited Egypt in the 5th century BCE, he saw the Egyptians face to face and described them as black.
Herodotus, the Egyptians were black-skinned, woolly-haired people. Now, you know, and that really speaks to the proof, right? Because a lot of times when you hear about the Gentiles' personal revelations about the Egyptians or Negroes or whatever, they normally group them in like they're the same people, right? That's always the Gentiles that do that. You know what I'm saying? But Negroes, we know we different from the Hamites, and the Hamites know we different from them. So this is from a European perspective.
Black-skinned, woolly-haired people. Again, he described them as black-skinned, woolly-haired people. He didn't describe them as European. He didn't describe them as having straight-up blonde hair. Black-skinned, woolly-haired people, because this was the characteristics of people of color even in that time. Let's go in even deeper. An anthropologist named Count Constantine Devone spoke about the race of the Egyptians.
I ain't gonna lie, this beat that's playing in the background is so hard. It kind of sounds like my song, the beat for my song Isaiah 5:20. The beat go hard, bro, for real.
That produced the pharaohs.
Start rapping.
He later paid tribute to Herodotus' discovery when he said, the ancient Egyptians were true Negroes of the same type as the native-born Africans. That being so, we can see how their blood mixed for several centuries with that of the Romans and the Greeks, and must have lost the intensity of the original color. See, there we have it.
Okay, time out. Interesting that Von Lee is going back to the period of the ancient pharaohs. But one of the most memorable moments of the Bible is the Exodus from ancient Egypt, right? Well, have you ever asked the question, why were the children of Israel in Egypt in the first place? See, centuries before, the story goes that Joseph, Jacob's son, aka Israel, was sold as a slave there, but rose from a slave to second in command. And later, the rest of his family came to Egypt as honored guests during the famine.
And they walked from Canaan, right? They didn't take no ships. So when the Gentiles are like, well, when it says that you'll be brought back to Egypt again in ships, that we were originally, they're basically trying to say that we were originally, traveled there by ship. But our ancestors, Jacob and the rest of his sons, when they went to go to Egypt during the famine, they walked from Canaan. None of our people have ever got into Egypt by ships. That's talking about a spiritual, symbolic Egypt. Okay, it's not talking about the ancient African Egypt.
Then fast forward 200 plus years later, the Israelites in the same land are in slavery.
Yeah, that's who it is, Ak, but I wouldn't say their name out loud because, there's some things attached to them that I'm not a fan of, so let's just leave it at that. I'm using their video, but there's some things about them that has been coming out that ain't good, so I'm just not going to say who they are.
Hashtag inner Moses. So how did they go from being honored by the pharaohs to being slaves of the pharaohs? Fun fact numero uno. Most historians agree that during the time of Joseph, Egypt was ruled by a black but not Hamitic power, a Semitic people who conquered Egypt, known as the Hyksos. The Hyksos were called the Shepherd Kings. Remember, Hebrews or Israelites are Semitic pastoral people. Now, if you take the Hyksos into account, we might just see how Israel became oppressed in the land of the Egyptians during the time of Moses, when the Nubian pharaohs returned to power. And this might just explain Genesis 46, 33 through 34. And it shall come to pass that when Pharaoh shall call you and shall say, what is your occupation? That you shall say, the servant's trade hath been about cattle from our youth even to now, both we and also our fathers, that ye may dwell in the land of Goshen. For every shepherd is an abomination to the Egyptians. So during the reign of the shepherd kings, the native Egyptians hated the Hyksos so much that even the Israelites, who were herdsmen, chose to live in Lower Egypt in Goshen, away from the natives. For that reason, Goshen, or Lower Egypt, was known as the pastoral region. So when the natives took back control of Egypt from the Hyksos, they put the Hebrews into bondage. So why is that important? To hit Vonley's point again, let me introduce you to a Black Semitic pastoral African people, shepherd kings, called the Fulani.
That's the
The
tribe.
following quote
Ethiopian
is from the Fulani, a nomadic tribe in Nigeria, from Oxford University Press. Mr. Delafosse, who studies West African languages, which gives special weight to his opinions, holds the view that the Fulani...
That's interesting because when you look at the word Fulani, right, it's a nomadic tribe in Nigeria. But if you look, you'll notice that some of the tribes that are connected to the Hebrews, like the tribe of Dan, they're called the Falasha, Fulani, Falasha. You notice that a lot of these words have Hebrew or Abari kind of like ties to them, kind of like a Abari or Hebrew dialect to it.
Fulani may have owed their origin to the downfall of the Hyksos, or shepherd kings, who were driven from Egypt about the year 1630 BC. Lady Lagarde, British journalist and writer, who first coined the term Nigeria, speaking in regard to the Fulani, descending from the Hyksos of ancient Egypt, spoke of the great similarities observed by her husband that exist between the Wahuma of East Africa and the Fulani of the Western Sudan. of both races, Fulani and Wahuma alike, it can at least be said that they so far support the theory of a common origin in the Hyksos, as to have maintained throughout all their history in the diverse countries in which they are to be found the ancient position of shepherd kings. This quote is from The Affairs of West Africa by Edmund Dene Morrow. For full, the Fulani dialect.
I'm going to skip forward a little bit, y'all, where it talks about our differences between us and the Hamites. So I'm going to skip forward a little bit.
Beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, my dispersed Israel will bring mine offering. All right. When you look at Ethiopia is on the east, the opposite of the east is the west. This is where we fled to throughout history. A whole bunch of Hebrew nations, Hebrew tribes are in that area, such as the Ewe, the Ewe, the Igbo. Different tribes still house that Hebraic faith, right? So by blood, just by blood alone, there is no way possible we could be Egyptian, right? Then when you begin to look at a lot of the studies, you begin to look at their articles and books that discusses the evidence of the Negro population inside of ancient Egyptian culture. And they begin to talk about how the Negroes influenced it. Now, a lot of that come because they want to try to say that the Egyptian was a Caucasoid type people, because they're looking at the people in the land today, right? Which is not conclusive, because anything that originates starts with color. You can get every color out of black, but you can't get white out of black. You understand what I'm saying? So everything is connected to the melanin or the tone of the skin. There's a book called Black Image in the White Mind, where a craniologist by the name of Morton, he did a study, and he began to compare the Egyptian skull with that of the African American, and he concluded that the African American had the same servile function in ancient Egypt as they do in America today. We're not the same people.
Pause. Okay, let's stop for a second and let's revisit what we just learned about Dr. Paul Morton. Now, in his book, Crania Egyptica, his research found that the Egyptians were in fact Negroid, but not Negroes. The Negro skulls were slightly longer than the Egyptian skulls, but upon studying the skulls found of the servant class in Egypt, he found the Negroes in America to be exact matches. Now, this is the full quote from the book Black Image in the White Mind, page 75. Morton pointed out that both cranial and archaeological evidence showed that the Egyptians were not Negroes, as abolitionists and colonialists had maintained. Now let me read that first part again. Morton pointed out that both.
Right. So it makes sense, right? It would make sense when they say that these people were Negroid, but they weren't Negroes, because you have to understand that Ham was a son of Noah. Noah was a Negro. We know that, right? We know that Japheth was a Negro, and of course Shem was a Negro. So Hamites come from a Negroid man. They are a separate nation and they are of a different bloodline, but they were still had some sort of Negroid kind of features in a sense, but they're just not the same people as the Shemites, Negro people. But the Hamites came to be because of a Negro man named Ham. Okay, so the Canaanites and all of them, the Cushites, all came from Ham. Nimrod, Ham. But Ham came from a Negro man, so therefore he would be a Negro child, and you are what your father is, right? So Ham was a Negro or Negroid, but he wasn't Negro, if that makes sense. I know it's a little confusing because we're talking about black people, but yeah.
Cranial and archaeological evidence showed that the Egyptians were not Negroes, as abolitionists and colonialists had maintained. And in fact, blacks have been regulated to the same servile position in ancient Egypt as in modern America. Now, why did Morton say that both abolitionists and colonialists connected the slavery of the Negro in America to Egypt? Now, when anyone thinks slavery and Egypt, the images that come to mind are usually connected to one time and one event: the Exodus. the story of the oppression and bondage and redemption of Moses and the children of Israel under the heavy hand of Pharaoh Thutmose and the ancient Egyptians. Morton makes the claim that abolitionists and colonialists claim that the blacks were Egyptians. Yet his studies of skeletal remains, mummy heads, and tomb inscriptions, proved by Egyptologist George R. Giddon, prove that blacks in America had a connection to Egypt, but were not Egyptians.
Look at that. Had a connection to ancient Egypt, but we were not Egyptians. And you see so many of our people, you know, that don't do the research, running to go celebrate ancient Kemet and all this stuff and worship their deities and their heathen customs.
But rather slaves and servants in ancient Egypt. The interesting thing is, there's no writings from abolitionists or colonialists connecting blacks in America to Egyptian descent. But there are endless writers, historians, abolitionists, and slaves alike who connected blacks in America with the Hebrew people. For instance, Harriet Tubman is the most widely recognized symbol of the Underground Railroad. When she escaped on September 17, 1849, Tubman said freedom felt empty unless she could share it with people she loved. So she resolved to go back and rescue friends and family. Harriet was nicknamed Moses by abolitionist William Lloyd Garrison. The name was used as an analogy to the biblical story of Moses, who attempted to lead the Hebrews to the promised land and freedom from slavery. The very connection Morton cites in his quote. And then there's others, like James W. Hagee.
Blacks, wait, let me go back and read that. It says, let me go back.
From abolitionists or colonialists, connecting blacks in America to Egyptian descent. But there are endless writers, historians, abolitionists, and slaves alike who connected blacks in America with the Hebrew people. For instance, Harriet Tubman is the most widely recognized symbol of the Underground Railroad. When she escaped on September 17, 1849, Tubman said,
she kind of looks like Whoopi Goldberg right there. Doesn't she kind of, is that, I don't know if that's like supposed to be a real life depiction or a reiteration or a retelling, but is that Whoopi Goldberg? I'm confused. Or is that like a lifelike? I don't know what's going on.
Freedom felt empty unless she could share it with people she loved. So she resolved to go back and rescue friends and family. Harriet was nicknamed Moses by
Harriet Tubman, Moses of her people, served Underground Railroad frequented the site after the Civil War. Now, I showed you guys that Harriet Tubman knew that she was from the Ashanti people or the Ashanti tribe. And we know that the Ashanti are people that descend from Yahuda. And she had a name prior to being called Harriet Tubman when she came to America that identified with being Ashanti or of the Ashanti tribe, which connects to Yahuda. So I'm not surprised her people called her Moses because she knew who she was.
Abolitionist William Lloyd Garrison. The name was used as an analogy to the biblical story of Moses, who attempted to lead the Hebrews to the promised land and freedom from slavery. The very connection Morton cites in his quote.
Blacks have been relegated to the same servile position in ancient Egypt as in modern America. Whoa. Ooh. Hey. Nah, I'm just playing. Akeem says, what's the name of the movie? I'll tell you, but I'm not really too much of a supporter of the individuals that are behind it. But it's called Reclaiming the Throne.
And then there's others, like James W. Hagee, professor of history at the College of Charleston. In his article, Muslims, Slaves, Abducted Moors, African Jews, Misnamed Turks, and Asiatic Greek Ladies, Some Examples of Non-European Religious and Ethnic Diversity in South Carolina. Man, say that 10 times fast. Anyway, here's the quote. In 1786, two men appeared in Charleston, dressed in the Moorish habit, and aroused a great deal of suspicion by their strange ways. Therefore, an officer of the law began to try to question him. The Moors, he found, did not know English and resented the suspicious lawman. According to an officer, the men became impatient and vulgar. And as a result, the lawman gave one of the fellows a little bit of manual correction by the way of reforming his manners. By this time, a mob had gathered, and the authorities feared a riot might break out. Finally, they determined that the two were of the Jewish nation. Say it one more.
These Moors. And that's why I say some of these Moors were Israelites too. You feel what I'm saying? But these Moors were of the what they call the Jewish nation. They were Yahudim.
Finally, they determined that the two were of the Jewish nation. They took the two men to the home of a woman on East Bay Street who understood their language. She found that the two had sailed from Algeria to Virginia, where they had been arrested upon suspicion of them being Algerines. They had then traveled overland to South Carolina. Hagee continues in his article to highlight what he classifies as African Jews in South Carolina. Quote, another Jew from Africa was Billy Simmons, a black slave, according to Simmons, who was owned by the editor of the Charleston Daily Courier. He was born in Madagascar and lived in the Barbary States and arrived in South Carolina when he was quite young. He may in fact have arrived with his relatives and with Star Barrett, who could have converted him. He, however, insisted that he belonged to a tribe of Israelites known as Rechabites, mentioned in Jeremiah 35. His Jewishness cannot be questioned because of two of the Hazanim or cantors of the congregation Bet Elohim in the 1830s wrote about him and attested to his devotion. Dr. Julius Ekman reported in the Weekly Gleaner, January 16, 1837, on his exemplary devotion.
So you guys can see that there's so much evidence, dude, proving who we are. There is so, and it's always ties to Africa, if you notice this. It always ties to Africa. All right? So far, there ain't really been much to support the idea of us being here, indigenous, and being Native Americans and all this other stuff. It always ties to Africa and America being like a foreign land which we were brought to by force. And it all ties to Deuteronomy 28. It ties to the scriptures, and it ties to all the things we've been looking at throughout these series.
Ocean on Yom Kippur. And Maurice Mayer described Simmons in an 1859 German magazine as the most observant of those who go to the synagogue. Furthermore, he was an accomplished scholar in Hebrew and Arabic. When he died, his obituary appeared on the front page of Daily Courier, December 12, 1859. Seeing that I'm a South Carolina native, when I first came across information of this ilk, it struck a particular chord with me. Growing up as a kid in SC, we would take that 3-hour trek from the upstate to the coast. Walking downtown Charleston through the streets of the slave market that's now a tourist attraction. So me and the team, we figured it was about time to pay a visit and see what's going on. See, there's so many connections to this area. Just maybe we might find some answers that could possibly tie us back to our original culture. So our brother from Senegal is here.
Senegal!
Yeah. The irony of my brother here from Senegal selling stuff in a place.
Actually, I'm from Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Sierra Leone. So if you see
you know, we are connected directly with the
Right. So when you talk about our people, man, and how we've been scattered, it's really interesting. You see all the wares, handmade wares, and all the skills that our people had in the past. Like these so you yeah. So do you make it yourself? Or you have
no, my people make it.
And you bring it in? From
West, yeah.
Wow.
From Senegal. Yeah.
All these imported from Senegal. It's really cool. You see some of the designs and stuff, man. These bags that's made and show you how people were very skilled in crafts and wares and things of that nature. So So yeah, man.
I used to live in Lagos. But
Lagos.
this was in the 80s, yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. Because one of the things that we've been talking about is fact that with our people's history,
Right.
you know, how we tie back to the original people.
Right.
Right. So, and a lot of those tribes, their historical connections. Even though you're like, this is the second wave of Israelites, the Igbo land,
Right.
some other people,
Right.
teaming up with those communities. So, but when we see these things, we try to connect our history.
Right.
And
And you should check Mama Africa across the street.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
You see the store right there, Mama Africa? You see it.
Yeah. Check that. Introduce my
What's your name, man?
Lasana.
Yeah, I'm in Madrid.
Oh,
Madrid.
Madrid.
Yeah, I'm in Madrid. Okay.
Yeah, what's up, my bro? Yeah.
You remember, have you heard the story of Mansa Musa?
So just in case you haven't heard the story that he's talking about,
Have you heard the story of Mansa Musa?
aka the story of Mansa Musa and
Mansa Musa was said to be the richest man that ever lived, and he was a black man in Africa.
the Mandinka? Let me fill you in. Funny how all these massive historical events seem to just evade our history books. But I remember how in school, they taught us that black slaves were these uneducated, poor, primal beasts that just roamed around Africa naked and afraid.
Jerry, turn loose my leg. I ain't holding your leg. Jerry, you ain't holding me? No. Jerry, please say yes, you is holding me. Good Lord, I'm ready, indeed I'm ready. Oh, good Lord, I'll be ready when the great day comes to glory, hallelujah. Ready, indeed I'm ready. Oh, good Lord, I'll be ready when the great day comes.
So you remember when the scriptures say that you will be an astonishment, a byword, and a reproach among all nations? This is how they continue, or this is really how the nations started to make people make these jokes about you, African booty scratcher, you know, monkey, and all this other stuff. This is really how they've been showing this to children and how this world has been indoctrinated to hate you based off your features, which are really, honestly, superior. But this is how they got you to hate yourself. And this is how they got the world to hate you. Stuff like this. Hey, Nora, how you doing?
But actually, it was the complete opposite.
Look at that. Look at that beautiful black woman. Come on, y'all. But they try to portray you as a monkey? Like, what? Look how perfectly rounded her face is. Look at that beautiful, glowing melanin skin. They taught you to hate this magnificence. Are you serious? Bro, come on.
See, while European civilization was
This is what they was doing. This is what they was doing. This is what they won't show you. Okay, if I ever make a little bit of money, I promise you, I'll tell you their history. When they was eating bloody meat. Okay, this is what Esau and them people was doing. They called you savages, but this looks savage-like to me. Bloody meat, blood, just, you know what I'm saying, all over, laying down with the animals, frolicking in the woods, dirty fingernails. You feel what I'm saying? This is what they was doing. This is what they not showing you. You feel what I'm saying? But I'm going to show you.
being completely decimated during the Dark Ages, dealing with famine, death, and the Black Plague.
Right, look at that.
Simultaneously, West Africans were building empires and amassing wealth at a rate that the
Yes.
world had never seen. Maybe this is the real reason why Europeans dubbed this, quote, the Dark Ages. See, in the territory of Mali, there existed a king named Mansa Musa, who in the time of his reign was the richest man in the world. Some say that he might have been the richest man to ever live. Once during his reign on a trip to Cairo, Mansa Musa's lavish spending of his immense wealth was so prolific that he flooded the Egyptian market with so much gold that the price of it dropped in the world. Also, the capital of Mali, Timbuktu, at that time was the epicenter for culture and learning for the entire world. Yes.
And the Hebrews built Timbuktu. That's why you got the book Babylon and Timbuktu. Our people built it. Do you not realize that there was a whole world economy centralized around Timbuktu and the Hebrews built it? Come on, dude. Don't let them tell you a savage. Don't you let them tell you that. People only believe it because they don't know nothing about their own history. But once you know history, it's easy to disprove everything that they've been saying. And that's why they get mad at me, because I come on here and show receipts about it. I had some white guy in my comment section say, keep my people's name out your mouth, man. Run off, Esau. Cry about it.
The entire world. Not Rome, Timbuktu. It also possessed universities and libraries that were world-renowned. Yo, check this. At one point in time, the #1 export from Timbuktu was books. But I thought they told us we couldn't read nor write.
We just couldn't read and write their language. But I mean, if you understand that we're the people of the book, we wrote the Bible. Yeah, we had possession of those Hebrew scrolls. But they told you was illiterate and you couldn't read. Screw their language. We had a covenant with the one true creator, and he entrusted us with the words inspired by the Ruach HaKodesh. Knowing who you are is liberation. I'm just saying.
How was this possible?
A, B, C. Very good, Ray. Go on.
Dean Caribou's in here. Dean Marabou. Hey, sis. Good to see you.
I, J, K.
What in God's name do you think you're doing?
See, they didn't want to teach the Negro to read because they knew if we got a hold of them English Bibles, we would be able to connect the dots someday to who we are. They wanted to keep you enslaved, okay? They didn't really care that you knew how to read. They really cared more about certain books you would have started reading. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't keep us completely, you know what I'm saying, dumb, right? We like I said, we were not illiterate. We had a language before we came here. They just told us we couldn't read their language. Why couldn't we? Because they didn't allow us to. But fast forward, many of our people are being able to read the book that they didn't want us to read, which is our book, which is called the Bible in English, and be able to understand fully what it's telling us and who we are according to this book they didn't want you to ever read. But they try to use it to oppress you, by the way. And it was a book that was not given to them. Interesting, huh?
You are doing me any harm.
If you give a nigger an inch, he will take a mile. If you teach that nigger how to read, there would be no keeping him. It would forever ruin him to be a slave. We carried you here to take care of Thomas. To learn a trade when you're bigger. Ain't no need for you to be reading, boy. No need at all.
I understand, dear. I'll see to it that it's not allowed to be near any more books.
There's nothing more needs saying.
But there's one more thing. See, even when our people share this history about the empires of Mali, the Zai, the Songhai, etc., they always leave one big piece of information out. Before the Islamic invasion, West Africa was a Hebrew epicenter. The famous cartographer Leon Africanus traveled extensively in Africa, south of the Sahara, where he encountered innumerable Black African Hebrew communities. Leon later converted to Catholicism, but remained interested in Hebrew.
Look at that. These are Abari Hebrews. Now, some people ask me, Yexer, well, why do they have the box on the head? And why do they practice some of the Jewish customs? The reason why is because they want to be recognized as Jews by the synagogue of Satan. Now, you might think that that's silly. I think it's kind of silly, if I'm being honest with you, because why do you want to be acknowledged by them devils? But they kind of want to be, they feel like Israel is the true land, and they want to be accepted amongst these Khazars. So a lot of them follow the Jewish practices because they feel like they need to be accepted by them people. All right. So just to kind of put that into perspective as to why they kind of follow some of those Jewish customs. But these are bloodline Yahudim, though.
Through communities he encountered in his travels throughout West Africa. This is a quote from his book, The Description of Africa. Quote, howbeit, they sated upon the Nile, do inhabit two great populous nations, one of Jews toward the west, under the government of a mighty king. Leo Africanus, The Description of Africa, Volume 1, page 33. Here's a couple more quotes about the Hebrew roots of Islamic Mali from the book Babylon to Timbuktu by Dr. Rudolph R. Windsor. Yearning for independence. Sani, the liberator Ali, detested paying tribute to Mali. Because of his exploits, the Zah dynasty of Gao acquired a new appellation. This dynasty, after Sani Ali the First, is called Sunni or Shah dynasty. There were about 17 or 18 Islamic Hebrew kings in this dynasty. Philip St. Laurent, who writes a monthly article on African history for the Philadelphia Bulletin, says that the soldiers of Mali were made prisoners of the ruling family of Diasobi. This was a Zah Hebrew dynasty. Among these prisoners were Ali Kolon, or Cullen, and his brother Selmar Nar, the sons of Zah Yesabi. These Hebrew princes were appointed as pages at the court of Mali about 1335. Just think of the name, Mansa Musa. The word Musa is Arabic for Moses.
Actually, it would be Masha. Masha would be the proper Abari. I think this is more so based in the modern Hebrew or the heathen Hebrew. But it actually be pronounced Masha. Masha would be his Abari name. But Musa is the Arabic word for the modern Hebrew, which is Moshe.
In Hebrew, pronounced Moshe or Moshe. Even the prefix Zah from the Zah dynasty goes back to the Hebrew word Zar or Sar, meaning captain or chief. So this brother descends from Musa's tribe, the Mandika. How historic is that?
Yeah. The richest Africa is from the sun. I want to give the gold from the Mali Empire all the way to the Arabian. Same descent.
Well, that's one of the things that we talk
and
about.
And Lansana means the warrior.
Lansana means the warrior?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things we talk about in the documentary, man. We just talk about the connections in Mali.
Right, Mali, yeah.
You know, Shanghai,
Shanghai,
yeah.
That's where the first university was built.
Yeah. So,
that's where the first university was built, the Songhai Empire. The Songhai Empire, the Zah dynasty, was a Hebrew nation amongst, within the West African areas of West Africa. The first university was built there by Hebrews. Bro, powerful.
And those historically was the Hebrew Empire.
Yeah.
So, man. Nice to meet you, bro. Man. I'll be back to see you, bro. Yeah. History. All right, boss, man. Yes, sir. All right, King.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so when you're looking at this, when you're looking at East Bay Street, we showed you, or we're going to show you in this documentary that this is a place where something very peculiar happened. You had blacks who came down here in this area to the slave market, to East Bay Street, who were speaking Hebrew. And they came from a place where they admitted that they were Jews. This is a very peculiar place. There's actually an uproar that happened in the midst of that. So when you look at these places, you go look around, everything around here, This place is where a good squad of African Americans came from. They came through these here slave ports. It's one of the, if not the number one slave port in America. There's not a single commemoration about anything that happened. I can get his anecdotes from writers from that time to actually understand what happened, because nobody actually documented it. So it shows you that there's rather, which I lean towards more of an intentional cover-up of all this history. You're talking about a rich history of this place that affected it.
Yes, please hit the like button. If you haven't hit the like button, to everybody coming in, please hit the like button. It helps the channel out. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Entire nation. This whole place was built, buildings built. This whole market was built by people who came through this port, but they don't have yet one single commemorative plaque or any kind of information about them in the actual place where they were sold. East Bay Street.
A nation undesired, a history stolen, a story untold. Until now. Me and Mo were determined to put together a team that could connect these dots. Speaking of dots, slavery and South Carolina are synonymous, obviously. But one of the lines that connects the dots might come from a source you wouldn't expect. The following quote is from the Jewish Virtual Library. The Jewish temples, the Babylonian exile, 597 to 538 BCE. Quote, the salient feature of the exile, however, was that the Jews were settled in a single place by Nebuchadnezzar. While the Assyrian deportation of the Israelites in 722 BC resulted in the complete disappearance of the Israelites, the deported Jews formed their own community in Babylon and retained their religion, practices, and philosophies. Some of us seen adopted the Chaldean religion, for they named their offspring after Chaldean gods. But for the most part, the community remained united in its common faith of Yahweh. They called themselves the Gola, exiles, or B'nai Gola, the children of the exiles. And within the crucible of despair and hopelessness, they forged a new national identity and a new religion. So the Jewish Virtual Library speaks of the exiles of the tribe of Judah, that they called themselves Gola, G-O-L-A, also spelled Gala or Gula. So who are the Gola people or the exiles of Judah? The Gullah people are descendants of enslaved Africans of various.
The Gullah people. And somebody mentioned the Xhosa earlier. There you go. There's their confirmation. I didn't say anything about it because I knew I was going to show you this and I was going to mention this.
Ethnic groups who live in the Low Country region of the U.S. in the states of Georgia and South Carolina, both in the coastal plain and the Sea Islands. They developed a Creole language, the Gullah language, and a culture rich in African influences that make them distinctive among African Americans. So let's see what the encyclopedia has to say about the Gullah people. The origin of the word Gullah is unclear. Some scholars suggest it may be cognate with the word Angola, where the ancestors of some of the Gullah people likely originated. They created a new culture synthesized from that of various African peoples brought into Charleston and South Carolina. Some scholars have suggested that it may come from the name of the Gola, an ethnic group living in the border area between present-day Sierra Leone and Liberia and West Africa. The Gola language is an isolate within the Niger-Congo language family. In 1991, it was spoken by 200,000 people. So let's go back to the quote from the Jewish Encyclopedia. They called themselves Gola, exiles, or B'nai Gola, the children of exiles. And within the crucible of despair and hopelessness, they forged a new national identity and a new religion. Interesting how in the Niger-Congo family, you not only have the Gola, but you have the Angolas and the Congolese. One of the most famous songs ever sung is the Negro spiritual that the Gullah people would sing on plantations, that Europeans would try to mimic, which they interpret as "come by here."
Yeah.
What the heck? Are you serious?
Praise the Lord. Kumbaya, my Lord. Kumbaya. Kumbaya.
My gosh, that's really how they be sounding. No seasoning, no sauce, no drip, just corny and just bland and just dried up. But see, we put a little, we put a little bit of seasoning on everything, man. Black people, we are that seasoning. We are the sounds of soul. Can you imagine a nation that doesn't know anything about soul music trying to sing in a soulful way? It's not possible.
Lord, kumbaya, kumbaya, my Lord, kumbaya, oh Lord, kumbaya. Someone singing, my Lord, kumbaya. Someone singing, my Lord, kumbaya. Someone singing, my Lord, kumbaya. Oh Lord, kumbaya. Sing it. Kumbaya, Lord, kumbaya, Lord, kumbaya. Sing it, singing, my Lord, kumbaya. Singing, my Lord, kumbaya. Singing, my Lord, kumbaya.
Cesare Borgia.
It became a standard campfire song for whites and tent revivals and summer camps. It enjoyed a broader popularity during the folk revival of the 1950s and 1960s. The problem is the song that whites would translate as "come by here" is really "kumbaya."
Kumbaya, 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 kumbaya. Come by here, y'all. The time is an essence. They hear it in our message. You have revealed to us the blessing.
Bro, we're better than them at everything. I'm sorry, I know I keep on rubbing that in, but bro, it's true. Come on.
That comes after the testing. Toda, y'all. Toda, y'all. We are waiting on the Exodus, praying for the rest of us. It shall be greater than the first, for the captivity is the worst. Come by here, y'all. You are our strong tower, for we know not the hour. You are our power. Our enemies you devour. Come by here, y'all. In the time of darkness, the world is heartless. Missing kids on carton. Who would have thought this? Come by here, y'all. You are in control. You got the nations on hold. The wicked must.
What does that mean, you ask? Well, Yah is the abbreviated name of the God of the Bible, Yahuwah.
Yahuwah. See, I was waiting. I was just waiting. Yasharal, I was just waiting for him to say Yahuwah. You know what I'm saying? Just that name, man. There's something about that name, bro, that just makes me feel so good to hear my people call on the name of Yahuwah. You know what I'm saying? And just hearing, I was waiting for it. I knew it was coming, y'all. I knew it. It just strikes you, man. I got to play that part again.
The Bible, Yahuwah. The song is not "come by here," but "come here, Yah." A plea for deliverance from the captors. Hebrew words and traditions are not only found in the language and culture of the Gullah people of South Carolina and Georgia, but also throughout the African diaspora. Even the very names of slaves prior to the changing that took place at purchase had Hebrew origin. The Hebrew people were often
Hebrew names of the transatlantic slave trade.
surname themselves.
I've shown you guys this before, but I'll show you again.
after the God they serve. This is how we got names like Jeremiah, Nehemiah, Saraiah, Jeconiah, Hezekiah, etc. All naming themselves after Yah. If you ever took the time to scroll through the slave ledgers and look at the names that the slaves had before they were changed, you will find that most were Hebrew. If you're not familiar with Elohim of the Hebrews, maybe this script will help you. Psalm 68:4. Sing unto Elohim, sing praises unto his name, extol him that rideth upon the heavens by his name, Yah.
Okay, let me tell y'all something. I don't use the name Yah. Okay, I'm not a fan of the name of Yah. Okay, his shortened name is actually Yahoo. Okay, not Yah, because I mean, who you talking about? You talking about Jehovah? You talking about Yahweh? You talking about something else? I just prefer to call him Yahoo, because if you look at all his people, when they had his name in their name, it was Yahu, not Yah. Okay, that's just a modern translation of what the names were. I mean, Yeram Yahu, Nakam Yahu, Yasha Yahu. Everybody had Yahoo in the name. That's why I got Yahoo in my name, right? Like, Yah, I mean, I'm not saying you're evil if you use the name Yah, right? But I just don't use it because that's not what his shortened name is. His shortened name is Yahu, Y-A-H-U, not Y-A-H. That's something totally different.
And rejoice before. See, not only will you find indigenous Hebrew names in the slave trade database, aka names are rather Yah or El as a prefix or suffix, you will even find the pronunciation of the name Yah hidden in some of the names of the countries where people will take it from, like Kenya, Algeria, Libya, Eritrea, Tunisia, Zambia, Namibia, Gambia, etc. Even the territory of South Africa, before Europeans dubbed it South Africa, was called in ancient times Azania. So how is that relevant? Well, the name is actually in the Bible. The name Azania, according to the Smith Bible Dictionary,
actually it'd be Azan Yahu. Azan means to hear. Okay? So it'd be Azan Yahu, which means Yahuwah hears.
Means Azania, whom the Lord hears, the father or immediate ancestor of Yeshua the Levite in the time of Nehemiah. Even the Strong's Concordance reads as Azaniah from H238 and H3050.
Okay, you know what, Dave, I mean, you know what? You can believe whatever you want to believe, but we are not Greeks. We are not heathens. We are not Caucasians. So we use our native tongue that your ancestors literally stripped from us. So if you want to follow your Greek trash, heathen, European customs and language, then do that. But we Hebrews in here, so we could care less about what the white man got to say. Just saying.
By Yah, Azaniah, an Israelite. See, even in the Kikongo family of Bantu languages, God is sometimes referred to as Yahweh or Yah'abi. In Hebrew, Ab or Abba means father, and Yah is the name of God.
See, right now you're just talking out the side of your mouth, because if you knew anything about the Bible, it literally says that Abari, or what you call Hebrew, is the tongue of creation. It's been here since the beginning. It's been here since Adam and Eve, since the first man and woman were created. If you read Jubilees 12:26, you would know that. And we don't speak modern heathen Hebrew. We speak ancient Hebrew that has been found, inscribed in stone. Okay, so just please be quiet, because you're only proving you don't know what you're talking about.
So Yahweh means Yah is my father, or Yah is the father. The name Yah holds so much weight among certain Bantu tribes that they even named their elders Yah, or Yah. This is how scholars and researchers who were searching for the lost tribes of Israel came to certain conclusions about Africa. For example, Dr. Alan H. Gabi,
professor of divinity and Old Testament studies at Duke University, whose studies in search of the lost tribes led him to West, Central, and South Africa, which actually moved him to publish a work called The Lost Tribes of Myth, a suggestion towards rewriting Hebrew history. Garvey penned a map in his book showing the locations of Hebrew tribes in Africa. As you see, the Landa Jews, the Mavumbu Jews, the Santome Jews, B'nai Ephraim, the Dahomey Jews, the Jewish Kingdom of Ghana, Lam, Levite cities, etc. But then near the Congo, he writes, pre-exile Yahwism. Yahwism? What's Yahwism? Well, Yahwism, as dubbed by Europeans, is the worship of Yahuwah in the ancient Israelite kingdoms of Judah and Israel. In a critical review of Garvey's book by the University of Chicago Press, Solomon B. Freehoff wrote the following in the Journal of Religion. The quote, lost tribes question is only a point of departure for a detailed study of Hebrew origins, Jewish dispersion, and worldwide propaganda for Yahoo worship, and the question of racial integrity of the Jews. Freehoff goes on to write, there was a steady propaganda for Yahoo worship all through the ages, all over the ancient world, through Palestinian trade.
Just to answer your question, Hebrew mom, the Yahoo did apply to women too, because if you look at somebody like Judith, her name was actually Yahudith. So she had Yahoo in her name too. You feel what I'm saying? And she was a woman. But yeah, it was applicable to men and women as far as Yahoo in the name. I know you guys are probably like, well, your name is Yexer Malchiah. Yeah, that's my artist name, because before I started understanding Bari, I was using Yah too, right? But my actual name is Yahoo, or has Yahoo in it. You know what I'm saying? I just never changed my artist name because everybody knows me by that. But for the most part, like even when I come here on live, you see my name is actually Malchi Yahoo. You know what I'm saying? So yes, it does apply to men and women with the Yahoo at the end. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're bad if you use Yah. I just prefer Yahoo because that's what I can prove in the scriptures. That's what I can prove in our people's names. You know what I'm saying? Aside from, you know, the translators and all these other things. And it just connects you to Yahuwah. You can't connect Jehovah. You can't connect Yahweh. You can't connect any of these other names to Yahoo, but Yahuwah. And that's why I just prefer that over everything else.
Colonies and military settlements. Thus, most of North Africa, the whole Sahara region, Berber, Agal, and Negro became Yahoo worshippers and considered themselves, but not.
The Negro became Yahoo worshipers. Who is Yahoo? Yahuwah.
Israel, the sons of Israel, or Philistine, Palestine. So if Yah is the God of the Bible, and the Bible commands to worship by his name, quote, sing unto Elohim, sing praises to his name, extol him that ride upon the heavens by his name, Yah. Remember? Then the question you got to ask yourself is, why is that name only connected to Africa? And how did these people worship and know the name of the God of the Bible without the Bible? Now you might understand the title of Garvey's book, The Lost Tribes of Myth, a suggestion towards rewriting Hebrew history. How could the people be lost and they're right there in plain sight? Maybe instead of being lost, they were hidden, or should I say, erased from history. Another story around.
Fam, that's what irritates me too, B Smur. Like they always come in here. They always do. And I, you know, I'm to a point now where I get used to it. but they always want to try to come into black spaces and educate us when we're educating each other on our history. This has nothing to do with the pale face. It really doesn't. I'm just being honest. It ain't got nothing to do with them, but they're so, you know what I'm saying, angry and jealous because we know who we are, and now they want to try to educate us like we don't know better than you. They know the time of the Gentiles is coming to an end. They know what's coming to them, man. They obviously feel angry. They hate to see a black man not sitting under them and learning from them. They hate it when we educate ourselves. It's exactly why they didn't want us reading. It's exactly why they didn't want us to be educated and understand the language so that we can be able to transmit this information amongst each other in the modern day. They always do that. They always do. Ain't nobody worried about how they feel, though. They can stay mad.
Around that time that raises some eyebrows is from a newspaper in Hartford, Connecticut. Headline: Negro who can write Hebrew. He's deaf and dumb and comes from an African town. Hartford, Connecticut, September 19th.
Main character syndrome. I like that. Don P, I gotta heart that. That is a good point. Main character syndrome, where they always gotta be the forefront of the attention, of the story, of the narrative. That is so factual, bro. Very, very beautifully said. Tracy says, I'm new. Thanks for the protection. Hey, Tracy, how are you? Good to see you. Welcome. Welcome to our stream. I'm glad that you're here with us, and I hope you're enjoying it so far. So welcome to you. But yeah, that the main character syndrome, that is so true. They always got to be the center of attention. It can't be nobody else. And it could be anybody, but it better not be the Negro. And their mindset is anybody but the Negro.
A young African Negro has been in the city for the last few days who claims to be a Hebrew. He is deaf and dumb and as black as the ace of spades. He carries a pad of paper with him and answers all questions by writing them in Hebrew and Loshen Kadesh. What excites the most wonder is that he writes Loshen Kadesh very rapidly. It's the language of the Book of Moses, spoken and written with ease only by the rabbis and highly educated Hebrews. The Negro was sent to one of the rabbis of Hartford, who is perfectly satisfied that he's a Hebrew. He says he comes from a large town in Africa, where there's a tribe of about 20,000 black Hebrews who speak Loshen Kadesh and are quite prosperous. He also says that his father is a rabbi in that town. What surprised him, he writes, is that no Hebrew knows of his countrymen in Africa. This story was forwarded special dispatch to the Baltimore Sun. Headline: Queen City visitor. A native African who is deaf and dumb reads Hebrew and says he's a Jew. With a slight change from the original article and a speculatory answer to why a native-born African's language would be Hebrew from another rabbi, a Mr. Stern, who postulated that, quote, sometimes Negroes purchased by the Jewish slave traders accepted Judaism. After circumcision, they were given freedom as a full-fledged Orthodox Jew. That sounds interesting, but never.
Yes, and let me say that to you. I wanted to address Nora. She says Yahoo. My mind is opening as they trying to say Yahoo. They're trying to say praise their God. I never understood the name. Now I need to study those who are back. Back in the day, Yahoo meant crazy. Yes, and that's why a lot of people didn't want to be called Yahoo. You ever heard that term? Oh, you old crazy Yahoo. Yeah, that was a way to make you not want to associate with the name of Yahuwah. Let me show y'all. I did a post on that. Let me show y'all that real quick. Yes, his shortened name is Yahoo. And many of his people had the name Yahoo in their name. But notice how, let me see if I can pull this up. Give me a second. I just want to prove that real quick because I did a post about this not too long ago. Okay, look at this. So this is the post I did on Facebook. All right. Let me make sure y'all see the screen. Okay, check this out. It says, I remember when the term "you're just an old Yahoo" was used as a disparaging term against someone, meaning uncultured, ignorant, or stupid. Only come to find out years later, it was the common link between Yahuwah, Yahusha, and his people, the Yahudim, such as Yerem-Yahu, that's Jeremiah, Kanan-Yahu, that's John, or Kanaya, that's actually would be Kanaya, Yahukanan, which would be John, Azar-Yahu, which is Azariah, Yahuda, which would be Judah. Do y'all realize why they spell Yahuda with a J-U-D-A-H? They're trying to hide the Father's name, because what do you see? Yahoo, 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 Yahoo. And for the Messiah, even what we are called, the Jews, the Yahudim, Yahoo, Yahusha, Yahoo. They're trying to hide the Father's name. That's what I keep telling y'all. They're trying to hide the Father's name. It's that simple. And that's the problem you get with modern Hebrew. It's garbage. It's trash. Okay, let's keep reading. This world knew what they were doing by hiding the truth, right in your face, by inverting the meaning. The Yahudim were extremely structured, knowledgeable, heavily grounded in their culture, and above all things, overzealous for the Torah and laws contained therein. And so what I did is I decided to Google the slang definition for the word Yahoo. Just like you guys probably remember back in the day, they had Yahoo. Yahoo! You know what I'm saying? That little web service, email or whatever. So what does it mean? What does Yahoo mean? It says applicable to anyone who's uncultured, ignorant, or stupid, or lower intelligent than yourself. Geez, Aaron, that guy was such a Yahoo. This is how they have profaned Yahuwah's name. Okay, this is how they made you not want to associate with it. This is how they made you not want to associate with who you are, because your ancestors came to this America with Yah and Yahoo in their dang name. All right, I think that's the only thing I posted about. But yeah, pretty crazy, isn't it? Pretty crazy, isn't it? And now I see why they have turned us against the Most High, telling us it meant crazy. No, I think the milk you're talking about is called Yoo-hoo. I don't think it's called Yahoo. It's called Yoo-hoo. Yoo-hoo milk. But yeah, just thought I'd point that out, because when I came into the truth of his name, I was wondering, like, wow, that used to be, the word Yahoo was not necessarily a good thing. But now we realize it's the greatest thing. It's our Father's name. Well, at least a shortened version. All right, let's get back to
never happened. There are no records of blacks gaining freedom by converting to Judaism, but there are records of Hebrew peoples and practices in North, West, Central, and South Africa over 1,000 years before the Portuguese even set foot in Africa, including circumcision. Matter of fact, let me show how ridiculous Stern's comments of alleged Negro Jewish conversion by circumcision really is. See, if you do a detailed study on circumcision, you'll find out that the landmass of Israel actually is not the center for the practice of circumcision in the world. Then you'll also find out that it's not even the United States. But according to the World Health Organization, the leading territory in the world that practices circumcision is West Africa.
Look at that, 80 to 95%. These are Yahudim. Now, let me just make something clear. Yahuwah only gave circumcision to the children of Jacob, starting with Abraham. Abraham, as a grown man, got circumcised as a sign of the covenant. Why did Yahuwah require circumcision? Circumcision was a sign that the descendants of Abraham were in covenant with the Most High, because no other nation circumcised themselves. Okay? So the fact that there is an 80 to 95% prevalence rate of circumcision in West Africa proves that these are mostly Yahudim, because only the Yahudim practice the ritual of circumcision, and not just circumcision, but circumcision of the foreskin on the 8th day, according to the scriptures. So if you have someone who has practiced circumcision on the 8th day specifically, they would definitely be followers of the way of Yahuwah.
And Nigeria is the leading country that practices circumcision.
Yeah.
So if circumcision is indigenous to West African culture, how could they get circumcised twice?
Woo! Woo! Yikes.
Also, if circumcision was a token of the covenant that God made with the Israelites, how and why would it be indigenous to West African culture? Chew on that. If you're looking for proof that blacks of the diaspora spoke and wrote Hebrew, there's no better artifact to examine than First African Baptist Church in Savannah, Georgia.
We talked a little bit about this earlier. This is Pastor Kelly from We Woke Now. He's going to talk a little bit more about it.
I want to just say welcome to my uncle's church, your ancestors' church, a historical area that many have no clue exists. The sad part about it is they have 25,000 visitors every year to come tour this place, and maybe 5% of them are from our community. In this area is so many different historical monuments that tells us who we are. And the question is, who are we? Where do we come from? Where did they get us from? Who are we? Who are we according to scripture, but also historically, who are we? Now, in this area, if you study the history of Savannah, Savannah is the first city that sold slaves. It is the first city. It's equivalent to Williamsburg or Jamestown of Virginia. But this is a very historical area. In this area, you'll find out that 75 slaves in 1803 that was on a ship coming from West Africa. And to be particular, they were of the Igbo tribe. They were captured. They were getting ready to transition them over to another area of Savannah, and they rebelled. The end result is they were able to overcome those that had kidnapped them. And in the end, they decided, every last one of them, to walk into the water. They came to the conclusion that they would rather die free than to live the rest of their lives as slaves.
Man, I mean, these are just I get irritated when I see how people downplay what we have gone through. We've gone through too much, y'all. Too much. Somebody said that earlier in the chat. Shout out to them. We've been through too much. So again, to the Gentiles that have a problem with us ruling over the nations and being the kings and queens of all nations, you gotta understand, bro, you need to do some deep digging on what our people have been through. I mean, we have been through the worst on the worst of the worst of the worst. And some of y'all might be all like, well, you weren't in slavery, you weren't enslaved, but guess what? We still dealing with the psychological damage. We just finding a way to be able to love ourselves. We just now finding out who we really are. We was told we's nothing but Negroes, nothing but slaves, nothing but savages, Africans, right? We're just now finding a way to love ourselves and embrace who we are, embrace our heritage. We're just now coming out of Babylon and turning from sin and returning to the Most High and returning to the commandments. If you don't think that that's an example of psychological damage of slavery, I don't know what is. We done been through too much, bro. And for people to think we don't deserve to be in a position where we're not the underdog, you crazy.
And so that area is called Igbo Landing, and a very historical area that I recommend everyone to go to. But this place here, what's significant about this place is the stories that my grandmother would tell me, my uncle would tell me, giving us the encouragement of pressing down to Savannah to understand who we are. But being young, we brushed it off. But when I first got here, when I first made my first visit 9 years ago, I discovered something that completely caught me by surprise. The Hebrew writings that's on the pews, the order, the structure of this place where you see the founders here.
Let's skip over to that part.
Similarities to Gaaz or Ge'ez, which is a...
And remember, I told you that Ge'ez is what you find in the ancient Ethiopian Bible.
Ethiopian Semitic language. This looks, depending on which angle you look at it, this could be considered Tibet. we call the bet.
box.
You know, but again, if you just look at the markings, you see that our ancestors were literate. That's the point that I really want to make, and that they were Hebrews, and more particularly Hebrew Israelites. They're not using modern tools that we will use. They're using, you know, chipper, you know, and things along that line to do these things. So you see more writings here. There's some on both sides here, on both sides of the pews.
Yeah, that's definitely a bot right there.
Over here. I wish I could fully read what they wrote here, and unfortunately, no one.
Let's keep it going.
How heavy this is, but this is what they made by hand. Ark of the Covenant, and this represents the presence of the Most High among the people. Even when you look at the borders here, you know, just the design, the hand, the architecture, the craftiness of them just putting this together, just the design itself. And we see the quilt on here too, that's still similar to what we see upstairs in the attic, in the ceiling. And you still see kind of the imprints of it here, but you see this quilt here as well. And as you can see the altar here, but if we come around the back here, you may have to turn your lights on because it may be a little dark here. You see. But you see in the, man, because they actually have the actual floor door here, right here. This latch right here. And you see more on the star here, the cross right here again.
And that was, those holes right there were for them to breathe. I mean, dude, can you imagine like surviving like that? Right? If they might have been in the room, or they were supposed to be doing something, and they would just hide some of the slaves in here. Maybe some of them that were escapees or runaways, and you know they wanted a place to just be safe, and they would tell them, okay, well, you know, get in there, and this is gonna be where you're gonna breathe. Bro, come on.
And of course, the altar is this way. When we came to the sanctuary, this is the back way. But it's just filled with history here. No one can deny. This is who we are. This is our history. This is our heritage. This is part of the salvation. The things that the Most High is going to salvage that many thought that they could toss away. And this area was one of the 4 blocks here. You know, this is one of the 4 blocks or 4 corners Savannah is based off of. And coincidence, the 4 corners of the earth. So they called this one of the 4 corners. And that was where slaves were held at. You can see that this was actually, a rundown area. This is where many of our people lived at. And a few blocks down this way, you'll see the projects. But they just, over the past 20 years, they redid some of the area here. And you could just kind of see where we are now. Think about it. That was a place for holding our ancestors as slaves.
Whew, boy. All right. I'm gonna read some of y'all comments, and we gonna keep it on moving and keep it on moving and keep it on moving. Let me see what y'all saying. Give me a second. Let me just read. Healing from trauma has no end date. Ask any psychiatrist every time you learn something new. You get untreated fairly. The person's or situation never apology. Generational hurt stores up in you. Yeah, it definitely does. Absolutely agree. Frank Oberek says they want it all while still bringing you down about it. Right. Shoot, not anymore. I just know one thing. They might be feel away. They might say things to us and all of that. But one thing is for sure. We will never be no willing slave again. We will never comply with their oppression ever again. If they ever try to, I'm telling you, they can try if they want to enslave us. They will see the worst white massacre they've ever seen in their lives. I'm just saying, by our hand, because we done had enough. And I believe personally that the Most High is stirring up. He is stirring us up to deal with them. I'm just being honest. I'm not saying that we're going to move prematurely before he tells us when to, but I believe that there's a stirring up that's taking place because there's going to come a time and a place where we deal with these people who have done this to us. Eventually. I ain't saying it's going to be tomorrow or nothing, but, you know. We woke now, man. We woke. All right. Ever again. Right. Facts. Oh, yeah, that was the year we woke up, gang. Well, at least me. Give me a 1 if you woke up in 2019. I woke up in 2019. I am a child of this prophecy right here of the 400 years. I am the product of that awakening.
400 years. 400 years. The long history, struggles.
All praises.
That culminate into what we call Black experience. If you're Black, especially if you're a Black American, there's certain aspects of your life that are known universally.
2016.
But the one thing that's always remained unknown is our history.
That's fast.
Nigga, boy, get out of pocket with them taxes, bro. I mean, really. So they sailed to America and was like, work sucks. So they sailed to Africa. They met some traders and he was like, hey, I heard you the one looking for them slaves.
Yeah, look at that. Amalek.
And they was like, yeah. And he was like, hey, bro, I got these slaves over here. They've been slaves for like forever. I mean, like forever. And they was like, forever? He was like, yeah. They ain't even got no history. And then they started randomly going ham all over the continent of Africa, picking up random slaves. The truth is something altogether different. Actually, there was absolutely nothing random about the transatlantic slave trade.
Facts.
The trade was in specific areas of Africa that involved specific peoples. Slave owners and traders even went to Africa requesting specific tribes.
Congo. Okay, I told you there's Israelites in the Congo. Negroes. Do y'all hear that? They went to the Congo and they went to these different countries in Africa, specifically West Africa, looking for Negroes. Okay, they weren't looking for Hamites. They weren't looking for so-called what you would call African. They were looking for African Negroes. They were not just looking for Black people. Them telling you that they enslaved you because they were racist against your skin color, that's cap. It was about your bloodline. You were not like the Hamites. That's why they didn't come there looking for no damn Hamites. They wanted the Negroes. They specifically requested Negroes. That's why they went to Negro land.
Now, something should raise a few eyebrows when you conquer a land full of natives who you could enslave, who not only know the land, but know also how to cultivate it, but you don't. But you'll rather risk your life traveling the Middle Passage, one of the most dangerous stretches of water to navigate in the world, to bring a specific people to be slaves who you claim to be lazy savages who know nothing, cannot read or write, and have zero knowledge about the agriculture of that land.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I mean, why the white man ain't build this country himself? You say that y'all better than us, you're smarter than us, we uneducated, we dumb, we lazy, but yet y'all needed us to build your country. Cut the check.
Seems kind of counterproductive, don't you think? See, all the images concerning our ancestors that were put in front of us in America were of a people destitute of everything, even down to their clothes, who have no worth, no skill, and no understanding. Akin to the Zip Coon, Black Sambo iconography of the past. A people that had no other purpose but for entertainment, and to be the literal butt of every joke of their masters. The truth is that the stereotype was constructed and crafted carefully. It was a type of social engineering to keep the black mind from hitting the reset button and returning back to its former glory. In the year 65 BC, the Roman armies under General Pompey captured Jerusalem. In 70 AD, General Vespasian and his son Titus put an end to the Jewish state. During the period from Pompey to Julius, it has been estimated that over 1 million Jews fled into Africa, fleeing from the Roman persecution and slavery. The Black Jews had an advantage over the African tribes. They carried their culture, history, laws, and written records with them. This assured them a constant precedent for the development of a higher social organization. Because of the stability of the Black Jewish culture, the Jews were
Aki Abimelech is in the building, man. Hey, all praises to the Most High. Shabbat Shalom, Aki. Good to see you. I was awakened in 2022. It took me a minute. I mean, I think that's most of us, though. Like, I woke up in 2019, but it was presented so well that I had no question. You know what I'm saying? All I had to do was verify the scriptures, and that video just happened to be about Deuteronomy 28 from Aki, Truth Unedited from Ron. And when he did that video, bro, that was all the confirmation I needed. Of course, I went to go back and look at the scriptures. I was like, this is us. You know, I think if a person has the truth presented to them in the right way, you won't even need to question it. Of course, you got to check the scriptures, make sure they check out. But yeah,
not absorbed into the indigenous population. In fact, the Jews absorbed some of the native tribes. The Jews made use of every opportunity. They were industrious and skillful people. In the Jewish Ghanaian states were found kings, princes, governors, generals, secretaries, treasurers, revenue agents, judges, architects, engineers, doctors, historians, language interpreters, mathematicians, jewelers, sculptors, masons, carpenters, painters of art, goldsmiths, leather workers, potters, armorers, saddlers, blacksmiths, and agriculturalists.
but they told you that you was nothing. They told you that you was savages. This is what I'm saying. Learn that history, gang.
From Babylon to Timbuktu, by Dr. Rudolph R. Windsor. Just think about it. Did slaves go to college? When did they learn how to build homes? When they couldn't read nor write, but they can build the White House and invent the cotton gin in their spare time? Remember, it was Lewis Howard Latimer, a freed slave, who invented the light bulb, not Thomas Edison. Elijah McCoy was the son of a runaway slave who somehow found the time to own over 57 patents on the steam engine.
Oh, see, I love this, man. All praises to the Most High. Great history.
Benjamin Banneker, the son of a free slave, was a farmer, mathematician, and astronomer who designed the layout of the city of DC, while in his spare time reverse engineered the pocket watch and could recreate a more accurate version out of wood. Are you freaking kidding me? Just one generation away from slavery? But I thought we were uneducated savages. This is why the race to the New World consisted of two races: the race for free land and the race for free labor. But not just any land and not just any labor, but the empire builders of West Africa. This is why they put up those posters of Zip Coon and Kingfish.
You know something, Darcy? Holdings here cruising around through the ether waves, over the waterfalls and the snow-clad mountains and over the great American desert. That may be all right for them on horses. But does you remember when we was in the African Navy?
Boy, was we a couple of admirals then, or was we a couple of admirals?
Oh, boy, that sure was the happy time. I wish we was back there now again, y'all, sir.
Boy, if we only had that old battle wagon again, we could show step out and take Zululand, couldn't we?
What if they knew at one time in Iberia and Africa, before the Muslim conquest, The world knew them as Israel and Judah, and the history of the tribes speak to it. For then I will turn to the people a pure language, that they may all call upon the name of Yahuwah, serve him with one consent. For beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, my worshipers, my scattered people, will bring my offerings.
The greatest love story ever told. When I started to research and visit Hebrew tribes in Africa, I truly started to learn the undying love Yahuwah has for his people.
Bro, I love hearing my people say his name and Yahusha. It just sounds so, it's like when I hear Negroes say our Father's name, it just feels like this is what it was supposed to be. It's more just confirmation about the fact it sounds so natural coming from me, but then hearing it come from other Negroes, it's just, there's a unifying sense in that name alone, Yahuwah. And I know some people say Yahweh and all of that, but if you in a camp, you ain't really in the truth. So why would I believe the camp name versus people who are really seeking the Most High and reading the Bible for themselves, don't want to mix with Babylon, don't want nothing to do with the world? I'm just saying, there's that,
Also started to learn that Yahuwah wanted to reconcile Yehuda and Ephraim, his two sticks, so that we could fully show his glory. What we don't realize is that no transatlantic slave ships docked from Israel. So how were Hebrews taken from Africa in the slave trade? If we do not examine the migrations of Hebrews further into Africa from Israel, then we lose a great link in reclaiming our heritage. One, we must understand that Israel was physically connected to Africa until the Suez Canal was completed in 1869. The Suez Canal was man-made for war and commerce.
War in the Middle East. Israeli forces drive spearheads across the Sinai Peninsula, west to the Suez Canal, south to the entrance of the Gulf of Aqaba, breaking the blockade, capturing the west bank of the Jordan River, and occupying the old city of Jerusalem.
So Israel was physically severed from Africa for war and the love of mammon. It should be noted that the tectonic plates of Israel and Africa are still connected, because what Yahuwah brought together, no man can put asunder. According to the late Dr. Thomas Oden, the author of the African Memory of Mark and founder for the Center of Early African Christianity, Africa was always a haven for Judah. Scholars call this the reverse Exodus. The first Exodus was from Egypt to Israel, and the second Exodus was whenever the Hebrews fled from Israel further into Africa. Now, what we must understand is that Hebrews did not travel from Israel to places like Ghana, Nigeria, Togo, Congo, South Africa, Kenya, and Benin in one day or 1 year, but they migrated to these places over generations. Hebrews migrated to Africa for many reasons. Sometimes it was because of the destructions of the temple, war,
Yahuwah. Barak Hashem Yahuwah. Barak Hashem. Rumamu Yahuwah.
Greco-Roman domination, Islamic conquest, and even to trade on the Silk Road. Yah's word prophesied that we would be scattered to the four corners, and that scattering did happen. When you look at how many times Africa is mentioned in the Bible, we see that Ethiopia was mentioned 45 times in the scriptures. Add this to the 500 references to Egypt in the scriptures, and we discover that Africa is mentioned more than any other landmass.
Facts. Oh my gosh. All praises to the Most High. Yada Yahuwah.
In the Bible, except for Israel itself. And remember, originally Israel was physically connected to Africa. A great deal has occurred since the scriptures were written, and a great deal has been distorted and covered up to deceive the whole world, as we're told in Revelation 12:9. Now it is up to us to have eyes to see and ears to hear what Yahuwah is saying in this hour.
Praise Yahuwah. I love her natural hair. All praises to the Most High.
Beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, my worshipers, even my scattered people, shall bring my offering. The river that runs through Cush or Ethiopia is the Nile River.
Nile River.
And the word beyond in this text is the word Eber in Hebrew, which means the opposite side of. So this text translates as the other side of the Nile River of Ethiopia, all my scattered people. Where exactly is that? Negro land, West, Central, and South Africa, the home of the Bantu people. So is it a coincidence that the Bantu people who live beyond the river of Ethiopia were scattered and then captured and sold as slaves in every nation? For behold, in those days and in that time, when I shall bring again the captivity of Judah and Jerusalem, I will also gather all nations and bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat, and will plead with them there for my people,
and
for my heritage, Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my land. They have
parted my land. Africa, they parted all of it. That's where you get South Africa and West Africa and East Africa. That's all because of the Europeans. They parted Africa for the resources. That's them. This is about them. Joel, right?
Have gambled for my people, have given a boy for a harlot, and sold a girl for wine that they may drink. The children also of Judah and the children of Jerusalem
you sold them to the Grecians.
Have ye sold unto the Grecians.
So when we're talking about the curses of Israel, there's a few things you need to know before you can go into the curses of Israel. First, you have to understand the scriptures from an ancient perspective. You have to understand what a covenant is. Now, whenever two nations or two people was going to come together, they would make an agreement and they would make a covenant. They will also have witnesses that will witness to the agreement or the terms and conditions of the covenant. In the covenant, they would set blessings if you abide by it, and they would set curses if you would break the covenant. Not only was they making a covenant with each other, but they actually was making a covenant with their lineages, their bloodline, their family, everybody that was within that person. You can actually see this in the scriptures. As when the Most High made a covenant with Adam, he made a covenant not just with him, but everybody that was inside of Adam, his generation. And as you go, you're through the scriptures, you will see it more with Abraham. He made a covenant with Abraham, not only with that, with Isaac, and also with Jacob, into the 12 tribes of Israel. And then when you look into Deuteronomy 29, when the nation of Israel was coming into a covenant with the Most High, Moses was the mediator, and Moses said, I am making a covenant with you this day, your tribes, your captains, your children. Not only with you do I make this covenant, but he said with future Israelites that he making a covenant with. So this is how I know that this covenant or the consequences of blessing, it passed down to the children. Right? And this is why he says that I visit the iniquities of the father upon the children until what? The third and fourth generation of those that hate me. So when you go back to Adam, when Adam messed up in the garden, his consequences affected his lineage. And this is why it's important to understand that the things that we do can affect everybody that's inside of us. This is why he told the Israelites, he said, today I set before you a blessing and a curse. He said, choose life that you and your seed may live. So things that one generation do will pass down to the next generation. So we must understand that, because he said these, when you break these covenants, he said these covenants shall be a sign upon you and upon your seed. How long? Forever. So this is why it's important for us that are the children of Israel to understand what happened in ancient times that has passed down to the day, so we can see the problems and the circumstances of what we're going through. Because we always have wondered why we hate it. Why were we lynched? Why these things seem like we can never get above? Why it seems like we the tail? But when you search it out, you understand that it's all about a covenant that we made with the Most High. He said, I'm going to take a people unto myself. I'm going to give them my laws and my statutes and my commandments so the earth can know my mindset, right? But he said, when I make this covenant with you, he said, if I give you these terms and conditions, if you obey them, I will make you above only and not beneath. But if you disobey them, then the consequences of this covenant will not just be upon you, it'll be upon your children. So now, lo and behold, we see the problem that we have in America, the problem that we have on the four corners. We are under the curses of an ancient covenant that was set before time, that has passed down all the way to the children, just like we are under the curses that Adam messed up, that was passed down unto all of Adam's children. So now we see that these curses, notice how these curses are written in the scripture. It said these curses shall come upon thee. What does that mean? While you're in the land, you have specific curses that are to the land, that your crops was not going to come to fruition, that your king was going to be taken, that you was going to be besieged, right? Then he said these curses shall pursue you. That means anywhere that you go, if you're scattered, these curses is coming to pursue you and do what? Overtake you until you be destroyed. So these are the things that we are dealing with. These are the things that have been following our lineage. We wonder why we hate it. We wonder why we are living in a land that don't give regards to the older, to the young, because of something that was spoken, an oath that was spoken over us before we was even born, that now we understand.
Boy, oh boy. Most High don't play, man. I'm telling you, man. He spoke these curses. Our people agreed to it, and you could just see even before where we at now, all throughout the scriptures, they had nothing but hardship. Maccabees, Syrian captivity, Babylonian captivity, Persian captivity, Roman captivity, Grecian captivity. I mean, bro, like, that's why Jeremiah is like, are we just a homeborn slave? Most High do not play. He don't. He really don't play.
Man, this spot was erected to try to honor those lives that was lost, and to be a memorial for the things that the things that were lost and destroyed. That way we would never forget that this happened. My entire life growing up here, it was alluded to as the Tulsa race riots. The name has just now been adjusted in the last year to the Tulsa Race Massacre, because it was a one-sided affair. The African Americans, blacks, Hebrews had no weapons that they could come against the oppressors, those that attacked them. So this place is probably, it's what we have. It's not worthy of over 300 bodies, 300 personnel lost their life. Thousands of people were uprooted and became homeless, lost everything they worked for. Generational wealth taken in one day. So, I mean, we're happy to have it, that it is a memorial and we remember what went on, but
that's sad.
It's hard to, when you think about it, it's hard to kind of adjust yourself to it and say, this is what happened, and we're appreciative that at least something remains, that we can have this story. but it should be a far greater endeavor. This probably should be a national museum for all the history that took place in this place.
Great. Tell me how this place relates to the curses of Deuteronomy 28.
Man, hit me fast, but you had to edit it. Curses of Deuteronomy 28 says that we would be the tail and not the tail and not the head. Oftentimes we hear people say, I'm the head, I'm not the tail. No. Actions like this ensured that we would always be the borrower. We would never be the lender. It said that the dollar would circulate in this community for 3 to 5 years. At first I had heard weeks, and it's a college professor, I believe he's in Michigan, that does a course about the Tulsa Race Massacre. And their documents said a dollar could stay in this community for 3 to 5 years. Can you imagine how much wealth would be in this community? Lynchings, they were literally lynched. Curses of being hung on a tree. And it, no matter what happens, we get out of slavery and we get to this point and they start to rebuild and gain wealth. But I think it's Deuteronomy 28 and 46, and it says on their seeds. So this is, you can identify their seeds according to this. Man, it shows how real and how pinpoint those prophecies are.
It also shows how real the Most High is. How his word truly doesn't come back void. This is what I'm talking about. Nobody understands what the importance of obedience to the Most High Yahuwah more than an awakened Hebrew or Hebrew Israelite. Nobody knows about obedience to the Torah and obedience to the Most High more than us. I mean, we are the product of the disobedience. What we've been through in this land, what we've been through all around this world, what we continue to go through, we are the byproduct of the disobedience of our ancestors. So I think we understand that clearly, but yet even so, there are many Israelites who are still being disobedient to the Most High. That know who they are, not just because they're Israelites by blood, but because they know that they are his chosen, and yet they're still here in these camps, laying with these heathens, you know what I'm saying? Giving up their birthright, twisting the scriptures, disrespecting the daughters of Zion, doing all types of wickedness out here, gang. All right, we're gonna move forward, y'all.
Dominate you. And what nation did he send first?
I'm gonna talk about these curses.
Dollars just up in smoke. Never, that's what it would be the equivalent to today, that just disappeared from a community and was never repaid. So that is, again, generational wealth that was.
All right, we're gonna skip forward a little bit, y'all.
He said, you provoke me to jealousy. Well, following other gods, and I'm gonna provoke you to jealousy, to put you under a people that was not gonna give regard for you, to put you under a people that was gonna take you to a land with language that you didn't understand, that was gonna dominate you. And what nation did he send first? He sent Assyria, then he sent Babylon, then he sent Persia, then he sent the Greeks, and then he sent the Romans all the way to America. But you can really first look at this even in the book of Judges. Every time they would break the covenant, he would send another nation in, and then they would cry for deliverance, and then he would redeem them. So this is why we was taken to America. This is why we was taken to the four corners of the earth, and that we was in captivity. Even our Messiah, Yahusha, who the world known as Jesus, prophesied a captivity outside all the other ones, outside of Syria, outside of Babylon, outside of Greek, outside of Roman. He said there shall be a nation that's going to come in and lead you into captivity into all nations. Then now we got to look in history after he spoke that what nation was led into captivity in the four corners of the earth. And you have to look at the transatlantic slave trade. See, among these nations, you will have no rest. You would be getting killed from the time that you step foot on this nation. First of all, how you was going to get there. And the scripture says you was going to get there through ships. But even on those ships, from those ships, you was getting killed and thrown overboard. And then all the way to America now, where you're getting killed in the streets, you're getting beat, you're getting burned, you've been lynched, you've been castrated. He said, among these nations, the psychological curses that'll be upon you, you will have no ease at all. Now, name me a 15-year period since we have been here over 400 years that we have had ease. Through every time period, we have been persecuted. Every time period, we have been killed. Even up to the day in 2020, we still have to declare Black Lives Matter, because the same thing that was going on when we first got here is still going on now. We still have chains upon us, letting us know that this is the consequences from an ancient oath that we made, that we're dealing with now. Our life shall hang in doubt of thee. From the time that we have got here, our life was hanging in doubt to the day when you get pulled over by the police. Your life is hanging in doubt. You don't know whether to reach for your license, whether to reach for your registration, because everything that we have tried to do to comply, we have been killed for. Eric Garner, Trayvon Martin, George Floyd, all these different aspects of things that we have been tried to.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, y'all, man. This documentary, I haven't watched it in a while, but it does hit hard. It does hit you hard. I think that this documentary, personally, is better than Hebrews to Negroes. It goes way more, it's way more scriptural. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I tried to show my homeboy, Weddy, the Hebrews to Negroes, and he was like, bro, I couldn't watch it. Because like the first 20, 30 minutes is, you know what I'm saying, just a bunch of intros and leading up, you know, like talking about the next movie he's working on instead of just jumping into the meat and potatoes. Some people don't want to sit around through 30 minutes of advertising for upcoming film. Get to the meat. There are so many people. I feel like, I'm going to be honest, with Ron Dalton, bro, it was a lot of missed opportunities, because if you go watch Hebrews to Negroes, bro, like a good chunk of the movie, well, not a good chunk, but like the first 20 minutes is just a bunch of advertising for movies he has coming out. Now, you could have saved that for the end, bro. There might have been people who might have wanted to stick around and see what good is in this and probably didn't even sit through it because they got tired of all the special effects and the advertising and stuff. But this movie, I think, is just better, honestly.
Do our life we're hanging out, not even just with oppressors, but even with ourselves and our own neighborhoods, walking through our own neighborhoods. What? Because of the curses, like the scriptures say, oppression makes a wise man mad. It was a point in time throughout our history that we was wise people, but oppression has made us killers of our brothers, murderers of our sisters, where our life hanging down of us, even in our own neighborhoods. We are getting international terrorism through other nations, and then domestic terrorism within our own neighborhoods. The scriptures is speaking for itself. Our life is hanging in doubt of us. See, the scripture said that we shall betroth a wife and another man shall lay. Can you imagine marrying a woman and a slave owner owns her, that treats her like his property? So even on your wedding night, he comes in and takes his property, have sex and rape her, like the scripture said, and you were having no might or no power in your hand to do it. He put his imprint on her. But that was spoken of in ancient times, that this would happen, that the Most High was just saying, if you just keep my covenant, I will keep you from these things. He's saying that you will plant a vineyard and you would not gather the grapes. That was foreign to our people. Because every vineyard in ancient times that we planted, we gathered the grapes. It was for our people. But to plant a vineyard, cotton, tobacco, sugarcane, all these things were big businesses, and the wealth of America was built off this thing, we received nothing for it. So this is what the scripture was explaining. These are the curses that we ain't just pulling out of nowhere. This stuff is real that you can see, that's supposed to get your attention and ask, why is these things happening? And it'll return you to the same book that you've been rejecting. Your identity, even the curses of your identity. The scripture says that you would discontinue from your heritage. What's in your heritage? Your language, your customs, your culture, all these things that said you would discontinue from. You'll be a people wondering who you are, where your identity and nationality is changing every 2 years. First you black, then you colored, then you Afro-American, then you African-American. What's going to be our next nationality in the next year?
Native American. Y'all done went from black to colored to Negro to Afro-American to African-American to Native American. We done went from all these things to straight up Israelites, but now Negroes want to be indigenous Americans. You see, they still playing that mental ping pong with y'all Negroes.
But the scriptures prophesied that we wouldn't know that because we broke an oath that was passed down to our lineages. Our sons and our daughters was given to another people. And we see what happened in history. All we got to do is look in history and see that the Bible is revealing itself. The scriptures is revealing what happened. That we was put on auction blocks. That children that we birthed were sent to other nations for us to never to see them again. Was given to another people. All the way to the day it's still happening, where our sons is being given to another people, is being imprisoned, and all these things are happening just as the book proclaimed that it would happen. Are these not the curses of what Deuteronomy 28 and what the scripture spoke of? Are we not seeing this in reality all the way up to 2020? How can you deny what you're reading? But the scripture said that we'll have eyes that we wouldn't see and ears that we wouldn't hear, that it'll be right in your face and you still can't see it. It'll be the words be put to your ear and you still won't have no resolve in it. Look how specific the scriptures are. It said, I would send faintness of heart and a sound of a shaking leaf. Do you know that that's speaking of our path to freedom? That's speaking of the Underground Railroad, where you would be asleep and a sound of look how specific the scripture is saying, that the sound of a shaking leaf will have you to tremble when nothing is pursuing you. What is happening? A fox or something will come out the woods. We sitting there trying to get the freedom, waiting, hiding out, and then it'll be faintness in our heart when these things happen. Look how specific these curses is to let the people of the covenant know that you broke a covenant and you have an Elohim that's pursuing you. This is your route back to the ancient path, to your ancient God, of people that didn't know who their God was, didn't know who their culture was, didn't know who their religion was. Another curse is that you would follow gods that neither you or your fathers have known. Who are the people in the earth that in one household, the father can be a Buddhist, the mama can be a Christian, the son can be an atheist, and the daughter can be whatever new religion she want to come up with? All in the one household, specifically to the only people on earth that don't follow the God of their culture, because we don't know who the God of our culture is. The scriptures speak of a yoke of iron and being up. Just go back and look at when we was led into captivity, when we was led to America, when we was led to other places we've been sold. We had a yoke of iron around our neck. You have to be able to look in history and align it up. One of the things that was specific to us is we was walking around with yokes of iron around our necks, being what led into captivity, to where, just as Yahushua, or who the world known as Jesus, prophesied, into all nations with a yoke and iron until we be destroyed. The scripture says that we will be scattered into the four corners. When you look at the sub-Saharan slave trade, when you look at the transatlantic slave trade, you will find us on every continent in the earth.
Yes.
From that standpoint, that we were scattered to. The scripture spoke of those things, that we would be scattered into the four corners, until the name of us be taken, the remembrance of us be taken off the earth. We didn't remember who we were. People in the earth that had no name, had no authority. The name of Israel was taken away from us. remembrance of all the great things that we done, and it was replaced with what? That we were somewhere in Africa swinging on trees, running from lions and running from alligators, that they became our savior for bringing us here. And now they made our memory be only what? Slavery. And then made us in their school systems elevate and celebrate our oppressors. Made holidays after our oppressors and made us learn the knowledge of this and tell us the only worthiness that we have is what? Is slavery. That's how far our history go back in every year of Black history. Because what?
Man. Whew, boy. Wow. So powerful. You know what I'm saying? It's like, he's so right. Like, they're responsible for everything that has taken place since we come here. Self-hate, the white Jesus, the obedience, even me, bro. Like, when I speak English, like, I almost sometimes feel, I always say this, but sometimes I feel like I'm probably the example of a very, very compliant Negro versus the rebel. You know what I'm saying? Whew, boy. It's powerful, bro. I haven't watched this in a while, like I said, but just rewatching it again, it's just so powerful. But yeah, you could show Aki Akim. You can show Deuteronomy 28 to these heathens, and because they don't want to see the truth, they'll say, "Oh, well, that's everybody. We've all been enslaved, man. Get out of here." They love that. They love that denialism. They know what it is. They just like to play these stupid little games.
It said it would take the what? The remembrance of our name from the earth. Thou shalt become an astonishment, a byword. What is that? What's some of our bywords? Nigga, coon, jigaboo, lazy, sorry, black. All these type of things are bywords that are known among us, and it keep changing. The scripture talks about how we'll serve our enemies and the want of all things. Now, from an ancient perspective, when you study ancient Israel, it was foreign for us to go to other nation for basic needs like clothing, food, material, and different things like that. Those things that we produce on our own because we were self-sufficient. This is why the Most High even gave us a clothing law and how we are to conduct business with each other. But when the curse would be this, that we would have to go to places like Walmart, places like Kmart, places like Kroger and Bilo, and for the want of all things, rather than producing this stuff ourselves. We would have our own cattle, grow our own food, make our own clothes. All these things, we were self-sufficient. But the curse would be that you would go to your oppressors for all of these things. And then the
same thing, food stamps, Medicaid, Medicare, you know, things that we would mostly take care of for ourselves as a self-sufficient people in our land, right? We produced all our crops, we did business with each other. But because we're here in this crusty country, we now have to go to the oppressor for help. You feel what I'm saying? And in the meantime, we work these jobs to keep a roof over our head and do what we do, but we barely survive. We barely make it. Our kids are still struggling. We're still struggling in this world. And that's why I say I don't believe you can come to America and prosper unless you've made a covenant with Satan. Some people's like, well, I got a business. Bro, you're not meant to prosper here. You're not meant to. He sent you here for punishment. Stop playing.
Scripture says that the stranger, now listen to this one, that the stranger that is among thee shall get up high above thee, and he shall lend to you, and you shall not lend to him. Now, all you got to do is just sit there and think about that. The stranger, who would be the stranger in our neighborhood?
The Palestinian, the Indian, the Chinese, the Mexican,
the Arabs, the Europeans. That they will come to our neighborhoods and lend to us and get up above us. They will come. We've been here for years, and the Mexicans and the Chinese will come here and build businesses and build these things and bring it in our neighborhood and lend to us. The Arabs own the hotels and the gas stations and all this type of stuff to get there, and they will do what? They will be in our neighborhoods lending to us. The scriptures even talk about what we know today as black on black crime. That it talks about the brother that was tender among you, that your eye would come evil towards each other. It talks about also in
gang banging.
Isaiah 51 that speaks of that your children, your sons would have fainted. And the scriptures talks about they would seem like they would be unconscious, that they would be at the head of all the streets as a bull calling to the net. Now, how could the scriptures speak of a people and identifying us? We know ain't no little Jewish boy sitting at the corner of all the streets, unconscious, mad, like a bull calling the net. That's how it says that we would be. Like, we aren't afraid to come through some of our own neighborhoods because our young men are on the corner of the street as a wild bull calling the net. They're angry. They're ready to kill. They're ready to shoot each other. The scriptures speak of that. And it also speak of fatherless homes. It says that women will rule over you and the children would be the oppressors. The children right now are the oppressor. They are the ones that's killing, that's selling the drugs, that's doing these things in the neighborhood and don't have fathers in their home. And then it said that you are people that would be robbed, the people that would be spoiled, the people that would be in prison houses. Look at what the scripture is speaking of.
Whoa, this is Yahuwah.
Who is it?
Yahuwah told you. Family, I'm sorry. It's just, you know, us being here in this moment and just looking at all these things Yahuwah been telling us all this time. The Father made it so specific. And keep in mind, family, let me go on the screen real quick. These are all things that these Europeans make fun of you about. Oh, y'all ain't got no father around. Y'all over here got single parent homes. Y'all, you know what I'm saying, constantly getting locked up. Y'all are criminals. Y'all this, y'all that. All y'all are doing is confirming this book is about us. Because if they knew this book was about us, they wouldn't even be saying this, because then they wouldn't want to validate it. But these are the same things that the Europeans say about us that only the scriptures fully support, proving that this is talking about us. All right, family, you're gonna watch a little bit more, and I got to get off of here. It's almost
identifying. It said these curses will be upon you and your seed as a signpost, as evidence to who you are. Who look and see who are in the prisons in the land of our captivities. You got to look and say who was in the land of their captivity that said that they would be spoiled, that say that they would be in prison houses. It identifies us. You go look in the prison houses and see who is there. You go look at our homes and see that the fathers are not there, that the women have to rule over and the children are our oppressors. You got to see who's on the street corners, like a wild bull calling to the net. Who else is it identifying? The Most High was specific with these curses because when we would break them, he wanted us to see who our God was, who we had to turn to. So this is why the understanding of what slavery is more important just than getting mad, but it drives you back to your constitution. It drives you back to your God that would bring you repentance and that can redeem you back to where you're supposed to be in the right place in the covenant. The scripture talks about how we'll be slain before our enemies in the street. We look at Trayvon Martin, Eric Gardner. We look at the most recent case, George Floyd. We look at all, and those just the cases that are known. It's many, 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 many more cases than that is out there that the scripture talks about, that we'll be slain before our enemies. You look at all the 100 years of lynching and of Jim Crow when we were slain before our enemies.
And look at these heathens, man. They sit there and they gather their families around and they take pictures with smiles on their faces. Why? They had no shame, family. Look at the smile on this goofy Edomite's face. They had no shame when they did this, and they brought their families around on Pagan Sunday to watch a public hanging. And he's pointing, I look at him, he's dead. Yeah, we did that.
And they would pack out parks and bring children to see a black man or black woman hung and then burned and then will cut their limbs off.
Look at do you see the little girl smiling, dude? Like they was just raised to be wicked, bro. They truly was. They was raised to be wicked.
Will be slain before our enemies. You look at all the 100 years of lynching and of Jim Crow when we were slain before our enemies, and they would pack out parks and bring children to see a black man or black woman hung.
Look at that smiling. Look at this. You cannot tell me that these are not the devil's children. That smile, that peace and that shalom, and seeing the destruction and the hanging and the lynching of a Negro, this is what Satan would be looking like right now. Because all throughout Jacob's trouble, and I believe Jacob's trouble has been going on for a very long time, right? Since 70 AD. But all throughout our trouble as a nation, this is what Satan has been smiling about. Okay? Satan has been smiling, seeing what our people go through. He enjoys it. He hates Jacob, much like Esau, because that's his son. That's who, you know what I'm saying, Satan uses. But this right here is a different kind of evil, bro. This is just...
And then burned, and then will cut their limbs off as souvenirs. This is what we was dealing with, that you'll be slain before your enemies. And then it says, they that rule over you, those that hate you will rule over you. That means that you will have to go to their judicial system to get justice, and they hate you. And they will make the...
All right, y'all. All right. I know this movie's getting so good, but we're going to shut it off right there. I actually got to get going. Is it just be me? Is May just be mine? I have two videos going on here. Well, I have a video playing on Rumble because we're doing like a simultaneous stream. But yeah, it should be okay. I guess maybe you might have one of the browsers open up on your phone or something, and it might be playing the same video at the same time. But that's it, y'all. I'm gonna stop it there. I gotta jump off of here. We've been on here for almost 6 hours, so all praises to the Most High. If I do another episode like this, I'll probably do it earlier, like I did, and we could just hang around. So thank you to everybody that joined today. You know, boy, I know sometimes it's hard to watch these episodes and these lessons and stuff, but you know, it's like I said, I'm not really convinced about convincing Gentiles who we are anymore. I'm over that. I'm way over that. I'm just more so really just trying to get our people to wake up and come back to Yahuwah, man. He is the only way. He is the only way. I know a lot of people try to tell you, oh, there's multiple ways to the Most High. No, there's only one way to Yahuwah, and that's through Yahusha. And we got to just, you know what I'm saying? We got to come back to the Father, man. Repent, live righteously. You know, we got to help the Gentiles to understand this truth. Like I said, the Gentiles want to cleave, let them cleave. All right. All praises to the Most High. So that's it, y'all. I'm jumping off. I hope that you guys have a blessed upcoming week. And I will see you guys very, very soon. And all praises to the Most High. I love you all. And shalom. I guess I'll close this out with one of my songs. Let's do All of Me.
Hey, Yexer.
Ab Yahuwah Alua of all creation. May your name be esteemed upon high forever. When I feel alone, I put my trust in Yahuwah. When the world is telling me who I am doesn't matter, I follow your word. When my enemies come against me, I stand strong. I believe in your son Yahusha and the power of his redemptive blood. When I call on your name, I know you hear me beyond everlasting hills, beyond the heights of the Shamayim. When I'm at my lowest, I put my trust in the Most High. I do not believe in a higher power. I believe in the highest power, who is Yahuwah Ha'aluah, Ba Yashara. Ab Yahuwah Nathak Vakpula Kakma U Aruka Yasha. Amu Hekam Yashara Naha Yakub Lashu Kadumarak Kakabud La Hashamuth Yahuwah U Yahusha. There is power in your Kadash name. There is uprightness in your Torah. There is joy everlasting in your perfect will. Your love knows no limits, and your mercy abounds. May every so-called black man be made a priest for you. May the daughters of Zion be comforted, protected, and led in righteousness by the men of Yasharah. May every Yasharali child be instructed in your Torah. Father, help us to stand against our enemies. Give us strength, perseverance, and endurance in these last days. Lead us to a place of shalom, safety, and protection everlasting. For there is no one like you. Yahuwah Elohinu, Yada Yahuwah Alam. I give you all of me. Aman.
I give you all of me. I give you all of me. I give you all of me.
Hey, Yexer.